You can share some slides.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Then you have to give me the
Yes, sir.
share
Play,
browser.
sir. Play.
Share, yes.
Parisa ma'am, are you ready, ma'am?
Yes, sir. I'm ready, sir.
Okay, ma'am. So we'll start by 3, ma'am. Another 3 minutes is there.
Okay, sir.
You could see the slide?
Sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Go to
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon,
Sivathanupillai,
sir.
sir. Good afternoon. I am Chandrasekar.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, sir. Is my voice audible?
Yeah, good afternoon.
Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. Nice to see all of you.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
So other country people have joined? 5 continents.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
How many have joined from outside India?
No. This is inauguration. Only around some 10 people are there, sir. But 7 o'clock, the first continent is going to start. So we made it like 3 hours for Asia continent, 3 hours for America continent, 3 hours for Australia continent, like that, sir.
Okay. So now only Indians are
Indian, and we have some guests from America, and another 3-4 members join.
Okay.
Yes.
Ramesh, sir, can we start?
Yes, ma'am. Just a minute, sir. I think, sir. Okay, ma'am. Chandrasekar, sir, welcome, sir. Yes. Ma'am, Parisa, ma'am, we'll start.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Ramesh.
Yes, sir. Just a minute, sir. Ma'am, just a minute. Soking, sir. G, welcome, sir. Very happy to welcome you, sir.
Okay.
Vaccine G. Yes, sir.
Thank
welcome,
you.
sir.
Nice to meet you. Good afternoon.
Yes, sir. Very welcome, sir. Yes, ma'am. Parisa, ma'am.
A warm good afternoon to all the distinguished dignitaries, respected chief guests, eminent academicians, researchers, industry leaders, faculty members, students, and participants joining from across the globe. It is my immense pleasure and privilege to welcome each one of you to the global inaugural ceremony of IGEN ENERGATHON 2026, a landmark international initiative that brings together innovators, educators, researchers, policymakers, students, and sustainable advocates from across continents to collaborate towards achieving the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals through innovation, research, and global partnership. I am Dr. F. Fariza, Professor and Deputy Head of the Department of Biomedical Engineering at Dr. MGR Educational and Research Institute, and also the Secretary of the URICC IGEN with GR Green Circle. It's an honor to serve you as your host for today's inaugural ceremony. Today marks the beginning of an extraordinary global journey of learning, collaboration, innovation, and collective action towards developing a more sustainable and peaceful world. With great enthusiasm, let us commence this inaugural ceremony. To formally welcome all our distinguished guests and participants, I now invite Mr. Nitish Che, IGEN Head Student Organizer for ENERGATHON 2026, to deliver the welcome address. Mr. Nitish, the virtual stage is all yours.
Thank you, ma'am. Respected Padma Bhushan Dr. A. Sivathanupillai, sir, Honorable Chief Guest Mr. Zhouxinyu ji, and Mr. M. Chandrasekar, sir,
Yeah.
distinguished dignitaries, esteemed speakers, respected faculty members, delegates, participants, ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon to you all. It is my great privilege and honor to welcome you all to the inauguration ceremony of IGEN ENERGATHON 2026, a 26-hour global climate action marathon organized by Institution of Green Engineers. I am Nitish from Dhanlakshmi Srinivasan College of Engineering, Coimbatore, and I'm honored to serve as a core student organizer and student head for the Americas continent. Today's gathering is more than the inauguration of a conference. It is the beginning of a global collaboration dedicated to advancing sustainable energy and climate action. Under the theme Energy Without Borders for Sustainable Communities, this marathon brings together visionary leaders, researchers, industry experts, educators, and students from across 5 continents to exchange ideas, inspire meaningful change. We are deeply honored by the presence of our chief guest, Padma Bhushan Dr. A. Sivathanupillai, sir, whose outstanding contributions to science, technology, and national development continues to inspire generations of innovators. We also extend our sincere welcome to Mr. Zhouxinyu and Mr. M. Chandrasekar, sir, whose distinguished experience and leadership greatly enrich this occasion. To all our speakers, delegates, partners, volunteers, and participants joining us from around the world, thank you for being a part of this remarkable global initiative. Your participation reflects our shared commitment to build a cleaner, greener, and more sustainable future. As we embark on this historic 26 years our journey, may this platform foster meaningful discussions, innovative solutions, and lasting international partnership. Once again, I warmly welcome each and every one of you and wish IGEN ENERGATHON 2026 a grand success. Thank you and have a great day.
Thank you, Nitish, for your warm and inspiring welcome. Your words have beautifully set the tone for this
Dave.
prestigious global event. It is now my privilege to invite Dr. L. Ramesh, sir, President of IGEN, to deliver the opening remarks and also share the remarkable journey and achievements of the previous editions of ENERGATHON. Sir, kindly address the gathering.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. So very happy. Good afternoon to all and good morning to all and good evening. So the people across the globe who all connected through the YouTube and who all connected through with us 350 speakers going to deliver a very important challenging recommendation which we are planning. So that is what we all are connected here. I am very proud and privileged to happiness that our Padma Bhushan Dr. A. Sivathanupillai, sir, Father of BrahMos, with sir blessings, we are going to initiate today by the inauguration. Then we have a very international guest and we have a national guest. Thank you so much, sir. And so with your start, we are going to initiate the action. So this I would like to welcome all to the 5th edition of IGEN ENERGATHON 2026. So we all actually aware that the present unpredictable energy and climate change which we all are facing now, making the sustainable energy one of the defining priority of our time. So we have to move towards the sustainable energy. by achieving the United Nations Sustainable Development Goal, particularly this SDG 7, that is affordable and clean energy, which is a fundamental progress across other goals. And this SDG 7 is connected to all other like that. So that is what it is recognized as. We had coined a theme called Energy Without Border, bar Sustainable Communities. That is what the first solution which we had come out with that. We call it as the Energathon 2026. So the journey of global energy action. So what began in 2020 as a bold vision during the COVID-19 pandemic has today evolved into one of the world's largest volunteer-driven global energy action marathon. 2020, the journey begins with a 13.36 hours non-stop virtual marathon featuring 40 speakers, earning recognition from Asia Book of Record and India Book of Record. And next, the 2023, the movement expanded into 19.13 hours with 110 speakers and 15,000 participants, and the receiving the World Record Certification Agency, Great Britain. And it continued with 2024 Energathon in 25 hours, 25 minutes, 17 countries and 17 global partners, earning recognition from official World Record European Union. And the 2025, it is 4th edition, achieved a unpredictable 20-25 minutes, that is 33 hours, 45 minutes, non-stop global marathon with 330 marathon speakers, 82 pre-conference speakers, 20 special guests and 25 global partners, 13,000 participants. So, and we had also communicated the strong 10 global recommendation to the United Nations energy and government agencies. So this all actually still happened, and today that scenario changed, and we all here today for a very witness for that. So the data states that 685 million people still live without electricity, while over 2 billion people depend on polluting fuels for cooking. So this is the present scenario. Nearly the 3/4 of global greenhouse emission, since it is increased in a heavy way. So what IGEN, with our blessing from Board of Governor Padma Bhushan Sivathanupillai sir, we had come out with the theme called Energy Without Border for Sustainable Communities. That is the only theme to solve the energy crisis. So keeping in that mind only, this Energathon 2026 was formulated. It is organized by Institution of Green Engineers in association with URICC, IGEN Vidyar Green Circle. And this time it is interesting that we had a 5-continent SDG for Energy Action Marathon. We coined like a 50 to align with the 56th Earth Day. So this is a new record attempt which we are doing. And another thing, very important things which we are going to discuss about the Asia, Africa, Europe, North America, Oceania or Australia, this continent, particularly there, how the things are going on, what are the improvement has to be done, what are the recommendations we can do. So what is the final conclusion here? The key outcome of the marathon will be consolidated into IGEN white paper. So this is the first white paper which is going to come, which is titled as Energy Without Border, Next Generation Policy and Action from the 5-Continent Marathon. So this will be the providing evidence-based recommendation for UN agencies, governments, academic institutions, and global stakeholders. So building upon the various legacy of world record, we are also going to apply for the new world record also. So this event was co-organized by Dr. MGR Educational Research Institute, Sri Ishwar College of Engineering, St. Xavier's Catholic College of Engineering, St. Joseph College of Engineering, Sri Manakula Vinayakar Engineering College, St. Joseph Institute of Technology, and KCG College of Technology. So as we inaugurate today, IGEN Energathon 2026, let us remember that future of energy will not be shaped by individual nation, but by global collaboration. Every idea shared, every partnership formed, and every recommendation developed during this marathon has the potential to contribute. Let together we will do our commitment to SDG 7 affordable and clean energy and the broader sustainable development goal. It will ensure the energy become a bridge for cooperation rather than the barrier. Together, let us build a future with energy without border for sustainable communities. Thank you, and I wish everyone a highly successful and impactful IGEN Energathon 2026.
Thank you, sir, for taking us through the inspiring journey of Energathon and for the visionary leadership in expanding this initiative into a truly global movement. To continue the inaugural proceeding, I respectfully invite Dr. J. Balamurugan, Vice President of IGEN, to share his opening remarks. Sir, we are honored to have your opening speech.
Thank you, ma'am. So, good morning, good evening, and good night for all the people who are connected here. At the outset, I welcome Dr. Padma Bhushan, Dr. Sivathanupillai sir, and Dr. Chandrasekar sir, who is also past chairman of TNARC. So, and I also welcome all the dignitaries in the online as well as offline mode. And I just wanted to put up some additional points that have been given by President or Dr. L. Ramesh. So IGEN is an international organization which started its legacy through energy conservation. So today we talk about conservation and other things, but over a period of 10 years time, so we just wanted to have a thought process that whenever energy is being generated, it is to be distributed for everyone. So the first Russian warfare made it possible that energy was available with all the countries and continents. And today we have energy access to everyone. So that is the belief system we brought, and India to had a missionary thought process that every village need to be electrified. So that was the thought process. And today we see that every village is being enabled with the power supply. At least a pole post is available in that village. Over a period of time, we see that energy would be a bridge to the wellness, as well as the quantum of workflow or the country's growth depends on this power. So that is where the things are going on. But still, this climate changes after 2000. We see that a lot of changes happening around the world, and we see that tsunamis and other climatic changes happening. So in such a scenario, the energy, whatever we are producing, so that is going to affect the climatic, as well as the climatic changes is also affecting the infrastructures. So in such aspect, the energy, the resources are not for individuals, the continents or the countries, but still the resources need to be justified, and it should be resourcefully utilized. The countries are always wanted to rationalize the things, but the subsidy component seems to have the people to enable that they need to go with energy conservation. Today, we have an objective of DSM and other objectives coming up, having a scientific methodology to adapt with energy conservation. But this scientific innovation cannot make the governance. In such aspect, IGEN, Institution of Green Engineers, made it possible that we just wanted to connect the people, educate them, make them understand, and also make it as a practice for energy conservation. This made and paved the way for the organization to go with some international events. And this Energathon, whatever we see today as a world record, we just brought about the change to Energathon and Inaugurathon, so which are the prime events of IGEN. So today we see this Energathon has made it possible to connect with all the 5 continents, and the people who are connected here so could make a title, Energy Without Borders, as our Padma Bhushan sir has given it. Energy without borders is very much important, because energy is not an individual thing that is available with one country alone, or if one country is developing such technologies, that may not affect the other world, means the pollution is affecting entire world. In such aspect, the climatic change has made it possible that the SDG goals, leaving no one behind. So that is very much important, that goal number 7 has made it possible that affordable and clean energy. The affordability is being given today. So people are easily getting their power supply, and they are also having their earnings and economical points, they utilize the power supply. But whether it is going to be clean energy or not, this is the main question that we arise about. So when everyone talks about this clean energy, it is the individual responsibility to understand it, and we need to install. So we could see the people as a learned community itself, why I should install a solar. So that is the question that is coming about. So when people are not learning, or they are not being educated about it, the resources are not for individuals. That means to say the resources, the natural resources are available always. We don't think about generating power through solar or other resources. Water supply is available, and nuclear is also renewable energy. So people might not be having such technological. So resources being burnt at a larger quantum, but the energy which is available is not available for everyone. So our objective is that we need to ensure that that is affordable and clean energy is being leveraged to all the people, and it is also having equal access to all the countries as well as continent. The objective of this program make it understand that all the people who are connected today and tomorrow, they might have an opportunity that they are going to have a bridge, so that they would need to own the responsibility of taking up energies without borders. And we need to also ensure that it is available for all the people, and the underprivileged and deprived people is also having access to electricity. So that is very much important. We always see that people who invented much of the things, they were studying their books in the street lamps only. Even street light is not available for many such people. So we could see that SDG goal number 2, that whenever people are talking about SDG, no poverty or no hunger, so we don't see any country today. So that we don't see a country like Somalia, name some countries like Somalia or other African countries, but even other countries, all the countries have been equipped and well developed countries are there. So there is no strain for food, but still some are begging around. But still we see that United Nations has brought about the change that every people have access to such food and other thing. But today we have an extra point that they are also having access to electricity. So this electricity should be available. This is the first point. The second point is that whenever we are working with electricity, so we don't have the courtesy of energy conservation. So whatever we have enjoyed, that must be left out for the future also. The futuristic society also need to understand it, because if we are not leaving anything for the society, the people might think that I'm earning, I'm paying the money, why should I think about switching off the light? So that should not be the happiness index that they have. So whatever we are thinking about is something like we need to make a point that, so we need to have affordable and clean energy, as well as the climatic changes, addressing the climatic changes. So we are having an objective of doing it. So IGEN make it possible that this conference is making an energathon. So although it is going to work for 26 hours, connecting 5 continents, but still we can pool more number of resourceful people into it, so that we can educate the people to understand that this need to be addressed, and over a period of time this energy conservation is being given to all the people, so that 2 units generated might be equivalent to 2 units saved may be equivalent to 1 unit generated. In that aspect, we also need to empower the people with this education. So this is the thought process of this Energathon. Energathon 2026 would be covering 26 hours, but still we need to connect all the 720 million people to have an access to electricity and also educate about this energy conservation. I wish all the best to all the volunteers who are working in the background, so to ensure that the 5 continent people are connected seamlessly with the timing also, and they are also provided with the access to this Zoom and other technologies, and also people who are watching in the colleges, and the students who are watching through YouTube, the technological partners, whatever we have. So they are also need to be thanked, and I wish all the very best for the successful conduct of this program. And thank you so much for the organizers to building an event more successful, bringing up more audience as well as the speakers. So thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for your encouraging words and your unwavering commitment to advancing global collaboration in the sustainable development. To provide an overview of this year's program and the exciting initiatives planned for Energathon 2026, it's my pleasure to invite Engineer Rangaraj, Director of IGEN and Organizing Chair of Energathon 2026. Sir, kindly enlighten us about Energathon 2026.
So thank you, ma'am, for giving this opportunity. So I welcome upon Dr. Balamurgan sir, Ramesh sir, and our Sivathanupillai sir to this 5th edition of IGEN Energathon 2026, which is going to happen for 26 hours. So the theme, it is being framed by our Sivathanupillai sir, energy without borders for sustainable communities. Around 5 Continental Assemblies URA Global Association for Energy Global Assembly, providing a platform for researchers, policymakers, academicians, industry experts, and students to exchange ideas and innovative solutions. And IGEN ENERGATHON 2026 aims to strengthen international partnership and accelerate the transition towards clean, affordable energy. The conference focuses on sustainability, research exchange, policy discussion, community-driven energy solutions, and with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. With this, participants from across the globe, this historic innovation promotes collaboration and encourages. So when we are speaking about this at that moment, lot of news are going across the globe. That is much more worse than in last 1,000 years. So we are going to face a bad time in the next year. So we need to plan as an engineer, as a researcher, as a students community. The people are from 5 different continents and intellectuals have been connected over here. So we need to form a white paper with the regards that in future, such a kind of climatic changes or climatic shocks, which we called as, should be reduced. So we are talking about industry 1.0, 2.0, 3.0, 5.0, and right now we are in the transition to industry 6.0. We talk of kind of other stuffs. But even right now, if you are seeing WHO is telling that around 655 million people still living without electricity, and underscore urgent need to deliver to universal energy access target. So this is very bad that people are around the globe, even right now in this condition, around 655 million people have not having a proper access to electricity. That is second agenda we need to discuss over here. And the third one, so we are talking about the greenhouse gas SDG 7. So still now, if you are seeing globally, the production of electricity, it comes from 57%. It is come from non-renewable energy resources. That is particularly the thermal energy, which we termed as brown energy. And we were worried about that. The IGEN and we are having the NSAVE club. We are worried about that. So 1 unit of energy which is generated from thermal energy, it is going to pollute it is going to give away 2.5 kgs of CO2, and on another hand, it is going to eat away around 700 liters of water and portion of NOx and XOS gases, right? So 57% still now, if you are going to generate from the non-brown energy, our El Nino effect will be quite worse in coming years. So we all need to make a policy decision that the rapid transition in the energy sector from brown energy to green energy should be happening so that we can be able to save our mother earth. So with this note, I am ending my talk and over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir, for presenting the vision, objective, and global impact of ENERGATHON 2026. We look forward to an inspiring and transformative program. Every great journey begins with inspiration. It is now time for the official release of the ENERGATHON 2026 inaugural video. I invite Engineer Niranjan, IGEN volunteer, to present the inaugural video. Thank you, Niranjan. That inspiring presentation truly reflects the spirit, vision, and global aspirations of Energathon 2026. It is now my privilege to invite Dr. Durga Devi Ma'am, Head of the IGEN Energathon 2026 Africa Continent Session, to introduce our special chief guest. Durga Devi Ma'am, kindly introduce our special chief guest.
Thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Dr. R. Durga Devi, Assistant Professor, B.S. Abdul Rahman, President, Institute of Science and Technology. It's a proud and privileged moment for us to welcome a special chief guest for Energathon 2026, Padma Bhushan, Dr. A. Sivathanupillai, sir, fondly known across the nation as Father of BrahMos. Dr. Pillai is a distinguished nuclear physicist, rocket scientist, and administrator who has spent over 4 decades at ISRO, DRDO, working under visionary leaders like Dr. Vikram Sarabhai, Professor Satish Dhawan, and Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam, contributing to India's launch vehicle and guided missile. He was a core team member for the development of SLV-3 and played a key role in evolving the PSLV configuration for ISRO. At DRDO, he served as the Chief Controller of Research and Development and held the rank of Distinguished Scientist, where he networked institutions to develop critical missile technologies enabling Agni, Prithvi, Nag, and Akash missiles. He is best known as the founder, CEO, and managing director of BrahMos Aerospace, the pioneering India-Russia joint venture that produced the world's fastest supersonic cruise missile, a name that beautifully blends the Brahmaputra and Moscow rivers. He has also served as the chairperson of the Board of Governors, NIT Kurukshetra, and is a prolific author, having co-authored books with Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam, sir. His major awards and honors includes Padma Shri, Padma Bhushan, Order of Friendship, Russian Federation, which is the highest Russian award for foreign citizen, DRDO Scientist of the Year Award, DRDO Performance Excellence Award, Fellow Indian National Academy of Engineering, Dr. Vikram Sarabhai Research Award, Lokmanya Tilak Award, and Yashwantrao Chavan National Award, and numerous honorary doctorates from universities across India. Energathon 2026 stands for innovation, sustainable energy, and engineering excellence, and few individuals embody these ideals as powerfully as Dr. Pillai himself. As a technologist who spent his career pushing the boundaries of what indigenous engineering could achieve, from launch vehicles to indigenous missile systems, Dr. Sivathanupillai's journey stands as a living example of self-reliance, innovation, and under constraint, and translating research into real-world impact. His presence today will inspire young innovators to think boldly, to solve complex energy and technology challenges with the same spirit of perseverance that built BrahMos from concept to reality. His insights on leadership, indigenous technology development, and turning ideas into national assets will surely guide and motivate every participant of Energathon 2026 to push their own boundaries of innovation. Respected dignitaries, academicians, and dear participants, please join me in giving a warm welcome to a true pillar of India's defense and technological self-reliance, Padma Bhushan, Dr. A. Sivathanupillai, sir. We welcome you, sir.
This slides, please. The slides.
You can share, sir, because we given the slide sharing option.
Already shared, I think. No?
No, sir.
No? Well. Can you see the slide?
No, sir. No, sir. It is not shared, sir.
Can you give share option?
Yeah, it is there, sir. Hey, Niranjan, share option is there. Yes, sir. It is there, sir. Share option. Yes, sir. Now it is, sir. Yes, sir.
Not moving. Okay. Good afternoon to the Indian participants. Good morning and good evening to the foreign participants. Mr. Ramesh and Dr. Balamurugan explained the theme around which the whole Energathon has been organized. So I am actually going through the developments through IGEN for quite some time. I am very happy that the participation of young people in the IGEN program is overwhelming. Many people have came, and we had programs like planting 10,000 trees at a time. So all these things give me the feeling that the younger population with good leadership can definitely lead to a sustainable earth. So this program, which is organized now with 350 speakers from 5 continents, is actually the jewel in the crown of the IGEN program. So I congratulate IGEN for taking up the mission. At least you are worried about the earth compared to the many people. What's happening today, we see the world is now different. Wars, poverty, destructions, many bad things are happening which the earth is not happy about it. Instead of reducing the 55 million tons of CO2 and the other gases, we are now in the process of increasing the greenhouse gases through all these wars and other developments which are happening. While some countries are progressing the net zero in a bigger way, but we see this type of the leaders getting into dominance is creating problem for us. So while this type of thing is going on, you people think about the earth. So how to make the earth happy. So that way, the IGEN, then the Vibgyor Circle, Earth Day Org, UN Energy, all these people are doing very good tasks. And you got very good partners who are supporting this movement. So I am really delighted to participate in this program. To highlight some of my thoughts, I have put a title Empowering the Youth, because I believe only the youth can do that, things without borders for sustainable development. So what we can achieve as a sustainable development depends on how we employ technology. See, we need innovations and technology solutions, knowledge participation with good leadership and academic industry interaction more to see that we make things better products for economic growth at the same time, but creating better environment. So these two things have to be matched. Better competitiveness and industrial development may affect the environment. So we have to see that without affecting how to do that. So for sustainable future, technology innovations very important that can affect the most fundamental change, the ground rules of economic competitiveness and environment, resulting sustainable development of the society. So if you look at the sustainable development for the globe, if you look at it with the 5 continents participating in the program to achieve happy and healthy society with sustainability. And the earth should be happy to for our people to live long. So what is needed is one of the important thing is the agriculture and agro processing, which will lead to food security. At the same time, creating employment to the people and nutritional security, which is very, very important. Then education and health care. So many people, nearly 3 billion people are affected today in the whole world. If you look at it in terms of poverty, non-education, and health not available. So this is another very important area, is educating them and with providing all the health support that will make them happy to live with social security, getting employment, and then the population also, of course, can be controlled. The third important thing is the infrastructure. If you look at the development of the 5 continents which you see, except the major cities, the rural population is more. Where the problems are there more in the for the people is in the rural area. So rural development has to come in a big way. Electricity is very important. That's what we have taken as a theme. The infrastructure should see that we generate renewable energy more than than letting out the carbon dioxide and other gases out. Then other crucial thing is the water. See, many of the healthcare issues can be originating from the bad water. So water is a very important area. So that's like when you talk about electric power, you should also provide good drinking water to the people. Now we have got a tool called information technology, communication, AI coming up. These are all going to help you in achieving the better results for the electric power or the support or for the agriculture and then education, employment, all these things are possible because IT, particularly in India, IT has given a huge yield. There's $290 billion in the last year. So the massive employment and connecting to the world is possible through the ITC and AI coming up, which will improve the efficiency of working. The another thing which we have to look at is the technology. When you say technology, the technology for net zero. So that should come as a mission mode. We should operate as net zero projects and then climatic management so that we can drive through the real goal of achieving maximum, in the non-emitting gases. That means renewable energy should be more. So with respect to that, in India, the activities are one is go for a good yield in the field. After the Green Revolution 2, now we are looking at the precision farming using space technology, AI, drones, and robotic systems. Many ideas have come up, and very soon you will see that in India is now launching a program for 500 million tons of food grains using space technology, using the other technologies to make it as precision farming. So that is very important in the agriculture. Similarly, the milk, we are the largest producer of milk, and we want to see that milk is available to all the children. The power, now we are switching over maximum power now from the coal, which is now nearly 50%. There's a government directive that by 2030 we must make it more on the renewable energy and reduce the coal use of the power generation. So the solar, we are now talking about 200 gigawatt of power. Wind is then coming up big way, and hydrogen and the nuclear. Nuclear, we are going for 12 more reactors and also small reactors to increase the renewable energy. See, there are support is in the communication and computing. All supports are available. So we are moving to quantum computing and to support all the technology developments. IT, of course, has come up in a big way. IT and ITS, as I told you, $290 billion we got last year. There's a maximum revenue is coming from the IT sector. So technology in terms of electronics, making chips ourselves. So that's coming up. The semiconductor complexes are coming up in 12 places. So things are now changing to see that all-round progress is there in all the technologies. Space and defense heavily depend on these technological developments. And the net zero is very important. All the projects related to net zero have to be taken up on priority to do that. So that is the way things are there. Now the space program should help us in the precision farming, in helping more sustainable development, because the inputs which we are getting from the remote sensing satellites and are all very helpful for sustainable development. So the space program coming in a big way, and the 435 satellites are launched for other countries, and it has become not only economically a very important program for us, it is also serving the purpose of communication, remote sensing, and also the navigation. So the
India has
program.
become the first country in the world to reach Mars in its first attempt and become the first country in the world to successfully land a spacecraft on South Pole of the Moon. And did you know that India has created an incredible record by successfully launching 104 satellites by a single rocket?
So if you look at the remote sensing applications, the urban planning, coastal applications, agriculture, forestry, everywhere we get continuous mapping from our Cartosat and the recently launched NISAR satellites. So this is a very important information and which is going to help us for the development. When you talk about the sustainability of the, for living, sustainable living, this is a very important resource. The remote sensing is a very important resource. And you can see even some of the key natural and man-made disasters can be monitored real time, and the problems we can try to solve some of the problems. So you see the deforestation, land degradation, coastal and river flooding, all these things, erosions, whatever happening is continuously recorded so that we know the problem and try to solve. So the technology has now moved to hyperspectral images, which are very accurate. You can see the pictures which are coming so accurate, all these satellite pictures. So that will help us to improve the Earth, improve the actions required for protecting the Earth. So the latest one is the NISAR satellite, which is very, very important satellite. It is a heavy satellite for remote sensing, the biggest and the top edge satellite with a 12-meter gold plated antenna and giving a 1 centimeter variation on the soil. So this is going to be a big boon for precision farming, which with the ground station being put there in the field of a large field with multiple farmers coming together, you can make a good effort to make the agriculture better. You can do the soil analysis in detail, seed selection, then the crop management, and also the final yield, better yield. So we are expecting that yield can be 3 times if you start operating through the satellite, because the soil management is a very important thing for a larger area. Satellite gives a very good pictures on the soil. So that is the application of space technology, AI, drone and robotic systems are all being thought for precision. Some of the startups have come. Satshwar is one of the successful startup who have put a ground station in Andhra Pradesh and doing well and taking care of the farmers. So like that, many other technologies are coming, and now the recent one is the laser coming up in a big way for the crop management. So things are now going more technology oriented with a reduced number of people, and mostly you can use a mobile phone and do a farming for a 10-acre area. You can do yourself. One person can do. That's the type of technology we are trying to move. So that is the provision which we have got from the space technology. Another important thing is the communication, say connecting the people, tele-education, telemedicine. These are all development effort. Telemedicine helps rural population with the best of the treatment from the super specialty hospitals. We can connect the people. Even telesurgery is possible. So things are now moving more on the tele communication, tele education, and then tele-surgery, telemedicine, rural development, village resource centers, then protecting the earth from the onslaught of various cyclone and other activities, and protecting the people and saving the life. All these things are possible. So space technology has come up in a big way for sustainable development. So now we are looking at the energy part. You see, one of the energy sources is going to be the moon. So moon, we found the water, the Indian satellite, the Chandrayaan-1. We located water in the South Pole, and then we landed there near the South Pole now. So this is going to be a very big boon for us. What we have found is you have got a very important energy resource called helium-3, which is going to be a fusion energy resource, 100 times superior to the uranium and the non-radiating. So this is the future which will provide huge power energy to billions of people. So when we talk about the Africa, Asia, South America, where the problem is there for electricity, we can have a common grid generating power using the helium-3 and supply to all these people. That's the type of technology we should do, bringing together these 5 continents. Another important thing is the project possible is the solar power satellite. Instead of terrestrial solar power generation, go up so that 24 hours the satellite will be getting the energy. So this energy can be transmitted as through microwave to a remote place where you can reconvert to electricity. So that electricity with the remote place like a village, there's a island, then it will be possible to make the water also there, desalinate the water. So what good water and good electricity should be made available. This type of solar satellites, many of them in the orbit, they will be able to provide the energy and water to all the 5 continents, and particularly to the people who need. So what are the things required is green technology. One is the food production, which I told you, and then climate engineering, how to cool the earth, one should know. Then clean energy generation, solar, wind, ocean energy, green hydrogen, and solar power, which I talked about. Then clean environment and circular economy, using plastic tar roads, e-waste management, green computing, green buildings, then the liquid waste management. So the herbs for health, instead of producing large drugs and manufacturing, go for herbs which are much better than the medicines. Then use of AI in forecasting, modeling, monitoring, integrated with satellite data, clean energy integration and optimization can be done by AI. Then support for precision agriculture, transport planning, these are possible. So one thing which recently we found is there is one plant called diatoms. If we can spread it on the ocean, that will absorb nearly 50% of the emitted carbon dioxide. So this study has to be perfected, and we must do it so that it is very important to reduce the carbon dioxide. This is one source. Maybe many other plants can do that. We have to find out that. So the security for energy, which is very important, which we have talked about. Main thing, we should go to renewable energy. Solar power is available all the time, either on the terrace or on the through satellite. So that the storage of the energy, grid integration, these are many important points. Then we should invest in green hydrogen, which some of the countries are doing, and India has got a green hydrogen mission. Then we have to tap ocean thermal energy, which has not been done, which we should do it. Because the ocean, 70% of the earth is ocean, and all the energy is going to the ocean only from the sun. So ocean has got a huge thermal difference between the top to the bottom, which can be used for thermal energy generation. This is a very big source for the renewable energy. Then ocean also has got uranium, so that even nuclear energy you want to produce, you can tap out from the ocean. So futuristic is the helium-3, which I told you from the moon. India is planning to establish its plant on the moon in 2047, and harvest the helium-3 and bring it through launching from there. And then we'll have the fusion power generated, because you are working on the fusion power tokamak with bigger power we are trying to generate. We are part of the 7 countries to make a 500 megawatt the reactor for fusion energy. So fusion energy will be available by 2040s. When we talk about the helium-3 coming, there is going to be that year, when we reach 100th year, we'll be able to generate power from helium-3. Then solar power satellites, of course, this is not a very difficult job, can be made, and we have got all the know-how on that. So you can do that. So these are the things which we should attempt to generate clean energy and achieve the security. Now technology is moving further from 5.0, and now people talk about industry 6.0 also. So all the new technologies which have come, like big data, augmented reality, IoT, cyber security, all these things, along with AI, generative AI, as well as the agentic AI, which is a new one. So all these things are going to provide the technology move. At the same time, the 5.0, the theme is sustainability. So unless you achieve sustainability in using technology, the earth is not going to be happy. So the whole move now is, okay, you use the high technologies for cyber physical systems, but at the same time, but think of the sustainability also. So when the technology moving to 5.0 with the sustainability and the main goal, but going to be robotic and automated systems, the society also changing. We are now information society. The Gen Z, which is there now, they are moving to Gen Alpha, which is going to be super smart society. Or in another 10 years, you will see the young people are going to be highly knowledge oriented and super people. And that is the people we are going to use to achieve the safer, sustainable earth in a faster way. So that's why we should direct the youth in that direction. Youth is a very important thing. So our minds should blossom in this occasion of Earth Day celebration. And when we launch this program, let our minds blossom in the 5 continents for safer and sustainable Earth. So if we are really wanting to do that, in spite of wars and other bad leadership happening elsewhere in the world, the ignited mind is the most powerful, which is there in the youth. And that resource can definitely make a change to see Earth happy. Thank you. Youth of today is icons of tomorrow.
Thank you very much, sir, for your inspiring and thought-provoking address. Your words will undoubtedly motivate researchers, educators, and young innovators to pursue excellence in science, technology, and sustainable development. To introduce our next international inaugural chief guest, I now invite Dr. Balakrishnan, head of the IGEN ENERGATHON 2026 Asia Continent session. Sir, kindly introduce our distinguished international guest.
Hello, everyone. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Thank you for confirmation. A very good afternoon to everyone joining us from India, and a very warm good evening to our chief guest and distinguished participants joining us from China and across Asia. I'm Dr. Balakrishnan, Assistant Professor from Ramya University, Bangalore, belongs to India. And it is my immense privilege and honor to welcome one of our distinguished international guests and the inaugural chief guest of the IGEN ENERGATHON Global Marathon. Today, we are truly honored to welcome Mr. Zhouxinyu. I hope I got the pronunciation right, sir, because Chinese names are wonderful. He's an internationally respected representative of Dojo and currently serves as a president of the Yangzhou and Taoist Association of America, co-founder of the American Federation of Taoism. A Taoist, a faith leader in New York State, and a member of the committee of religious NGOs at the United.
Thank you so much. Maybe can you first close the screen share first, or maybe you can't see me, I think. I can't see myself. I can only say a dark
Introduction
screen.
part. So through his leadership, I'll continue with your introduction part of sir. Through his leadership and international engagement, he has worked to bring together culture, spirituality, education, community service, and interfaith dialogue and sustainable development. His participation in major international programs at the United Nations, including the high-level political forum on sustainable development, the ECOSOC Youth Forum, we call it as. Actually, what is ECOSOC? Economic and Social Council is a full form for that. And the Financial for Development Forum and various interfaith programs also he has engaged, reflects his commitment to bringing the wisdom of Zhouxinyu into a global dialogue. At the heart of his work are powerful principles, harmony between humanity and nature, peaceful coexistence, inclusion of mutual understanding and sustainability. If you could see, these principles resonate deeply with the vision of the IGEN ENERGATHON, where people from different nations, cultures, institutions, and communities come together with one shared purpose to create a more sustainable future. So Mr. G's journeys remind us that sustainability is not only about technology or energy, it is all about wisdom, responsibility, and harmony, and our collective relationship within the world around us. So, sir, on behalf of the entire IGEN ENERGATHON family and participants joining us globally, it is my great honor to extend our heartfelt welcome and deepest respect to you. We are truly privileged to have your presence with us today, sir. So, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in giving a very warm and respectful welcome to our distinguished inaugural chief guest, Mr. Zhouxinyu. We are honored to have you with us. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I have to say that you did a good pronunciation because Chinese name is really hard to read. Thank you.
Thank you.
Distinguished organizer of IGEN, respected expert, scholars, guests, and friends from around the world. Thank you so much. Good afternoon. It's a very great honor to join IGEN ENERGATHON 2026 and to serve as an inaugural chief guest. I am Taoist priest Jason Jin. That's my English name, is easy. My Chinese name is Zhouxinyu, Faxing. I am the founder and president of the Yangzhou Taoist Association of America, co-founder of the American Federation of Taoism, a Taoist faith leader of the New York State, and a member of the Committee of Religion NGOs at the United Nations. On behalf of the American Federation of Taoism and the Yangzhou Taoist Association of America, I would like to express my sincere thanks to IGEN and all the organizers and partners, and offer my warmest congratulations on IGEN ENERGATHON 2026. Today, we gather on one shared theme: energy without borders. Energy has no borders. Air, river, oceans, and climate change also have no boundaries. So, our responsibility for energy, the environment, and sustainable development should also go beyond borders. Before speaking about today's main topic, I would like to briefly introduce Taoism. Taoism is a traditional religion and began in China. It has nearly 2,000 years of religion's history, while its philosophy roots go back even further. Lao Tzu and the Tao Te Ching, maybe some of you have heard about it, are among the most important sources of Taoist thought. The Tao can be understood as the natural way and order of the universe. Taoism places great importance on harmony between people and nature, society and the wide world. It values respect for nature, respect for life, balance, and moderation. We believe that human beings are not separate from nature, we are a part of the nature. In recent years, together with the American Federation of Taoism and the Yangzhou Taoist Association for America, I have worked to promote Taoism in the United States and internationally. Our work includes interfaith dialogue, international culture exchange, community service, sustainable development, and engagement with the United Nations. We also take part in United Nations and international interfaith activities, including activities connected with the year's United Nations High-Level Political Forum on Sustainable Development, HLPF. It's very close connected with our today's topic. The American Federation of Taoism and the Yangzhou Taoist Association for America are also among the most active and internationally engaged Taoist organizations in the United States. Our goal is simple: to help the world better understand Taoism and to allow Taoism to share its wisdom with the world. Taoism has an important idea called 天人合一, that's Chinese, which means the unit of humanity and nature. It teaches us that human beings are not separate from nature. The air we breathe, the water we drink, the forest, land, rivers, and oceans are all closely connected to our lives. The Tao Te Ching says, humanity follows the earth follows the heavy follows the Tao, and the Tao follows what is natural. 道法自然 remind us that development must respect the laws of nature. We can use natural resources, but we cannot take from nature without a limit. We can develop technology, but we cannot forget that human life depends on the Earth's natural systems. True sustainable development doesn't mean stopping progress. It means finding a form of progress in which humanity and nature can continue together. Today, we talk about solar powers, wind power, energy storage, and many other green technologies. They are all important. But energy transition is not only about technology. We must also ask, how do we view nature and natural resources? Taoism teaches contentment and careful use of resources. This does not mean opening development. It reminds us that resources should be respected and consumption should have limits. So, in the future, we should not only ask, how can we produce more energy? We should also ask, how can we reduce waste and create better lives with fewer resources? The United Nations Sustainable Development Goal 7, affordable and clean energy, calls for affordable, reliable, sustainable, and modern energy for all. What's the keyword for me? I think the keyword is the all. All of us. Or the human, or the country, or the people, or the religion, or the animals, or the air, or the river, all the things. The clean energy transition cannot be done only to wealthy countries or large companies. It should also benefit ordinary families, remote areas, and people in developing countries. So, energy without borders also means knowledge without borders, technology without borders, cooperation without borders, and responsibility without borders. I believe that religions and traditional culture include Taoism and also other so many the hundreds, maybe regions of the world can also become partners in sustainable development. Here is a date. Over 3/4 people in the world believe the region. So it have very big power. Government can make policies. Scientists can create technology. Religions group can community can help shape value and bring this change into everyday life. I have always believed that science helps us answer what can we do, while culture, philosophy, and ethics help us ask what should we do. That's a very important question. We come from different countries, cultures, and face religions, different colors, different language, so many different. But we have only one Earth. Not for me, not for you, not for him, for all of us. We can work together to leave the next generation clean air, clean water, safe energy, and a healthy planet. IGEN Inauguration 2026 connect people from different countries and regions through 26 continuous hours of global action. That's very excellent jobs. I have to say that this is my first time to join so long time event. The meeting is very great. But after this 26 hours, the event will end, of course. Our action should not. I also hope that the American Foundation of Taoism and the Yangzhou Taoist Association of America can work more close with scientists, educators, governments, and international organizations to support environmental protection and sustainable development. All of you, we need you, you lead us. My friends, as a Taoist, I have always believed that the humanity is not the conqueror of nature. We are part of nature. The Earth doesn't belong only to our generation. We are also its guardians for future generations. So, through the IGEN Ennergathon, it's hard for me to pronounce it, 2026, I would like to share a simple hope. May the technology move forward with wisdom. May development live in harmony with nature. May energy truly benefit everyone. And may different nations, regions, and civilizations work together to protect our shared Earth. Before I finish my speech, I would like to share a traditional Taoist prayer called the 12 Vows. I believe this action wishes are still closely connect with what we seek today. Peace, sustainable development, and harmony between humanity and nature. Because this is a traditional prayer, so I have to say that in Chinese. 一愿风调雨顺，二愿国泰民安，三愿世界和平，四愿五谷丰登，五愿天垂甘露，六愿地发祥烟，七愿顺时应序，八愿万物生全，九愿居家顺途，十愿国富财闲，11愿修真有庆，12愿学道成仙。And may all of us from different countries, cultures, and faiths work together for the same earth and the same shared future. May humanity and nature live in harmony. May all beings flourish together, and may life continue without end. Finally, once again, on behalf of the American Foundation of Taoism and the Yangzhou Taoist Association of America, I offered my warmest congratulations to IGEN Ennergathon 2026. I wish IGEN ENERGATHON 2026 every success. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. G, for your insightful perspectives and your valuable message, emphasizing international cooperation and innovation for a sustainable future. Thank you so much for being with us today. To introduce our national chief guest, I respectfully invite Dr. V. Suganya, head of the IGEN ENERGATHON 2026 American Continent session. Ma'am, kindly introduce our distinguished national chief guest.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Dr. V. Suganya from Sivathanupillai Engineering College. It's my privilege to introduce our chief guest, Engineer M. Chandrasekar, former chairperson of Tamil Nadu Electricity Regulatory Commission. Having joined the Tamil Nadu Electricity Board on 12 June 1985 as an assistant engineer and subsequently served in various key positions, including assistant executive engineer, and superintending engineer, chief engineer, and ultimately the director. He retired on 30 July 2019 after 30 years of distinguished and unblemished service. He gained extensive experience in generation, transmission, distribution, administration, financial management, network planning, load dispatch, system automation, power projects, IT infrastructures, renewable energy, and power system management. He also contributed to initiatives such as loss reductions, VAR compensation, computerization of billing and collection, renovations and modernization of hydro generation plants, and solar power generations. Recognizing his expertise and extensive knowledge in engineering, finance, commerce, economics, and management, the government of Tamil Nadu appointed him as a chairperson of TNERC. He served in this prestigious position for 5 years. During this tenure, he played as a significant role in revamping electricity sector codes and regulations, promoting renewable energy, improving power quality, strengthening consumer grievances, and simplifying regulatory provisions. He also served as a chairperson of Southern Electricity Regulatory Forums and contributed to the national level working groups constituted by the Ministry of Power Government of India. With his rich professional experience, technical expertise, and remarkable contribution to the power and energy sectors, it is indeed an honor to have him with us today. Please join me in warmly welcoming our esteemed chief guest, Engineer M. Chandrasekar, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sugasini. Distinguished, good afternoon to all of you. Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Distinguished dignitaries, respected scientists, policymakers, utility leaders, academicians, industrial experts, distinguished delegates, and dear participants joining us from different parts of the world. A very warm welcome, greeting to you all. It is indeed a great privilege and honor for me to be part of the 56th Earth Day Indexed IGEN ENERGATHON 2026, a truly unique global initiative that brings together experts, researchers, professionals, and young innovators from 5 continents in a continuous 26-hour knowledge marathon dedicated to one of the most important challenges before humanity, building a sustainable energy future. I congratulate the Institution of Green Engineers, URI Cooperation Circle, earthday.org, UN Energy Partners, and all the organizers for conceptualizing and successfully organizing this remarkable international event under the inspiring theme, Energy Without Borders for Sustainable Communities. The theme of today's conference carries a profound message. Energy has always been the driving focus behind human civilization, economic growth, and social development. Today, however, the world stands at a defining moment in history where the challenges before us is not merely to produce more energy, but produce cleaner, greener, safer, and more affordable energy while ensuring that future generations inherit a healthier planet. In that context, the phrase energy without borders reflects not only the universal nature of the energy itself, but also the spirit of global cooperation essential to addressing climate change and achieving sustainable development. The world today is witnessing a largest transformation of the energy sector since the Industrial Revolution. Global electricity demand continues to increase steadily at about 4% every year, driven by rapid industrialization, digitalization, AI technologies, electrical mobility, expanding urbanization, and the increasing demand for growing need and life standards. More than 8 billion people depend directly or indirectly on electricity for almost every aspect of modern life. At the same time, the global energy landscape is changing at an unprecedented pace. Renewable energy has become the fastest growing source of electricity generation. Today, the world's installed renewable energy capacity has crossed approximately 5,100 gigawatts, solar around 2,800 gigawatt, wind around 1,300, total fossil fuel is around 4,800 gigawatt. And during 2024 alone, nearly 6,000 gigawatt of new renewable capacity has been added globally, setting yet another world record. This extraordinary growth demonstrates that renewable energy is no longer an alternative. It has become the mainstream choice for the future power generation. India too has emerged as one of the global leaders in the renewable, remarkable energy transition. Today, India is the world's third largest producer and consumer of electricity. Our installed power generation capacity has crossed 530 gigawatts, with more than 284 gigawatt coming from non-fossil fuel sources such as solar, wind, hydro, and nuclear energy. India has already achieved its NDC target of obtaining 50% of its cumulative installed electricity capacity from non-fossil fuel sources well ahead of the schedule. Guided by the vision of achieving net zero emission by 2070, India is making significant investments in solar park, wind project, offshore wind project, pumped energy storage projects, battery energy storage schemes, green hydrogen, smart grids, small modular reactors, and electric mobility. These initiatives demonstrate that economic development and environmental sustainability can progress together. However, while renewable energy offers enormous environmental and economic benefits, it also presents new technological challenges that demand innovation, engineering solutions. Unlike conventional thermal and hydro stations, renewable energy is not, it is an intermittent in nature. Solar is available only during daytime, when very seasonally it is available. So intermittency is the main problem in this renewable energy. Managing the intermittency is the main challenge now. With increasing renewable penetration, daytime solar is, we have excess solar during daytime. Managing excess solar during daytime is a big challenge now. In India, mostly even curtailment is happening in some parts of the area to manage the grid stability. So to manage this excess solar conditions, we need to go for storage system, storing the energy during excess hours and discharging during the evening peaks and the time where it is needed. So what are the message that is to be taken care now is we have to deploy more battery energy storage systems, pumped energy storage systems, and other this one hydrogen and other sources. So now in India, battery energy storage system is given a major thrust to manage this situation. Already solar has crossed 150 gigawatts. So Central Electricity Authority has already earmarked a huge capacity of deployment of battery energy storage systems. The battery energy storage system is coming in a big way in India. So the problem now is more than a century, electrical grids around the world were designed primarily for one-way power flow from large generating stations through transmission, distribution, network to consumer. Today, this paradigm is undergoing a major fundamental transformation. Consumers are increasingly becoming prosumers through rooftop solar installations. Electric vehicles are emerging not only as transportation systems, but also as a potential mobile energy storage resources. Distributed energy resources, microgrids, and community energy systems are making the electricity network far more dynamic and complex than ever before. Consequently, our conventional power grids are evolving into intelligent, digital, and interactive smart grids. As renewable energy penetration continues to increase without equivalent required inertia, maintaining grid safety, stability, and resilience becomes absolutely critical. An electrical power system must maintain system frequency and voltage within prescribed limits every second of every day. Unlike many other commodities, electricity cannot simply be produced today and stored for consumption tomorrow without appropriate storage technologies. At every instant, generation and consumption must remain in perfect balance. Even a relatively smaller imbalance can result in frequency deviation, voltage instability, equipment damage, and in extreme cases, widespread cascade failures leading to large-scale blackouts. Therefore, future power system must increasingly rely upon advanced technologies such as smart grids, SCADA system, real-time wide area monitoring systems, distribution automation, advanced protection schemes, predictive analytics, and artificial intelligence to ensure secure, reliable, and resilient grid operation. The recent mandate of CEA in India in deployment of grid farming inverters in battery energy storage system is one of the measures in this direction. One of the most significant technological enabler of this energy transition is undoubtedly energy storage. In many ways, energy storage represents the missing link that allows renewable energy to realize its full potential. Equally important is the role of digitalization and artificial intelligence in modern power system. The electricity network of tomorrow will not simply be electrified, it will also be intelligent. Artificial intelligence, machine learning, digital twins, IoT technology, advanced forecasting tools are already helping utilities improve renewable energy forecasting, optimize system cooperation, and enhance stability and overall grid efficiency. These technologies are transforming utilities from reactive organization into predictive and data-driven enterprises. The global energy transition cannot be achieved by any one nation acting alone. Climate change recognizes no political boundaries, and therefore our solution must also transcend geographical boundaries. Events such as IGEN ENERGATHON provide an invaluable international platform where governments, utilities, industries, universities, research institutions, financial organizations, and young professionals can exchange ideas, share best practices, and develop collaborative solutions for common global challenges. The knowledge shared during these 26 hours has the potential to inspire innovations that may shape the future of sustainable energy across continents. As we gather here today, let us remember that the ultimate objective of energy transition is not merely replacing one source of electricity with another. Our goal is to build an energy ecosystem that is clean, reliable, resilient, affordable, inclusive, and sustainable. It is about ensuring universal access to electricity while protecting our environment. It is about balancing economic development with the ecological responsibility. Above all, it is about creating a better and more prosperous future for the generations yet to come. I am confident that the deliberations during this remarkable 26-hour global knowledge marathon will generate meaningful insights, strengthen international cooperation, and inspire practical solutions that will accelerate the global journey towards a low-carbon future. Once again, I extend my heartfelt congratulations to the organizers for bringing together such an outstanding international gathering of experts and professionals. I wish the IGEN ENERGATHON 2026 every success and hope that its recommendations will contribute significantly towards advancing sustainable energy, strengthening grid resilience, and supporting the global mission of achieving the sustained development goals. Let us all work together with one planet, one responsibility, and one sustainable energy future. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir, for your inspiring address and for sharing your valuable insights. Your words have added great significance to this inaugural ceremony and will encourage all the participants throughout ENERGATHON 2026. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, as we conclude the inaugural ceremony, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all the esteemed chief guests, speakers, organizing committee members, volunteers, faculty, student collaborators, and participants from the world for making this occasion truly memorable. May IGEN ENERGATHON 2026 inspire meaningful dialogue, foster global partnership, encourage innovative research, and strengthen our collective commitment to achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. On behalf of IGEN, I thank you all for your gracious presence and wish every participant a highly productive, enriching, and a successful ENERGATHON 2026. Thank you and enjoy the sessions ahead. The next session is the
Farisa, ma'am.
URI Global session.
Madam, just
Yes,
a minute,
sir.
ma'am. So one of our guests joined. I will just invite. Happy to welcome Dr. Srividya Sukumar. That is she is the director of Educate Global. Madam, are you here, ma'am? Srividya, ma'am. Srividya, ma'am. Srividya, ma'am. Okay, ma'am. You can continue, ma'am. Farisa, ma'am.
Yes, sir. The next session is the URI Global session. I call upon Ms. Priyadarshini to take over the session.
Ma'am, am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Good evening to one and all. With immense joy and heartfelt gratitude, I extend a very warm welcome to each one of you joining us from different parts of the world for URI Global Session 2026, themed Energy Without Borders, Interfaith Unity for Sustainable Communities. I am Ms. Priyadarshini, Student Coordinator from the Department of Biomedical Engineering, Dr. MGR Educational and Research Institute, and it is my privilege to serve as the moderator for today's inspiring global gathering. Today's session brings together distinguished leaders, academicians, peace builders, climate champions, and youth leaders, united by a common mission to build a sustainable, peaceful, and energy-secure future through interfaith collaborations. We are deeply honored by the presence of our esteemed international speakers and all the participants who have taken the time to join us today. To formally welcome everyone, it is my great pleasure to invite Dr. F. Fariza, Secretary of URI, IGEN BIBGR Green Circle, to deliver the welcome address. Dr. Fariza has been actively promoting sustainable development, interfaith collaborations, and global educational initiatives through URI and IGEN. Her dedication and leadership have brought together people from diverse backgrounds to work towards peace, sustainability, and community empowerment. May I now request Dr. F. Fariza to kindly deliver the welcome address. Welcome you, ma'am.
Thank you, Priyadarshini. Respected speakers, distinguished guests, respected faculty members, dear participants from across the globe, ladies and gentlemen, a very good evening to all of you. On behalf of the URICC IGEN BIBGR Green Circle, it is my immense pleasure and privilege to extend a warm and heartfelt welcome to all of you to the URI Global Session 2026, themed Energy Without Borders, Interfaith Unity for Sustainable Communities. We are honored by the presence of our distinguished speakers, eminent guests, faculty members, and participants representing diverse countries, cultures, and faith. Your participation reflects our collective commitment to promoting peace, sustainability, and global cooperation in addressing the pressing challenges of our time. Today's session is closely aligned with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, particularly SDG 7, Affordable and Clean Energy, SDG 11, Sustainable Cities and Communities, SDG 12, Responsible Consumption and Production, SDG 13, Climate Action, SDG 16, Peace, Justice and Strong Institution, SDG 17, Partnership and Goals. These goals inspire us to work collaboratively towards a future where sustainable development, environmental stewardship, social justice, and inclusive partnership become the foundation of resilient communities worldwide. The theme of today's session reminds us that the challenges before us, climate change, energy inequality, environmental degradation, and social injustice, transcend national boundaries. They demand collectively responsibility, innovative thinking, and compassionate leadership. Through interfaith dialogue and cooperation, we can bridge differences, strengthen mutual understanding, and unite communities in advancing sustainable development for the benefit of all. We are deeply honored to welcome an exceptional panel of internationally respected leaders and change makers. It is our privilege to welcome Professor Dr. Abraham Sir, whose long life dedication to peace building, education, and interfaith dialogues has inspired countless individuals across the world. We are equally delighted to welcome Ms. Maria Crespo, whose unwavering commitment has strengthened URA corporation circles globally and fostered impactful learning and community engagement. Our sincere welcome also goes to Dr. Emmanuel Ande, whose outstanding contributions to advancing energy equity, climate justice, and community partnership across Africa continue to create lasting impacts. We warmly welcome Ms. Despina, whose remarkable work in peace building, women empowerment, and grassroots leadership exemplifies the core values of the United Religions Initiative. We are equally pleased to welcome Mr. Shah Ali Amur Faruqi, whose inspiring leadership as a young changemaker demonstrates the transformative role of youth in building a more peaceful, inclusive, and sustainable future. I would also like to express my heartfelt appreciation to Dr. L. Rameshwar, President of IGEN and URICC, IGEN Vibjia Green Circle, for his visionary leadership, constant encouragement, and unwavering support in advancing the mission and initiatives of our cooperation circle. My sincere gratitude also goes to Dr. S. Nagarajan, Professor, Faculty of Mechanical and Industrial Engineering, Bahirdar Institute of Technology, Bahirdar University, Ethiopia, and co-coordinator of this program, for his valuable collaboration, dedicated support, and tireless effort in making this international event a reality. I also extend my heartfelt congratulations to our dedicated student coordinators. A sincere appreciation goes to Ms. Priyadarshini, who is serving as the moderator of today's session, for gracefully anchoring this global program. I also thank Ms. Nanita Saffron for her exceptional commitment and meticulous coordination behind the scene, which has greatly contributed to the successful organization of this event. My sincere appreciation is extended to every member of the organizing committee, our volunteers, technical support team, and everyone whose dedication, teamwork, and hard work have made this program possible. Today's gathering is far more than an academic conference. It is a celebration of unity, dialogue, and shared responsibility. It offers a valuable opportunity to exchange ideas, learn from one another, foster meaningful partnership, and strengthen our collective commitments to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals by advancing SDG goal number 7, 11, 12, 13, 16, and 17. We reaffirm our shared vision of creating a world where sustainability, peace, justice, energy equity, and environmental responsibility are accessible to all. As we commence this inspiring global session, I encourage each of you to actively participate in the discussion, share your knowledge and experience, build new collaborations, and carry forward the ideas and inspiration gained today into your communities, institutions, and nations. Once again, I extend my warmest welcome to all our distinguished speakers, honored guests, and participants to the URA Global Session 2026. May today's deliberation inspire innovative solutions, meaningful partnerships, and enduring friendships that transcend borders, cultures, and faith. I wish you all a highly productive, enriching, and memorable session. Thank you, and once again, welcome to the URA Global Session 2026.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for your inspiring and encouraging words. Your message has beautifully set the tone for today's session and remind us the importance of working together for a peaceful and sustainable world. It is my great honor to introduce our distinguished inaugural guest speaker, Professor Dr. Abraham Karikam, former Secretary General of URI Asia, founder of the 1 Billion Youth for Peace movement, eminent academician, author, educationist, and globally respected peace builder. Dr. Abraham has dedicated his life to promoting interfaith harmony, education, and peace across the globe. Having served as principal of Mar Thoma College, Tiruvalla, and authored numerous books, his contribution continued to inspire thousands of young leaders worldwide. His long life commitment to peace, dialogue, and sustainable development makes him the perfect keynote speaker for today's global session. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in extending a very warm virtual welcome to Professor Dr. Abraham Karikam. Sir, we kindly invite you to deliver the inaugural address. The virtual platform is yours.
Abraham sir, very warm welcome sir. Very happy that URI is part of our marathon and we had made like start with URI and end tomorrow with URI. Very happy that, and Maria ma'am, very special welcome ma'am. So this is Dr. Ramesh. Thank you so much for the whole support, the whole URI support by connecting the energy for peace. That is always best for us. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Continue, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Ramesh. Thank you, Priyadarshini, Dr. Farisa, and all the IGEN team. This is an amazing program. Actually, I don't know how you combine, how you conduct this 26-hour long project, from bringing guests from all around the world. And thank you so much for including a URI session in between such a majestic program, which is very useful, which is very pertinent for the future of our universe. I consider it like that. Especially, I'm so happy to see Maria Crespo. She has joined from Argentina, and also Emmanuel from Nigeria, and so many of the URI leaders, Salika Das, I see, and also Despina, I think she is joining. So many important URI leaders are here. It is a privilege to listen to such eminent speakers like Dr. Sivathanupillai and Dr. Chandrasekar, and listening to their ideas, which deals with a topic which is going to decide the future of our planet. Anyway, I congratulate you, Ramesh sir, and your team. I know you have all the infrastructure, all the facilities in the Dr. MGR University. I know this is an institution where we have more than 10,000 students. So the impact of such programs, I'm sure this will go to generations because of your work among the students. And I am also happy because I work among students. You mentioned about 1 billion youth for peace. You are discussing about energy for the planet. We are discussing about the energy of youngsters to create a bright future for the planet. So our path, joins at some point where we both work for the betterment of our planet. See, the Creator created the universe for all without borders. So, this topic is also so important, energy without borders. But the question is how to make a free flow of all the energy resources and sources. That is where the greed comes as a hindrance. In a World Council of Churches Assembly in Canberra, we discussed the Holy Spirit. And there what they stressed was the Holy Spirit flows where it wills. But just like that, the energy should flow where it wills. But the sad plight is that even the energy resources are controlled by a few people in the world because equitable distribution is not at all possible. So many countries around the world are really struggling today because, as we all know, energy is the heartbeat of our civilization. Nothing will move without energy. But there is a great divide among nations, just like all the other, the financial, the technical know-how, knowledge, all these things, all these areas, we find a divide where the poor nations, the poor people have no reach. And Dr. Sivathanupillai was telling us about the helium sources, the immense resource upon the moon. And we are going to tap this energy very soon. maybe by 2047, we will try to tap helium from the moon. And he also mentions about the resources under the ocean. But who is going to control all these things? That is the problem. When we speak about sustainable development for all, the important question which we have to ask today, why the people are fighting in Iran, why people are fighting in Venezuela, it's for the energy, it's for the petrol, diesel. So there is going to be a big war, maybe in the moon. The wars may shift to the spheres, maybe in future, because of the energy sources contained in different parts of our planetary system, even in the Milky Way. So that is what threatens us. That is the frightening aspect of all these things. But anyway, let us hope that when we try to mobilize all the forces, when it becomes a high source of energy and powers from different planetary systems, let us hope that everything will be made available to all people around the world. So, see, in URI, this is a catchword: without borders, without boundaries. So you have chosen similar subjects, and let us hope that we can have. It was Plato, the great philosopher from Greece, one of the ancient philosophers, fathers of philosophy. He said a beautiful statement: philosophers should rule the world. So in the BC 500 BC, before 500 BC, if Plato and Socrates and Aristotle, if they visualized a universe where philosophers ruling the world, we find today just the opposite of that. How do we call these people who are ruling the world today? We don't know. They are nowhere near any of the philosophers, or they don't have a philosophic bent of mind. They are all selfish. So a philosopher cannot be selfish. So our purpose, URI especially, we are trying to create a generation who can think beyond all the borders, where we can bring all the resources to the reach of all humanity. And I am sure the projects like this, projects that IGEN undertake always, such projects will go a long way in the realization of our great and sublime goal. So once again, I congratulate all of you for this wonderful effort, and it is really a privilege to address you, to see all of you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Abraham, for your inspiring inaugural address. Your profound insights on peace, interfaith harmony, and sustainable communities have beautifully set the tone for today's global session. And we are grateful for your inspiring words and visionary leadership. Thank you once again, sir. Our next speaker is Maria Screpo, Director of Growth, Learning and Impact at URI Global and Latin America Regional Coordinator. With nearly 3 decades of service to URI, Maria has played a vital role in strengthening cooperation circles worldwide and nurturing learning ecosystem that promotes peace, justice, and earth restoration. Today, she will speak on building sustainable communities through URI cooperation circles. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Ms. Maria Crespo.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Priya. Darashini, and appreciated guests here and online, and especially leaders of IGEN Cooperation Circle. We are super thankful to have this session that includes and shows our partnership. When I was asked to participate in this meeting, and I said, well, I'm not a technician on energy, why should I participate? And then I reflected on the energy that is inside of us. So of course there's energy, and there's a lot of goals that we pursue to have this world running. But our world won't be running if our inside energy is not there. Energy. Preacher, perhaps you have to mute your, okay, good. So this inside energy comes from a sustained, in URI we say enduring daily interfaith cooperation. As Dr. Abraham was saying, there's spiritual grounding. There was a session before this one, and we were talking, Taoist was talking about that energy that comes from inside, from what we are believing, we think, and how our spirit goes beyond the limit of our bodies. We in URI believe that this spirit can help us to work together for the good of all. And this is why we create what we call the cooperation circles. Two very essential words are here. Cooperations. We cannot do anything alone. It is very clear we are going to have 26 hours of a marathon and many speakers. And so the energy of us as individuals is getting together, is adding, and we are creating something special during these 26 hours. But it is not only during 26 hours. This spiritual strength, this capacity to work together for the good of all needs to be there, as URI says, enduringly and daily. It is a challenging time. There's war, there's violence that makes a lot of noise, but peace doesn't make noise. But peace is inside this spirit. Peace is the energy that gets us to cooperate and to try to build a different world, as Dr. Abraham said, for future generations, for the coming generations. So we have a responsibility, not only to take care of the physical energy, but also the spiritual energy. And URI does that with a concentration of this idea also of the circle. We together, we as different people, appreciating every tradition, every spiritual grounding, every indigenous traditions, we together can bring the change. And it is amazing that we are here today, but that every day we work together to bring a difference. And let me show you a presentation that speaks a little bit more about URI. I need that the person who is in charge of the technical gives me the power to present, please. I don't know who is the person in charge. Can you give me the power to present, please? It seems that I don't have an access to present.
Dr. Farisa, could you allow Maria
Yes, ma'am.
to
Kindly
share
wait.
her?
I will
Yeah.
unmute to.
Thank you, Farisa. This is not coming. Let's see if it works now. There we are. So URI started as a dream that started even before 25 years ago, a dream of a bishop in the United States. Bishop Swing was asked to address a celebration and to organize a celebration in California in the Grace Cathedral to celebrate the 50th anniversary of the signing of the Charter of UN. And he brought a question. If the nations of the world are working together for peace through the UN, then what are the world's religions doing? And with this question, he challenged everyone, and is challenging us today too. Sorry. Yeah. Oh, sorry. And so he created the United Religions Initiative, which addresses, oh, this presentation is not working, sorry. So I will continue. So this idea of religions working together for peace started to roll out around the world. I can even remember the time when Dr. Abraham and I met in Bali, and others started to think how we can work together in our difference beyond borders and considering the world as a home, the planet as our common home. And people started joining here and there, and then we decided that we needed to have members, and these members would be people who collaborate when there's no different, where there's deep appreciation to one another. And so URI grew from 60 cooperation circles in 2000 to 1,300 cooperation circles today. And it grew from an organization that was based in the US to an organization that is present with cooperation circles in 113 countries and with individual members in 120 countries. From an organization that had a focus on interfaith, an organization that has a dual strategy, gathering people of different faiths to do things together. And so in this way, when we talk about the SDGs, we can also talk about URI's action areas. And in URI action areas, we tackle human rights, education, environment, violence prevention, women's issues, youth, etc. And so we join other organizations doing amazing work around the world, because we cannot do this alone. And URI has built amazing partnerships with the cooperation circles, a partnership that we are showing at this moment, participating in this IGEN marathon, but also with other agencies, with UN agencies and other big organizations. We are based with what we call the preamble, purpose, and principles. And these principles are guiding our way to be together in the world. One of the things that we underline is that we offer and seek cooperation with other interfaith efforts. Another one, Principle 19, says that we are committed to learning and adaptation because the world is changing all the time. We want to grow as an organization, and we invite you to join us as IGEN has joined us, because we believe that together we are stronger, and that every effort at a local level should become globally connected. There's a writer in Uruguay, I live in Argentina, as the presenter said, that says that there are small fires, and fires are energy, right? There are fires everywhere, and sometimes these fires are not strong enough. But when these fires, small fires, get together, the light that comes from those fires and the power of those fires is amazing. So I use the opportunity to invite you to go to URI's website, understand better what it is bringing to the world, and join us. Join this amazing work, an amazing world of URI. It's 1,300 cooperation circles. What if we had more of that? How can we get this interfaith cooperation, collective healing, and violence prevention change the world? How can we find methods together to bring change? How can we address all the challenges that world brings through our different action areas? We are sure that we want to bring impact. We want to bring change to the world. How are we going to do it? At URI, the strategic framework today shows that through collective learning, through learning together as we are doing in the marathon, also being very thoughtful about preventing violence and taking care of the environment is one way. We know that at this time we have to measure impact, understand what we are doing, what's working, what's not working. And I invite IGEN also to do that in what you are addressing in physical energy. To end, I want you to show these QRs and you get into our website and learn more about URI. Please come back to us whenever you want. You have amazing leaders here. I want to now be silent to allow others of URI to share experience, share that this energy that is spiritual, that grounds us, can move the world and can change the world. And the world desperately needs that. The world desperately needs the URI. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Maria Crespo, for sharing your valuable experience and inspiring us with URI's global vision for sustainable communities. Thank you once again, ma'am. Our next distinguished speaker is Dr. Emmanuel Ande Iwordba, West Africa Regional Coordinator of the United Religions Initiative, an international recognized academic, researcher, and peace builder. Dr. Iwordba has dedicated his career to community development, interfaith dialogue, and climate justice. His presentation today is titled URI Cooperation Circles, Driving Local Partnerships for Energy Equity and Climate Justice. Sir, we are honored to have you with us. The platform is yours.
Good afternoon, everyone. I bring you greetings from Nigeria. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you so much. I bring you special greetings, afternoon greetings from Nigeria. I want to sincerely express my gratitude for the privilege to share this platform with the distinguished colleagues this afternoon. Thank you so much, IGEN, for organizing this. The topic of my sharing is how URI cooperation circles are driving local partnerships for energy equity and climate justice. And the IGEN here is a very perfect example of what our cooperation circles are doing. So congratulations for that. I have 10 minutes. I'll try to even speak less than that. And please permit me, I represent URI as the regional coordinator for West Africa. So I want to use this opportunity again to join Maria in talking a little bit about who we are as a URI and what our cooperation circles are doing with specific reference to the subject matter of the conversation today. So as the global community continues to grapple with climate change and the energy challenges, grassroots-led initiatives have emerged as vital agents of transformation. Among these, United Religions Initiative stands out for its unique approach. And our approach is rooted in faith, like Maria said, spirituality, and interfaith collaboration. Central to URI strategy is what we call the cooperation circles. And the cooperation circles are local, inclusive, and multi-faith groups that serve as catalysts for social change, including efforts to promote energy equity and climate justice. Global organization committed to fostering peace, understanding, and cooperation among diverse religious and spiritual communities. Our core belief is that religions and spiritual traditions, at their best, promote justice, compassion, and stewardship of the earth. At the heart of URI are our cooperation circles. Like I said earlier, they are local, self-governing groups composed of individuals and organizations committed to shared values. These circles are multi-faith, inclusive, and grassroots, operating within communities to address local issues through collaborative action. Listening earlier to the speaker from China, he used the analogy of water and the earth, which for me also captures the essence of who we are as URI. He said water has no boundaries. The earth also has no boundaries. URI also has no boundaries. We're everywhere, practically in every part of the world, serving local communities. Again, like Maria said, we have 1,300 cooperation circles at the moment in 113 countries. So let me use this opportunity to join my colleagues here to invite those of you who are not members of URI to please kindly join us. You can go to the website and sign up as an organizational member, or you can also sign out as an individual member. Everyone is welcome, irrespective of your cultural, religious, or spiritual background. We need everyone on board. The work of saving the world is huge, and we cannot do it alone. So everybody is invited. Our cooperation circles work at the intersection of faith, community, and environmental justice. As we all know, faith communities have long played pivotal roles in social justice movements. They advocate for the marginalized, caring for creation, and mobilizing collective action. For many communities,
Dr. Emmanuel, sir, are you there? Sir has lost his connection. I will just ask him.
I'm so sorry, I'm back.
Yeah, okay, sir, you can
Hello,
continue.
can you hear? Yes, can you hear me? Okay, thank you so much. This is one of the challenges. I don't have the luxury of good internet connections. I was just trying to explain that URI cooperation circles we work at the intersection of faith, community, and environmental justice. As we all know, faith communities have long played pivotal roles in social justice movements. Faith communities advocate for the marginalized, they care for creation, and they mobilize collective action. For many communities, faith is what provides moral authority, social cohesion, and a sense of purpose. So what is the relevance of URI's work, especially through our cooperation circles, with respect to energy and climate justice? Energy inequity and climate injustices often disproportionately affect marginalized communities. They affect low-income neighborhoods. They affect indigenous peoples and communities of color who face environmental hazards and lack access to affordable, clean energy. In most parts of the world, especially here in Africa, these are communities where we find our cooperation circles working, addressing these issues through faith-based and interfaith initiatives. And by doing so, our cooperation circles help to mobilize moral voices for social justice that appeal to our moral conscience. Our cooperation circles also help in building trust and solidarity among diverse groups. They also foster community resilience that is rooted in our shared values. Maria talked earlier about our URI principles. The work of our cooperation circles also influence local policies that are aligned with justice and sustainability. So they harness these strengths to build local partnerships that promote equitable energy solutions and climate resilience. I think a very good example, again, I must give kudos to IGEN, because this is a very good example of the partnerships that our cooperation circles are establishing locally and globally in addressing a variety of issues. So one of the things also that our CCs are engaged at the community level, especially with respect to building local partnerships for energy equity and climate justice, is helping to identify vulnerable populations that lack access. Like I said earlier, in many communities, especially the vulnerable populations, they lack access even to energy. The explanation that was given earlier, I was seeing a lot of satellite, using satellite to generate safe energy for the world. Even electricity is not available in many of these local communities. One of our responsibilities is to identify populations that are affected by this in terms of lack of access. And we also contribute to raising awareness about energy rights and sustainable options. There are quite a number of options that are available, safe options like the solar energy, the wind energy that are readily available, especially in some parts of Africa. In the northern part of Nigeria, where I live, energy, the sun is readily available, and local citizens can actually take advantage of the solar energy to power their homes. We also facilitate community-led renewable projects like solar and the wind I just talked about. Our cooperation circles also build partnerships with local governments and utilities to expand infrastructure. So our partnerships and work does not focus just on energy and climate justice. We're dealing with a lot of issues ranging up to peace building, education, women empowerment, youth leadership, and so many others. Cooperation circles also support capacity building for local leadership in energy planning. So I want to thank you once again. This is a great work that is going on to be able to bring individuals and corporation circles from all over the world to have a conversation on energy is very, very important. And I hope that at the end, we'll be able to put together the outcome of this so that we can share with our members in different parts of the world as well. So thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to share very, very briefly. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Emmanuel, for your inspiring presentation and for emphasizing the importance of local partnerships in achieving global energy justice. Our next speaker for today's session is Mr. Shah Ali Amar Farooq, an inspiring young leader and an individual member of the United Religions Initiative. Despite being a student, he has already distinguished himself through leadership, public speaking, model United Nations, and youth advocacy for climate action. Today, he will speak on URI Global Youth Leadership for Peace, Justice, and Climate Action. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Shah Ali Amar Farooq.
Thank you so much. Can I please get the presentation right?
Kindly wait.
Yeah, now I want.
You can able to share the screen.
Is my screen visible?
Yes, it is visible.
Okay. Respected dignitaries and fellow change makers and participants of the IGEN ENERGATHON 2026, a very good afternoon. My name is Shah Ali Ammar Farooqi, joining you from Lucknow, India. Today, I'm honored to present on URI Global Youth Leadership for Peace, Justice, and Climate Action, empowering change from grassroots to global influence. So, a bit of information about me. Currently, I am a class 11 student studying at Lucknow and an individual member of the United Religions Initiative. Growing up in Lucknow, I have been deeply shaped by our syncretic Ganga Jamuni Tehzeeb, a living tradition of interfaith harmony and coexistence. This local heritage drives my conviction that youth must not wait to inherit the future. We must actively architect it today across peace, justice, and climate action. So the first section of my presentation today talks about the presence of youth in today's scenario. When we talk about youth today, the youth today has a humongous population. Youth comprises about 1.8 billion people today on this planet. According to United Nations Guyana Report 2024, nearly 90% of these young people reside in developing economies in the global south. As ICERT highlights, empowering youth leadership and innovation is essential for sustainable development. These are not demographic statistics. Youth today are the primary engines of structural transformation. Without considering youth, any change today is not possible because youth are the drivers for tomorrow. Now, a meaningful change beyond the tokenism of the present world. For too long, youth participation has been treated as tokenistic. Inviting young voices to panels and different global perspectives will give them the power of decision making. As the Development Education Review emphasizes, we must move toward deep-rooted global youth work. Empirical data from UNDP proves that when institutions trust youth to lead grassroots peace and climate projects, community resilience outcomes increase significantly. We must dismantle the structural barriers which are preventing the youth to come up to the stages today and fund youth-led innovations directly. Section 2, the globalism of youth in peace building. Now, why do the youth matter in peace building? When I talk about the global perspective, in international frameworks, recognizing youth as frontline security actors is imperative rather than considering them as the vulnerable victims. Landmark instruments like the UN Security Council Resolution 2250 formally established the Youth, Peace and Security Agenda. So when the United Nations Security Council is considering the importance of youth in peace building, who are we to sideline it? Furthermore, the ASEAN Institute for Peace and Reconciliation maps youth as core regional peace builders, while UNESCO's intercultural leadership programs equip young leaders to counter violent extremism through structured dialogue. That means international organizations are also considering the impact of youth to harmonize the differences between different communities. This brings me to the another perspective, another issue which I am going to address today. That is the interfaith dialogue for social cohesion. When we talk about the different communities present today, where the peace between them cannot be achieved through top-down treaties alone. We have to go for the grassroots social cohesion. That means intercultural and interfaith dialogue has to act as an antidote to societal polarization and social barriers. By unlearning the bias and developing empathy among the communities, there would be a transform in local conflicts. Whether to community radio in post-conflict regions or interfaith dialogue circles in diverse urban centers, young leaders have consistently shifted the narrative from being marginalized to becoming effective mediators. This brings me to the section 3 of my presentation today that talks about the globalism of youth in justice. When I talk about the globalism of youth in justice, the ICJ has itself opined that a prime example in the historic movement in the world history was the world's youth for climate justice. Young advocates here successfully mobilized international pressure to have the United Nations General Assembly request an advisory opinion from the International Court of Justice. This shifts the environmental protection from discretionary state policy into binding international legal duty. That means youth in the past have also shown their power through which they could pressurize the government and the states to make better laws for justice and environment. This has ensured future generations have a protected right to a stable climate system. Now, the defense of human rights and civic space. When we talk about human rights, initiatives like Civicus Youth Action Team, young human rights defenders are actively protecting civic space against systemic corruption. True justice also requires distributive equity, acknowledging carbon debt and ensuring the vulnerable communities in the global south are not bearing the disproportionate costs of ecological crisis they did not create. Section 4 today talks about the globalism of youth and climate action. As we all know, climate change is the pressing issue of the hour, the big elephant in the room which has to be addressed now because we don't have time after today. Climate change is a problem which concerns everyone. When we see the influence of youth in global policy relating to climate change, we have very big statistics. According to the World Economic Forum, here the data and the UNDP case studies have shown that youth influence in climate action is profound. Now, why I'm saying so? Because youth-led public mobilization has achieved a staggering 95% impact on raising global awareness, while decentralized clean energy innovation and policy advocacy at COP summits are increasingly driven by young entrepreneurs and scientists who refuse to accept half measures. This tells us that youth have already taken up the stage for making a better tomorrow. Now, the scaling action which we are seeing today at this conference, that is the IGEN ENERGATHON 2026. Platforms like these serve as critical catalysts. Here, young minds bridge the gap between theoretical climate science and practical Sustainable Development Goal 7, that is clean energy implementation. By combining green technical skills with indigenous ecological wisdom, youth are deploying scalable clean energy solutions where traditional bureaucracy stalls. Section 5 talks about the impact of United Religion Initiatives, the URI group, in this issue. Now, a famous initiative of URI is mobilizing 1 billion youth. The URI is a global interfaith grassroots network operating throughout over 600 cooperation circles across more than 100 countries. URI's visionary movement, mobilizing 1 billion youth for peace, unites spiritual values with practical environmental stewardship and conflict transformation. By providing structured toolkits, URI empowers young change makers to treat environmental protection and peace building as a shared moral duty. Because when we consider the problems of today as ours, then only we can cater to them effectively. Now, this brings me to the end of my presentation. As a class 11 student, I would just like to say that from Lucknow and a proud member of URI, my message at this IGEN ENERGATHON 2026 our non-stop conference on energy without borders is simple. It is that youth are not just the leaders of tomorrow. We are the vital co-creators of today. Let us fund, trust, and partner with youth leadership to secure a peaceful, just, and sustainable world. Thank you very much for your time and kind attention.
Thank you, Mr. Shah Ali Amar Faruqi. Your passion and commitment remind us that young people are not just the leaders of tomorrow, but the change makers of today. Thank you once again. It is my great pleasure to introduce our next distinguished speaker for this session, Ms. Despina. Despina is a social scientist specializing in peace and conflict studies with deep commitment to women and gender programming. She currently coordinates the work of more than 80 grassroots interfaith organizations under the United Religions Initiative across the Great Lakes countries of Africa, supporting diverse community, social action initiatives. A skilled mediator, community organizer, trainer, and a mentor. Despina has dedicated her career to promoting peace, strengthening communities, and empowering local leaders. Having grown up in a region where cultural traditions and religious practices can sometimes limit the participation of women, she has become a passionate advocate for the rights and empowerment of women and girls. She works tirelessly to create opportunities that enable them to create and realize their full potential, while ensuring that the voice of grassroots communities are represented on national and international policy platforms. Our extensive travels across different countries have enriched her understanding of cultures, strengthened her appreciation for diversity, and reinforced her commitment to building inclusive and peaceful societies. Beyond her field work, Despina is also an accomplished contributor to literature on interfaith dialogue, women's empowerment, environment sustainability, and peace building. Today, we have the privilege of learning from her wealth of experience, insights, and the dedication to creating positive social change. Please join me in extending a very warm welcome to Ms. Despina. We are honored to have you with us and look forward to your inspiring address. Thank you.
Thank you, Priya. Thank you, everyone, for having me here. Thank you, IGEN, for organizing this meeting. I'm privileged to be one of your speakers today to such an important topic, which you gave me, driving climate justice through energy equity, the power of local collaborations. And my colleagues have talked about the collaborations in the general sense. I would love, and we had a very amazing young person who has shared about young people. And I would like to focus a little bit on the women, since Priya also shared a bit more about the women's work. I'm the regional coordinator for Great Lakes, Africa, which is like 7 countries in Africa for URI, but I'm also its global women's lead. So I wanted to share this presentation, brief presentation, are but focusing mostly on women and their reasons to that. But also to share with you that the women's focus area has like 4 strategic directions globally. One of them is amplifying women's leadership in peace building. The second one is women's wisdom in environmental advocacy. The third is building safe spaces for women's stories and networks. And the fourth is strengthening intergenerational dialogue, where we hope that young women will be empowered to learn more. So as you can see, the second strategic direction, which has women's wisdom on environmental advocacy, just falls within this presentation strongly. And in that area, URI is trying to ensure that it connects the spiritual wisdom of women with the ecological action, encouraging indigenous and rural women voices at local and policy levels to be stewards of environment protection, sharing unique hands-on expertise essential to climate adaptation, something which we are sharing today, and advocating at policy levels for environmental and informed decision-making. So as far as this topic that you gave me, I look at Sustainable Development Goal 7, which talks about us having access to affordable and reliable, sustainable modern energy by 2030. And looking at the local collaborations that we have to enhance, especially in the area of women, for reasons that we know that women are directly vulnerable and exposed to most of the hazards that come with the toxic indoor cooking or preparing meals. As you already know, that most of our women are the ones who are in charge of households. But also the extreme time that they use, the women and girls, the extreme time that they use and the poverty levels to address the issue of having energy that supports the household is very important there to note, but also the need to encourage them to be part of the decisions when it comes to policies, because of their sustainable way of handling issues. You'll have a chance to have policy longevity in terms of engaging them, because they will have the solutions and they will be part of those solutions when they are being designed. And their input is usually attracts resilience, and they add and they can easily address daily practical household survival needs. And lastly, studies also show that most women invest a lot into of their income, like 90%, back into family health and nutrition and education compared to men. So this kind of investment is very important that is why my focus was like, I'm going to talk more about women briefly. And the local collaborations that we need to address. I know my brother from Nigeria talked about the cooperation circles, which are grassroots. And in this case, I'm looking at the associations that women usually have at the grassroots and the numbers that they have in the communities. If you look at within the areas where you live, you'll see that women come a lot into communities and in associations, and they are able to do cross-learning when they are doing this kind of work. So having local collaboration is very, very important, because when women come together, for example, there was an example of some women who came together, I think it is from Zambia, where women are able to build biodigesters, create eco briquettes from waste materials, and install solar panels. So you could see that there is a chance for when women are given the right skills to have these in their communities, but also use some of the produce that they've made to bring in more income. Some of them are busy selling these briquettes to neighbors and to communities. So there is a dual kind of benefit that comes with it. And also those local collaborations have improve cross learning, but also help with health issues. You know, when women are suffocated in this using, rudimentary housing, rudimentary cooking ways, you'll see that many of them will be subjected to health hazards. So having modern ways of cooking with clean stoves, clean cooking stoves, solar power innovations, some of them will improve on their health, but also will improve on the health of their children. Local collaborations also kind of bring out ownership. So it is important to have groups have these local collaborations because they will know we started this, we have to safeguard it. It is within our community. We need to work hard to ensure that we safeguard these innovations. So it is important that local communities come together. And women in most communities are statistically very, very strong, and they will they make sure that they follow up on some of these issues within the communities. And those collaborative groups also are very strong in ensuring that they advocate for local and regional laws. So when people come together within communities, there is a chance for them to ensure that they come together and advocate for such laws that help them to achieve their potentials within potential within the community. And I know of communities, some parts of Eastern Uganda, because I'm from Uganda. So the women came together and they were able to influence a certain district to ensure that there is a bylaw that protects, ensures that the women in that community are allowed to work, but also to ensure that there is a certain preservation of a certain forest where they are able to collect, firewood, but also to use energy saving stoves so that they don't use a lot of firewood. And those energy saving stoves don't have a lot of smoke, so they are protected that way. So the district is able to protect them, and they were able to advocate for that bylaw by coming together as one group. I also know that we need to do something around that, and communities globally, locally, they need to work together. They need to use the local strength and use the examples and experiences that they go through to advocate for better policies that can support the energy issues and energy crises within those areas. And when we talk about solar panels, the whole of most of the parts, like I know Asia, India, Africa, maybe Latin America, some of these countries don't even have like winter. They have a lot, and even if they had winter, there would be summer. So the time that you're able to collect that energy during summer, and for us it is 24, like we have all year round, the sun is there. That if the people get the right skills and they know the benefits around the goodness that comes with using modern methods of cooking or getting energy, then it becomes easier for them to own such processes and continue in owning them and ensuring that the next generation also participates and fully promotes energy saving, but also positive ways of supporting communities with such energy justice incentives. So what do we need to do as people today, as people of the world today, especially in supporting women? We need to look for inclusive financing models for women that mandate that specific percentage of national climate budgets and country budgets, for that matter, to fund women-led energy projects. And I know that many times it is not so easy for women to access such incentives, but it will be a good thing because then you are investing in a bigger number, a bigger, a sustainable group that will carry on the information. We also need to do something around micro credit expansion, create federal grantees for local interest loans within the communities so that women are able to have such loans at very basic, a collateral that they are not subjected to high collateral in terms of what do they put forth before they get the loans. So that is very important. But also I've seen in some countries where when it comes to such energy energy saving opportunities, they will tax them even highly. And yet if we had like tax subsidies, it will be such a good thing to ensure that we support the clean cooking and also avoid and also promote capping the cost of electricity and solar advanced biomass cooking solutions for low-income homes. So when taxation comes in, it has to look into the issues around those areas that need this, but which are the many, by the way, who communities that need this kind of energy support. We also need to look at streamlining the licensing and offer tax breaks for community, which I've already talked about. But also need to allow local women-led energy cooperatives to sell excess solar, because when they are provided, especially with market opportunities where they are able to sell and they are able to also pass on the information, those government subsidies, like different governments coming up to support such women with the subsidies, would be a great thing. We needed to look into how do we train our people, how do we train the women, how do we skill them, how do we skill the women and girls, how do we skill the young people into this. If there are scholarships, let them be given to them, let them be encouraged to take up such opportunities so that they are able to learn and also pass on the information. And I know that there are communities where we have like local ambassadors in communities in Africa where there are energy ambassadors that pass on information in a kind of ripple effect model, where one group is taught and then they go on teaching others. And this has worked in some of those communities. So we need to embrace some of that and allow people to learn, but also to own such processes and know the value that comes with the such learnings and usage within the homes. And lastly, to encourage local governments to plan and fund to lower levels, to groups, whether they are women groups or youth groups or associations that are of both men and women support them with funding, but also plan with them, sit with them, plan together, and see that some of these things are not necessarily for one person or one entity, but they are for everyone within the community. So I want to thank everybody, IGEN, for the opportunity to share with you. I want to thank you for organizing this important conversation. And I know that as URI and we are here to work with you. I'm not so much of an expert in this area, but with URI, you are able to be an expert in most of this, depending on the work that you're doing. So I want to say thank you so much, Fariza. You've been so, she's always like reaching out and reminding all of us. And thank you, Priya, for giving me the opportunity to share with everyone. And my brother Abraham, thank you for the wonderful opening remarks. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Despina. Your passion and commitment remind us that young people are not just the leaders of tomorrow, but the change makers of today. As we come to close this inspiring and enriching global session, and it is now time to express our heartfelt gratitude to all those who made this today program a memorable success. To deliver the vote of thanks, it is my privilege to invite Dr. S. Nagarajan, Faculty of Mechanical and Industrial Engineering, Wahirdar Institute of Technology, Wahirdar University, Ethiopia, and the co-coordinator of this event. Dr. Nagarajan has been instrumental in coordinating this international program, and we are grateful for his valuable support and collaboration in making this global session a success. Sir, may I kindly invite you to deliver the vote of thanks.
Thank you, Priya. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Good evening and good afternoon, good morning to all from the globe. It is my proud privilege to propose the vote of thanks of this URI Global Session 2026 on Energy Without Borders, Interfaith Unity for Sustainable Communities. First, I extend our deepest gratitude to our esteemed chief guest, Professor Dr. Abraham Karikam, for delivering a truly inspiring inaugural address. His profound insight on interfaith harmony, peace building, and sustainable development have motivated us all to become ambassadors of positive change. Next, a heartfelt appreciation goes to Ms. Maria Crespo for sharing Jury's inspiring global vision and highlighting the importance of building sustainable communities through Jury cooperation circles. Also, she said the religions are now not a barrier for the peace. That's also true, madam. Thanks for your idea. We are sincerely grateful to Dr. Emmanuel Anti-Iwarbo, Nigeria, for his enlightening insights on strengthening local partnerships for energy equity and climate justice. Also explained the solar energy initiatives in Nigeria of their URI section. Thanks for that one, sir. We also extend our sincere appreciation to Mr. Shah Ali Amar Faruqi Lagno for reminding us that youths are not only the leaders of tomorrow, but also the change makers of today. Your enthusiasm and dedications are truly inspiring on social cohesion, global peace, etc. Thank you, Sally. Our special thanks to Ms. Despina Nambambe, Uganda, for sharing her remarkable experience and inspiring us with her unwavering commitment to peace building, women's empowerment, and community development. Your message has reinforced the importance of inclusive leadership in creating sustainable society. I also thank our President Dr. L. Ramesh for his constant encouragement and leadership. I express my gratitude to Dr. Farisa, Secretary of URI IGEN Green Circle, for her meticulously planning and continuous guidance in organizing this global session. I also extend my sincere appreciation to Ms. Priyadarshini, student coordinator and moderator of this session, today's sessions, for conducting a program with professionalism, confidence, and grace. A special word of appreciation goes to Mr. Ritina Safran
student coordinator, second year, Department of Biomedical Engineering, Dr. MGR Educational Research Institute, for her tireless dedications and background work. Our heartfelt thanks to go to the entire organizing committee, the URI, IGEN, WIGBIA, Green Circle team, faculty members, volunteers, and technical support team for their innumerable efforts in making this event seamless, memorable event. Once again, thank you all. Thank you. Thanks for this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable coordination, constant support, and collaborative efforts in ensuring the smooth execution of today's program. As we conclude today's inspiring global session, I extend my sincere gratitude to all our distinguished speakers for sharing their invaluable knowledge and experience. All the faculty coordinators and student coordinators of this session. I also thank every participant from around the world for making this event truly a meaningful throughout your enthusiastic presence. Together, let us continue building bridges of peace, promoting sustainable communities, and ensuring that energy truly knows no borders. Thank you all. Have a grateful day.
I request
Thank you.
Dr. Durga Devi ma'am, Head of IGEN ENERGATHON Africa Continent Session to take over. Dr.
Thank you,
Durga Devi
everyone.
ma'am.
Bye-bye.
Dr. Durga Devi ma'am. Zahira ma'am, this session completes.
Okay.
The
Ready
next
for
session
ma'am?
can take. Yes.
Thank you, Fariza ma'am. It's a wonderful session. All the speakers have done a very good job and insight knowledge of what we expected in EnergyThon. They have fulfilled it. Thank you. Thank you for the session, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
A very good evening, respected dignitaries, esteemed speakers, faculty members, industry expert, and my dear participants. A very warm welcome to this important session of EnergyThon 2026. So this is the 5th edition. So we have started with 13 hours, then we have continued with 16 hours. Last year, 2025, we have ended with a 20-25 minutes session. That is, and now we are in the 5th edition. It's a 26 hours marathon. I think it will reach 30 hours as my perspective. So a very warm welcome. It's my pleasure to be a part of the session as India towards SDG and net zero, a theme that connects our national development priorities with global vision for sustainable and resilient future. So India's progress towards the sustainable development goals and its net zero vision calls for collective action, technologies, innovation, and responsibilities, energy practices. The transition towards renewable energy, electric mobility, energy storage, smart grids, energy efficiency, and green technologies provide enormous opportunities for innovations. So as educator, researcher, industrial professional, and young innovators, we have an important role to play in this transition, though these opportunities are important for the practical solution. So this 26-hour marathon represents exactly this, bringing together the young minds to identify and the real world problems and challenges and think differently, collaborate, and develop innovative solutions for a sustainable energy future. So I'm confident that this session will provide a valuable insight and inspire our participants to look beyond conventional solution and contribute meaningful to India's SDG and net zero journey. The warm welcome to all distinguished speakers and participants to this session. I look forward to an engaging and inspiring discussion. So as our session, we are having a divided as 3 parts. So I will just share my poster. Host, can you enable my sharing? Host, can you enable my sharing? I am unable to share my screen. Fariza ma'am, anyone is hosting there? I am unable to share. Just a minute. And now the sharing is open. So I think it's visible, right? So this is a plan of action
Yes, ma'am,
for
visible.
India's roadmaps towards SDG and also net zero future. So we are starting with the expert talk with 2 speakers, and then we are moving on to the youth session, and then we are having a startup session as a crisp speakers. We are having a very eminent speaker. So I now hand over the session to Lakshmi ma'am for inviting our session 1 speakers. Welcome, Lakshmi ma'am. So she is a co-host with me and heading Energy NSAVE Club in our IGEN. Welcome, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Now I introduce the first speaker, Professor Nilesh Narayan Prasad, Architect of Borderless Education. Professor Nilesh Narayan Prasad is a distinguished global academician, education strategist, and a policy leader dedicated to advancing international education and research collaboration. As the Global Director of Education and Global Recruitment Director at the International Teachers Association, ITA, he has played a vital role in strengthening global academic partnerships, promoting cross-cultural exchange, supporting capacity building among educators and institutions. His contributions extend to international policy forums where he has participated in the United Nations General Assembly, the Science Summit, and other global platforms advocating evidence-based education, sustainable development. A prolific researcher, educator, and invited speaker, Professor Prasad serves on the editorial boards of several international journals and is affiliated with numerous prestigious academic and professional organizations. Through his visionary leadership, he continues to bridge education, research, and policy, fostering innovation, interdisciplinary collaboration, and a global knowledge exchange. His unwavering commitment to academic excellence and international cooperation has established him as a respected thought leader, shaping the future of higher education and research worldwide. Now I invite Nilesh sir.
Thanks, ma'am, for these kind introductions.
And also I invite our session speaker, Dr. Chandran Vinod Kumar, a leader in sustainable healthcare supply chain management. Dr. Chandran Vinod Kumar is a distinguished healthcare supply chain management professional, academician, researcher, author, innovator, and sustainability advocate with over 2 decades of experience. Currently serving as a chairperson of CAHO Supply Chain Leaders Forum. He has demonstrated exceptional leadership in advancing quality, safety, sustainability across India's healthcare supply chain ecosystem. His career combines academic excellence with extensive industry expertise, having held leadership positions in renowned healthcare organizations such as Apollo Group, KIMS Health, Global Health City, GNRC, Tata Trust. Dr. Kumar has pioneered innovative approaches by integrating artificial intelligence, blockchain, Lean Six Sigma, circular economy principles, and sustainable logistics into healthcare operation. An accomplished researcher and an international speaker, Dr. Kumar has published extensively and delivered lectures at premier institutions including IIMs, AIMs, IITs, and other leading universities. His pioneer contribution has earned his numerous national and international recognitions, including the Guinness World Record, World Book of Record, Asian Book of Record, Indian Book of Record. He also serves in global leadership roles, promoting SDG 3, good health and well-being, reflecting his commitment to innovation, sustainability, and excellence in healthcare management. I invite you, sir.
Thank you, madam. Thanks for the invitation.
Having a panel discussion tonight.
Yes. Now
So
the
you
session
both-
is handed over to
Nilesh sir.
Nilesh sir and Mohan Kumar sir.
Okay.
Nilesh sir, you can start and you can hand over to Chandran sir.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. Welcome, sir.
Honorable President Dr. Ramesh sir, President IGEN, Excellency, distinguished personalities, eminent personalities, speakers, galaxy of scholars, chain of research scholars,
researchers, academic experts, industry experts, academicians, and team members. Great privilege and honor to address this gathering of scholars, galaxy of scholars here on this platform. That is the marathon initiative taken by IGEN to make it world record, making the contribution at international platforms. One initiative to fulfill the requirement, objective, mission, and vision of the United Nations to transfer the legacy of hope to next generations, coming generations. I will emphasize on the highlighted points only in short period of time. SDG 7, mainly emphasis on SDG 7, that SDG 7 refers to affordable and clean energy. Energy that is the golden thread that connects economic growth, social equity, sustainable environment as per the United Nations Development Programs, UNDP. It's on the driving seat, best performing goal among all 17 goals. Why? If you talk about the SDG 7 that refers to affordable and clean energy, it means it's the golden thread that connects economic growth. As we talk about the economic growth, it refers to SDG 8. SDG 8, that is the decent work and economic growth. If you talk about the SDG 7, it connects with the social equity. Under the social foundation, it covers SDG 1, no poverty. SDG 2, zero hunger. SDG 3, good health and well-being. SDG 4, quality education. SDG 5, gender equality. SDG 6, that is referred to the environment, but from 1 to 5, that's the foundation, social foundation. It means SDG 7 is directly associated with social foundation. It means starting from SDG 1 to SDG 5. And as per the United Nations Development Programs, it connects the sustainable environment. If you talk about sustainable environment, it means it refers to SDG 6, clean water and sanitation. SDG 13, climate action. SDG 14, life below water. SDG 15, life on land. It means, and SDGs 11 also, sustainable cities and communities. It means it connects with SDG 6, SDG 11, SDG 13, SDG 14, and SDG 15. It means SDG 7, per the ideology of United Nations, it has the great impact upon all rest SDG programs. And as far as Niti Aayog, Government of India is concerned, as per the report of Niti Aayog, overall score, mainly I am talking about the SDG 7, it scores that is 96 out of 100. It means it's on the leading role, sitting on the driving seat, leading all other goals. As far as the overall score is concerned, that is the 68 approximately 68. I am not that is exactly not 68, but approximately that is 68. But we have to find why we are getting 68. What about the rest 32%? What are the hindrances, impediments, obstacles, challenges to a
Nilesh sir, are you there? Yeah.
Yeah. So, energy, SDG 7, can it acts as a foundation for the accomplishment of the objective of all other goals. Hence, we have to adopt the concept ideology of United Nations. We have to carry a series of programs. We have to make the collaborations. We have to provide the platforms, international platforms. We have to make the collaboration partnerships. We have to carry a series of programs. Mainly, my focus emphasis should be remote areas deprived from the schemes, from the mainstream launched by the government, state government, central government, United Nations agencies, etc. We have to approach to the remote area, different villages, where the persons are not aware about these programs. A large sections of the people don't know what is the sustainable development goals. What are the various schemes launched by the government? What is United Nations? Who is the Niti Ayoga? What are the various schemes? What are the benefits? What are the facilities? How they will be put in the streamlines? How can they avail the facilities and the advantage of the schemes? For that, we have to take initiative to make aware them by carrying a series of programs. We have to reach where no one has tried to reach. On the behalf of the IGN, we want to declare all members of the team will approach all remote areas, all sections of the society, field of the society, which are untraced, unapproachable. Till now, till date, we approach to every section of the society, every part of the society, every corner of the country, every area of the world to fulfill the mission and objective of the United Nations. If the deprived persons will be aware about the scheme, then they will avail the facility, they will avail the schemes of the government, of the United Nations, agencies of the United Nations. So many agencies are working on the sustainable development, but schemes have been launched by the government, various facilities have been launched by the government, but they are not aware about that. So mainly we have to approach to the banana republics, group of the poor countries. In SDG, one advantage that before the SDG, that was the MDG. In that MDG, Millennium Development Goals, only developing countries were put under consideration. What the advantage for SDG? Developed countries are also included. They are also included for this mission. In MDG, there were only 8 goals, and only developing countries were put under consideration for the accomplishment of the objectives. Contribution for only developing countries. Developed countries were not making the contribution and were not put under consideration at the time of the execution of the missions. But advantage for this SDG, that the developed countries are also included. And developed countries are economically sound.
if they will provide the assistance in terms of financial assistance, providing the funding for the carrying the programs, for the execution of the schemes, and for reaching the remote areas to provide the facilities, I expect surely we will be success. So we have to approach to remote areas, deprived areas of the society and villages, and we have some countries are not that is the being the part of these schemes because they are facing the turbulences like that, economical turbulences like that, war, etc., natural calamities also. So they should be also put in a mainstreams. If large, we are talking about the 193 countries. We are talking about the some other countries out of the 206 countries, 193 are included in the United Nations. We have to also approach to the World Bank, IMF, etc. They have also given the assistance for the establishing the renewable sources of energy. We are getting the assistance, financial assistance from the different bodies of the United Nations, and we have to execute it. We have to execute the plannings in the proper way for the accomplishment of the objective of United Nations. It's not only the 5 or 10 minutes explanation through which we can accomplish the objectives. We have to make the plan, concrete plan. We have to make the collaborations. We have to approach for partnership. We have to organize the events, making the collaboration with the international bodies. We have to organize the events on international platforms. At first, online. After that, if possible, we can conduct the programs offline also. So we have to approach the government body also for the execution of the plans in proper way for the assistance, financial assistance for the launching the programs in the fulfilling the compliance, regular statutory compliance adopted by the government and the different international bodies. In this way, as far as the next generation's contribution of the youth and contributions of the general common persons are concerned, we have to approach the youth. We have to transfer the legacy of hope to the next generations. That's why students, next generations, coming generation, new generation will be accountable, responsible for the sustainable environment. They will be accountable for the next generations. They have to transfer the legacy of hope to next generations. So we have to adopt sustainable ideology so that we will transfer the legacy of hope to next generation having the sustainable environment. But how? We are facing the problem of that is the greenhouse problem, destruction of ozone, acid rain. We are facing the problem, the fatal impact of the acid rain on the flora and fauna. We are releasing toxic substances, toxic gases like the sulfur dioxide gas, carbon dioxide gas, nitrogen oxide, etc. And they come in the atmosphere and in the presence of sunlight, mixing with the water molecules, moisture, they will form acid. Acid like sulfuric acid, acid like carbonic acid, nitric acid, and then acid come into contact with the rain, come on the surface of the earth, and will have the fatal impact upon the life of flora and fauna. And that is called the acid rain. The acid rain, destruction of the ozone layer by chlorofluorocarbon, etc., are the great challenges. We are using the traditional methods for the sources of energy. These are the sources for the pollutants, contaminations, sources for the contaminations of the atmosphere, contamination for the water, contamination for the soil and the ecosystem, contamination for the food chain. So we have to control in scientific way. Scientifically, we have to reduce the percentage of the acid in the environment. Now we find that in the near the Agla, a large number of the industry have been closed or shifted. What are the reasons? Due to the acid rain, that is due to the impact of the carbonic acid, marble, that is the part of the Taj Mahal was being destructed. That's why by the impact of it, due to the scientific reason, a large number of the industry have been shifted to from 100 or 200 kilometers away from there, or have been closed. What will be the suitable for that? So that is the way in which we control it. We have to be scientifically analyze the various ways by which we can reduce the possibility of pollution, we can reduce the possibility of contamination, we can reduce the possibility of the destruction of ozone layer, etc., fatal impact upon the flora and fauna, including human beings. Flora and fauna will be in danger. So we have to carry sustainable environment related work. It means practical project work should be included in our courses, in our tasks. Academicians should adopt the courses having pragmatic approach. Pragmatic approach means practically we have to find the problem and we have to find the solutions, not by passing through the book. Students should be given, research scholar should be given project work. At the time of the carrying the project work, they will face a chain of the problems. Practically, they have to solve the problems. So pragmatic approach should be adopted in the project work, in the course work, in academic work, in the industry work, so that we will have the sustainable way by which we can complete the given task. We can transfer the legacy of hope to the next generations, sustainable environment to the next generations. So what, in brief, we can say, make aware to remote areas, persons living in the villages. Awareness programs, campaigns should be conducted. Campaign for the remote areas. Second, pragmatic approach should be adopted. Third, practically we have to solve the problems. Fourth, scientifically we have to adopt the scientific methodology, scientific method carrying the operational research. Operational research, earlier it was only restricted to the defense. At first, it was executed at the time of the Second World War. Execution of the operational research firstly was executed at the time of World War. But that is now demand of time. As per the demand of time, IIT college, IIM, and the management colleges are also using the concept of the operational research. We have to make the aware about the practical use of the operation research, through which we can find the solution, optimum solutions that must be marked. If you apply the scientific method, mathematical model, applications of the operation research, then scientifically we can solve the problem and we can move towards the sustainable environment, sustainable goal. So scientific approach should be adopted. These are the some modern techniques, modern initiatives by which we can adopt sustainable ways, sustainable tasks for getting the sustainable environment, for the accomplishment of the objective missions of United Nations. So we can achieve it. Remember it. Every action counts. Let's multiply our impact. Let's multiply our impact. Thank you. Thank you to all for giving me. If I get the opportunity, I will be continue. I have no problems. So if that will be the time that I think there is the restrictions of the time. I have to talk about the scientific approaches also. How can you apply the scientific approach and the concept of the operation research in our that is the efforts for getting the environment, sustainable environment that will consume time. In future, we will be in contact with each and every person, every association, every organizations, every expert, every mentor, every person, every NGO for the execution and the accomplishment of the objective of United Nations. Thank you. Thank you to all.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for a very good speech on SDGs and how we have to approach and how youngsters and researchers have to approach. So I thank you for very much for your insight knowledge, sir. So due to short of time, we have restricted your speech. So now I welcome our next speaker of this session, Dr. Chandan Vinod Kumar, sir. Welcome, sir.
Thank you. Good day to all. Distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues, healthcare leaders, engineers, policymakers, and passionate champions of global sustainability. Good day to all again, and a warm welcome to this IGEN ENERGATHON. IGEN management, President Mr. Ramesh and other management team for providing me the opportunity to deliver a talk in this wonderful event. My topic is going to be on energizing healthcare, the Universal Healthcare Sustainability Mission and SDG 7. When we picturize healthcare delivery, our minds instantly visualize dedicated doctors, nurses, those who are performing surgical procedures would have seen in movies and all. Then the state of the art, the intensive care units. So we see the clinical human interface of healing. But beneath the surface of every single medical intervention, every single diagnostic scan or every procedure or every laboratory test or even a single dose of life-saving medicines lies an invisible, indispensable, and continuous engine which is termed as energy. So, for example, without electricity, an operating theater goes completely dark mid-surgery. Without steady thermal regulation, a vaccine cold chain breaks in hours, rendering millions of vital doses utterly useless. Without energy, the digital health infrastructure vanishes. The life support ventilators in ICU stop pumping oxygen, and the dialysis units freeze. And completely, like the complex logistical webs that move critical medical supplies across the continent stop moving entirely. Energy is not a passive utility line running quietly into the back of the hospital building. Energy is a physical heartbeat, I can say, of the modern Medicare. We are gathered here today at this global platform to confront a fundamental and imperative, the Sustainable Development Goals 7, SDG 7, which is about ensuring access to affordable, reliable, sustainable, and modern energy to all. As a healthcare leaders, what we do is like even healthcare engineers, logistical specialists, uh, we ask ourselves an urgent, inescapable question. How can we truly achieve the universal health coverage if the energy powering the healthcare system is unreliable and that pollutes the very air our communities breathe, or even that spoil our environment, the planet, that's the earth, what I mean, or that fails to reach the most vulnerable human beings on earth. To answer this challenge, I am deeply honored to present this Universal Healthcare Sustainability Mission, uh, which is an operational philosophy and a systemic movement that embeds a circular economy principles and that embeds clean energy, environmental stewardship, and clinical safety directly into the strategic core of the healthcare operations and global supply chains. Today, we will see how the SDG-7 acts as the vital energy engine that powers this mission, transforming how we care for patients without harming the planet, which is very, very important. And globally, the healthcare sector accounts for approximately 4.4% of the total net greenhouse gas emissions. If the global healthcare sector were a single nation state, it would stand as the fifth largest polluter on planet Earth. Where do these emissions actually come from, first of all? While energy used directly inside the hospital buildings, scope 1 and scope 2 emissions is significant, and vast majority of healthcare's climate impact is hidden beneath the surface. Over 70% of the healthcare emissions originate within the scope 3 global supply chains. These emissions are embedded in every stage of a product's life cycle, whether it is a raw material extraction, whether it is a energy intensive manufacturing, whether it is a long distance global freight, even the multi-layered packaging, and high temperature installations. This creates a profound bioethical contradiction. As healthcare professionals, the fundamental core of ethic is first, do not harm. First, do not harm. Okay, our traditional linear supply chains generate a massive amount of carbon pollution, toxic waste materials, and ecological degradation that trigger the respiratory illnesses, cardiovascular diseases, and the climate risk outside of the hospital walls. The Universal Healthcare Sustainability Mission was created specifically to address all this matters and to eliminate this bioethical paradox. Now, this bridging the SDG-7 and Universal Healthcare Sustainability Mission comes. Here, it addresses this dual crisis by directly aligning the healthcare supply chains with three core targets of SDG-7, which is the energy access, renewable energy, and energy efficiency. Now, what are the pillars? The pillar 1, I can say, is the last mile energy access, which is the target is 7.1 in SDG. The sustainability establishes that healthcare must reach remote and vulnerable populations without operational interruptions. We achieve this by decentralizing the healthcare infrastructure and decoupling it from fragile central power grids. By integrating off-grid solar microgrids, solar direct drive vaccine refrigerators that operate without the chemical batteries, and mobile solar powered clinics, which we can see in many institutions, and we convert these vulnerable rural healthcare centers into a resilient, self-sustainable lifelines, which is capable of delivering the uninterrupted clinical care through this power outages and national disasters. We extend the second pillar, I can say, is the transitioning the supply chain to renewables. We extend our energy transformation beyond the hospital walls into our global supplier networks through green procurement mandates. We actually incentivize the pharmaceutical companies, medical device manufacturers, and packaging suppliers as well to transition their production plants to clean energy sources like solar, wind, and green hydrogen. And the third pillar, what I can say, is maximizing the logistics and facility efficiency. We recognize that the energy efficiency is the fastest, most immediate way to cut operational cost while reducing at the same time the carbon footprints. This sustainability, this drives efficiency simultaneously across two operational footprints. One is the hospital infrastructure, and another is the logistic optimization. This to bridge the gap between the high level policy goals and daily hospital operations. This sustainability movement provides a practical and auditable tools designed specifically for the supply chain, materials managers, procurement officers, and inventory managers, and hospital healthcare administrators as well. The HTA music value supply chain framework, which means the healthy technology assessment, which is coupled with the multi-unit selective inventory control framework, represents the world's first unified synthesis of health technology assessment, clinical evidence with operational supply chain data. So this HTA music framework bridges these silos, evaluating the medical products across their total healthcare cycle, from the energy consumed during the raw material extraction, which I was mentioning initially, to the clinical outcomes which is delivered at the door, bedside of the hospitals, all the way to its ultimate disposal or recycling route. Next comes the 5D music model, which is a 5-dimensional. For decades, hospital was were or VD criticality, which is based on criticality meter. Whereas this 5 dimension, it will add you 2 more dimensions also into picture. One is the financial value. The first dimension, second dimension is the consumption velocity. The third dimension is the criticality, and fourth dimension is the lead time and logistics complexity, and fifth is the circular and environmental viability. These fourth and fifth dimensions were added to it, which is known as the 5D music model. This mission, this universal healthcare sustainability mission, addresses the structural vulnerabilities by building the 3-part defense architecture. One is the decentralized renewable power assets, and the second one is the multi-dimensional risk management, which is deploying this 5D music model, which I was mentioning here, that allows the middle manager to continuously track the lead time, consumption surges, and reprocessability, thereby preventing panic buying and avoiding single source supplier dependencies. So we not depend on single supply dependencies. And the third is the domestic circular supply loops. Developing the local capacity, that is very, very important for reprocessing the medical devices, recycling the hospital grade polymers, and sourcing regionally manufactured supplies that reduces the reliance on long distance transport routes, that slashes the transport energy emissions, and keeps the health systems operational during global trade disruptions. And last but not the least, and the workforce transformation is very, very important, training the sustainist. See, installing the solar panel or upgrading building management systems or updating software algorithms and whatever the other advanced technologies will not transform healthcare unless we invest in the human beings. That is very important. That is which is considered the most important asset, who runs these systems every single day. For decades, the healthcare middle managers was viewed as a back office administrator whose primary job was transactional, just like issuing orders, negotiate, and getting the items on stock. But this mission fundamentally elevates this role into a vital executive strategy, which is termed as a sustainist. A sustainist is a healthcare supply chain professional who operates at the intersection of the clinical safety along with financial sustainability, which is coupled with the environmental stewardship. A sustainist does not merely ask what does this box of gloves cost, what it costs. It does not allow, no, it does not merely ask only this question. It also asks where these gloves manufactured, what energy source powered to this plant, how much packaging material will this product generate in our wards or in other sections of hospital in overall, and can this item be safely reprocessed or recycled within our regional circular economy, or how does this purchasing decision impact our hospital's overall scope 3 carbon budget. So through professional development initiatives and specialized curricula that we had, like CHS, CP program, and we are transforming this traditional bias into a executive sustainability. This who is empowering, no, like it is like empowering them to sit at the executive table alongside CMO, chief medical officers, chief financial officers to shape the future of sustainable health system. The action plan for implementation. What are the action plan? Now, to operationalize this mission across the healthcare network, institution must follow a like for example, different steps. One is the comprehensive baseline audit. Conduct a complete inventory audit of facility energy consumption, backup generator dependencies, cold chain energy stability. And number 2, the ERP system and decision tool integration. Embed this 5D music model, which I was mentioning, with the symbiotic index formula directly into the hospital enterprise ERP procurement software, replacing the legacy unit price sorting. And the phase 3 is the renewable infrastructure and cold chain retrofitting. Deploy the decentralized solar power units for all primary cold chain storage facilities. Transition the local transport fleets to energy vehicles. And phase 3 is the supplier engagement and workforce certification, which I was mentioned just now. And call to action, healing planet. Ladies and gentlemen, now it is a call. And clean energy is not merely an environmental goal or a corporate social responsibility. It is a non-negotiable public health imperative. SDG provides a clean energy engine, and this machine which I was mentioning, Universal Healthcare Sustainability Mission, provides a practical operational roadmap. So as we set this clean energy foundation today at IGEN ENERGATHON, I call upon every executive, every business manager, every supply chain leader, every administrator here to take immediate bold action, transition your power, work to decouple your health facilities and cold chain infrastructure from fossil fuel dependence by investing in decentralized renewable energy assets, and upgrade, most important, upgrade your decision engine, adapt a multi-dimensional inventory models like this 5D, 4D music models, and evaluate all major procurement proposals using the symbiotic index. Empower your workforce, invest in your metals management team, support them in their formal professional development, in promoting them, and empower them to step up step up to the executive position like the sustainist. Let us move for beyond traditional back of saying. Let us embrace our full responsibility as guardians of human health and protectors of our shared planet. Let us build a clean, resilient, sustainable healthcare supply chain that honors our universal calling to heal the planet, protect our communities, and safeguard our earth for all generations to come. Thank you very much. I thank IGEN again, once again, for providing this opportunity. I thank all the participants and organizers. Thank you very much once again.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. I now invite Sagira ma'am and hand over the session to Sagira ma'am for introduce about the session to youth speaker session. Ma'am, take over, ma'am.
Yes. Yeah, thank you, Chandan sir. It's a very insight. So we are talking about education and research, and your perspective from the Healthcare Institute has given an insight idea. Thank you for being a part of this session, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Now we move on to our next part of our session. So that is a youth session. A very warm welcome to this youth speaker session of IGEN ENERGATHON 2026. Youth are not just leaders of tomorrow, they are the innovators, change makers, and problem solvers of today. Their idea, energy, and determination are essential in shaping India's journey towards sustainable development goals and net zero. This session provides a wonderful opportunity for young minds to share ideas, exchange perspectives, learn from inspiring voices, and explore new possibilities in energy sustainability, technology, and social impact. I warmly welcome our youth speaker and thank them for being a part of this inspiring platform. I am confident that their experience and idea will motivate our participants to think beyond boundaries and transform challenges into a meaningful session. To take this inspiring conversation forward, I now invite our esteemed moderator, Dr. Hafsa Khan, to lead the session and facilitate an encouraging exchange of ideas with our youth speaker. So before handovering the session to Hafsa ma'am, so I will just brief about her. The Hafsa Khan, who is from India, who is an education leader, global school advocate, who promotes educational innovation, sustainability, and social responsibility. She has advanced SDG awareness across 15 schools in Hyderabad through workshops, STEM initiative, health camps, and community outreach. Her key achievement, STEMtation, inspiring students through science, sustainability, global awareness, and space exploration. She has also led initiatives such as Heritage Walk, Nutrition Week, National Girl Day, and charity drives, so demonstrating a strong commitment to SDG 3, SDG 4, and SDG 7. So now may I request Mr. Hafsa Khan to take over the session. Ma'am, over to you, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Zahira ma'am and Dr. Lakshmi. Thank you all for staying with us as we continue the remarkable global journey of IGEN ENERGATHON 2026, where young voices unite to inspire action for sustainable development goal. That is SDG 7, which is affordable and clean energy. When we talk about energy, it is not just mere electricity. It is the power that lights homes. It is the power that runs hospitals, fuels industries, enables education, and definitely drives the innovation. Millions of people across the world still live without reliable access to clean, affordable, and sustainable energy. That is why
IGEN, Institute of Green Engineers, has focused on SDG 7, which is not just another global goal, but is also the foundation upon which many other sustainable development goals depend. Clean energy is the key to combating climate change, reducing the poverty, improvising the health, strengthening the economies, and creating a safe future for the upcoming generations to come. So this marathon brings together the voices from across the globe, because the challenge is not just within the limits of your own country, but it is beyond the borders. Whether we live in the bustling cities of the country or the remote villages, every nation shares the responsibility of accelerating the transition to renewable energy, improving energy efficiency, and definitely ensuring that no one is left behind. Our speakers today are the young school students, and I'm so glad to say that these young students have prepared well, and they have been champion warriors for sustainable goals. They are not just presenting their ideas, but they are really igniting the conversation. They are, of course, going to inspire the innovations what they have come across, and becoming ambassadors for a cleaner, greener, and more equitable world. So, dear audience, we now move to our next inspiring presentation, representing Inara High School, Sun City, Hyderabad, India. It's my pleasure to invite Miss Adifa Fatima, the wise head girl. Let me brief you about Adifa, a very strong-headed, confident young learner with a deep interest in technology, innovation, and sustainable development. She believes that artificial intelligence can become a powerful catalyst in solving real-world energy challenges. She is an AI buff, and her enthusiasm for research, for critical thinking, and innovative problem solving makes her a promising young change maker. So today she will be presenting her project called Bharat Energy Brain, AI-powered national energy system, where she has come up with a prototype. It's not into a product type, it's a prototype. And this is the research what the young learner has done, where she explores how AI can transform India's energy landscape through intelligent monitoring, resource allocation, and smarter decision making. So without taking much time, please welcome Adifa Fatima with a warm virtual round of applause. The stage is yours, Adifa. Over to you.
Thank you, ma'am. I'll share my screen. Ma'am, I'm unable to share my screen. Could you please allow me?
Is it clear, Adifa?
Ma'am, the host, could you please enable for me to share my screen?
Yeah, of course. Can you able to try again?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, okay. Take care, yeah.
Thank you. We cannot solve our problems with the same thinking we used when we created them. Good evening. I am Adifa Fatima, a student of grade 10 studying in Inara High School, Sun City, Hyderabad, India. And my topic for today's youth session is Bharat Energy Brain, an AI-powered artificial intelligence system that is designed specifically for India, which is mainly focused on SDG 7, affordable and clean energy. India has become one of the world's fastest growing solar nations, surpassing the US. It is the second largest global solar market for annual solar additions. Its total solar capacity has skyrocketed from just 3 gigawatts in 2014 to 262.15 gigawatts by June 2026. But our next challenge is no longer generating clean electricity. It is managing it wisely. This summer, India has recorded its highest ever electricity demand, 270.8 gigawatt. Yet, at the same time, nearly 11% of our solar electricity, 8.13 billion kilowatts, Hours had to be switched off just because our grids could not absorb it. That is enough electricity to power 1.4 million Indian households for an entire year. How can a country racing towards a clean energy future afford to waste clean energy? The problem is simple. Solar, wind, and hydropower are unpredictable, while electricity demands changes every few minutes. Our grid often struggles to balance them in real time. Today's system reacts after problems occur. India needs a system that predicts problems before they happen. My solution is Bharat Energy Brain, an AI-powered national intelligence system designed specifically for India. Imagine having an intelligent brain continuously asking, where will be the next unit renewable energy be generated? Where will be electricity needed 5 minutes from now? Which battery should charge? Which state needs additional power? Bharat Energy Brain makes intelligent decisions every minute. It would combine satellite weather data, IMD forecasts, wind speed, reservoir levels, battery storage, electricity demand, and every few minutes the AI would predict how much renewable energy is available. Forecast demands decide the best energy source, store surplus data, and reduce dependency on coal. What makes it uniquely Indian is that it learns from our monsoons, Rajasthan's solar potential, winds, and Himalayan hydropower, and even regional electricity needs. Here is how we're going to implement it. Step 1, invest. Collect millions of real-time data points. Step 2, predict. Forecast renewable generation and electricity demand. Step 3, decide. Select the cleanest and most efficient energy mix. And step 4, finally, we predict it. Now, even if it can even activate an AI disaster mode, instantly rerouting during floods, cyclones, or heat waves to hospitals, emergency systems, and communication networks. It saved lives. Why this matters? It's because our nation needs this kind of stuff to make it better. We need to impact more SDG goals to make our planet more sustainable. As we move to 500 gigawatts of non-fossil fuel energy by 2030, our challenge is no longer producing more renewable energy. It is managing it efficiently. Together, they create one intelligent national energy of ecosystem. Here is the roadmap of how we are going to achieve this. In 2026, we're going to pilot in one renewable grid state. In 2027, expand regional smart grids. And in 2030, support India's 500 gigawatt renewable energy mission. And finally, in 2047, power a Viksit Bharat. Today, we build a Bharat energy brain where every ray of sunlight, every gust of wind, and every unit of clean energy is used wisely. Today, electricity flows wires. Tomorrow, electricity must flow intelligence. Thank you. Thank you.
Ma'am, you are in mute, ma'am.
Yeah. 1 sec. Thank you, Adifa, for that remarkable presentation. How artificial intelligence can become the brain behind a cleaner, smarter, and more efficient energy. The vision what you highlighted on the slides and the importance of the data-driven, the forecasting and the sustainable innovation, I believe would be a prototype for the coming people to take up the task for a product type. On behalf of of this session. I really thank you for your inspiring, forward-thinking ideas. Moving
you, ma'am.
ahead, our next speaker is another bright young representative from Inara High School, Syed Khaja Ahil Hussain. Ahil is passionate about environmental sustainability and clear energy solution. Being the vice head boy of Inara High School, he enjoys exploring how science and technology can focus and contribute towards the national development and a more greener tomorrow. His seniors also contributed the same towards IGEN by cleaning the nearby lake. So Ahil's inspiration were his seniors. His commitment to learning and creating awareness towards sustainable development goals is a reflection of the responsible global citizenship. He'll be speaking on powering India's green future, advancing the three main components of energy, that is solar, wind, hydro, and green hydrogen. I please extend a warm welcome to Ahil. Over to you, Ahil.
Thank you, ma'am. Deepa, can you just make me the host?
Yeah, you can able to share this thing.
Yes. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great honor to extend my respectful greetings to the distinguished leadership of IGEN, esteemed representatives of URI, UN Energathon Day organizers, respected dignitaries, honored speakers, fellow participants, and everyone joining us from across the globe. I, student of Inara High School, sincerely thank organizers for this opportunity to be part of IGEN ENERGATHON 2026, a remarkable platform that reminds us that energy knows no borders, and neither should our commitment to sustainability. Today, my name is Syed Ahil Hussain, and today I'm honored to present my thoughts on powering India's green futures, solar, wind, hydro, and green hydrogen. Today, the world stands at a defining moment. The challenge before us is not simply to produce more energy, but to produce cleaner, smarter, and sustainable energy. In this global transition, India is emerging as a powerful force for change. With abundant sunshine, vast coastline, and mighty rivers and immense human potential, India possesses the natural resource and the innovation required to lead the clean energy revolution. Abundant solar harnessing intense solar radiation across vast plains and rooftop systems to power cities and remote villages alike. Solar energy has become the backbone of India's renewable energy. Bringing affordable electricity to cities and remote villages alike, wind energy, particularly through the development of offshore wind farms, has the potential to provide reliable, large-scale, clean power while strengthening our energy security. Hydropower continues to play a vital role by delivering stable, renewable electricity and supporting grid reliability. At the same time, green hydrogen represents the next frontier of clean energy. It offers a pathway to decarbonize industries such as steel, transport, shipping, and fertilizer sectors where conventional electrification alone is not enough. Intellectual capital delivering solutions, focused advocacy on strategic ideas to shape energy policy dialogue. Youth leadership and time. Investing your effort and voice as an active stakeholder to convert clean energy ambition into action. Global influence contributing to the UN-aligned policy white paper produced from the event. And equally as important is bioenergy, which transform agricultural resid and organic waste into clean fuel. It reduces pollution, support farmers, and promotes a curricular economy where waste becomes a valuable resource. We have grassroots micro investments, multilateral capital and grants, and foreign direct investment. However, renewable energy generation alone is not sufficient. The future depends on advanced energy storage systems, smart power grids, digital innovation, and international collaboration. Clean energy must be reliable, accessible, and affordable for every community. India's renewable energy is therefore not only about reducing carbon emissions, it is about creating green jobs, strengthening energy independence, driving economic growth, and contributing meaningfully to global climate action. SDG progress by specific targets. SDG target 7.2, significant progress. SDG target 7.1, universal clean energy. SDG target 13.2, which is integrate climate, and SDG target 9.4, which is upgrade infrastructure. And lastly, the SDG target 12.5, curricular bioenergy economy. And as India's renewable energy revolution is therefore not only about reducing carbon emission, it is about creating green jobs, strengthening energy independence, driving economic growth, and contributing meaningfully to global climate action. Key challenges of SDG 7 is grid intermittency, green hydrogen costs, supply chain risks, and land and grid delays, DISCOM financial stress. And as young people, we are not merely the leaders of tomorrow. We are the stakeholders of today. Through innovation, responsible choices, and global cooperation, we have the power to transform ambition into action. Let us work together to build a future where clean energy is not a privilege for a few, but a fundamental right for all. Thank you. I, Ahel Hussain, student of Inara High School, signs off.
Yeah, thank you, Ahil. Are you done?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. The presentation, what you had, a combined strength of solar, wind, hydropower, and green hydrogen is a journey towards a very good sustainable future. Your message reminds us that investing in clean energy today is an investment in generations to come. Thank you for your excellent contribution. We wish you good success. Now, coming up for the next presentation, we do have two young speakers. I would say they are the project leaders of a very interesting and a creative project which they did on their school. The project is titled School Energy Audit. With the permission of the school management, they did a complete research on the school electrical appliances and electricity charges. They brought a innovative project called auditing. I am delighted to welcome Ms. Naba Farooq and Ms. Shima Saeed. Both students have actively participated in sustainability initiatives, strongly believing that every student can contribute towards energy conservation. Their collaboration, their spirit, their commitment to this practical learning embodies the true sense of environmental stewardship. They're presenting the school energy project, which speaks about the energy wastage and improves the efficiency, reducing electricity consumption, cultivating sustainable habits among the students and the school staff. So please join me in welcoming Naba Farooq and Shima Saeed for their project presentation. Over to Naba and Shima.
Thank you, ma'am. Respected IGEN organizers, ma'am, we need to share this screen. Okay. Ma'am, can you make us the host?
Yeah, we already shared it. Can able to share your screen right now.
Yes, Naba and Shima, are you there?
Yes, yes, ma'am. Okay. Respected IGEN organizers, esteemed
The
educators,
screen is not visible.
The screen.
and dear audience.
Your
Greetings
pictures are
from
not visible.
India. I am Shima Said, Tekara High School. Screen.
Why your presentation is not visible?
Wait, ma'am.
Please connect to entire screen.
Follow the instructions.
Please
अच्छा
access
करे
this.
लाओ ऐसा करते तो ना सुन तो बोल रहा है
Please stop the screen sharing.
Ma'am, you can call the next speaker till they fix the issue.
Right. Fine. Yeah.
Ma'am, we're ready.
Yeah, they are presenting, ma'am. They can present it.
Yes, ma'am. Shall we start?
Can you move the screen so that we can see whether it's moving?
Shall we start?
Yes.
Yes. Respected IGEN organizers, esteemed educators, and dear audience. Greetings from India, Hyderabad. I am Shima Said, studying in grade 10th in Inara High School.
And I'm Naba Fark, studying in grade 10 in Inara High School. We are so proud to present our real-life sustainability project titled as
School Energy Audit, our school's journey towards net zero. Sustainable Development Goal 7, affordable and clean energy, and Sustainability Development Goals 13, climate action.
The idea began with a simple observation, as you can see in slide 2. During classroom changes, assembly, and after-school hours, lights and fans were often left when not in use. Our school has 6 floors.
Our school has 6 floors, computer lab, laboratories, libraries. And during classroom changes, assemblies, and after hours, we noticed that lights and fans were often left switched on when not in use.
This made us reflect how much electricity could our school conserve in 1 year by switching off unused light and fans. That's why we conducted a 5-day energy audit from June to 4th of July, observed unnecessary
Sorry for the disturbance. Please stop your presentation.
Yes,
sir.
Yeah, please close your YouTube from your window. It's
Can they start?
yeah, of course, ma'am.
Yeah. Naba and Shima, please continue.
Hello.
Yeah, please continue.
Yeah, so this and it gotten
for the Africa region. We're
Naba,
still
you are
waiting
mute.
for.
You can continue now.
Naba, unmute yourself.
We are waiting for the panel. Mr. Gideon.
Madam, please inform the office session is not yet started. Please inform, madam. Sir is want to
Naba,
interpret.
unmute.
The African session team is ready to.
Please unmute yourself.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir. We unmuted ourselves.
Hey, you can proceed, Ma. Without slide, you can talk.
Yes.
From the beginning, or should we take up
You
from
can
the
start
beginning?
value left.
Okay. We conducted energy audit and findings. We conducted a 5-day energy audit from 29 June to 4th of July, observed unnecessary electricity usage in empty classrooms, identified that even small daily usage of energy accumulates significantly over a year, recognized an opportunity to reduce energy consumption through awareness and regular monitoring. We visited classrooms on all floors, corridors, offices, laboratories, and common areas at different times of the day. We recorded the number of lights and fans that were used unnecessarily switched on, identified where natural daylight could be used, and observed appliances that continued consuming electricity without serving any purpose. As you can see on our energy audit baseline, electrical asset enumeration, our ground floor is our dispersal area and administrative office. And there are 38 lights, 21 fans, 0 projectors, 6 cameras, 3 computers, and 3 printers. And our first floor, which is the kindergarten and the preschool, as they often use projectors for moral stories and rhymes, they have 24 lights, 20 fans, 2 projectors, 5 cameras, 0 computers, and 0 printers. And on our second floor, first and second grade, our computer lab along with our library is present on our second floor. 15 lights, 19 fans, 3 projectors, 5 cameras, 22 computers, and 0 printers. And our third floor, which is our auditorium, we celebrate all our events there. And we have our projector there where we can do everything, all our event celebrations. Which has
Your slides are not visible.
How about now?
Hello.
They're having issue in slides. Let them start.
Proceed, Naba and Shima.
So on third floor, we have 5 lights, 9 fans, 1 projector, 3 cameras, 0 computers, and 0 printers. And on our fourth floor is our third graders and fourth graders. We have frequently used our digital classes, and our teacher's pantry is our teacher's lounge on our fourth floor, which has 18 lights, 18 fans, 4 projectors, 6 cameras, 1 computer, and 0 printers. And on our fifth floor, which is the most happening area of our school, with our high schoolers and our science lab, where we experiment our textbooks. We have 21 lights, 13 fans, 6 projectors, 6 cameras, 1 computer, and 0 printers. And our sixth floor, we have our botany lab and our 6 to 7 high school girls, which has 6 lights, 11 fans, 2 projectors, 4 cameras, 0 computers, and 0 printers. Our findings showed that electricity wastage was mainly caused by lack of awareness and the lack of clear absence of responsibility, the habit of leaving electrical appliances on. Therefore, we designed our solution. Switch smart, save energy, every watt counts. First, we appointed 2 energy monitors in every class. The first person is 7th of Juwaria Fatima. Second is Minha Fatima of grade 8. The third girl in the picture is Juwaria Sana Fatima of grade 9, and the fourth girl is second grade Sana Fatima. And second, we introduced our last out, switch out rule. The last person leaving the classroom ensured that all unnecessarily electrical appliances were switched off. Third, we encouraged the use of natural daylight before switching on any light. Third, we encourage the use of natural daylight in all our classrooms. Fourth, we place energy-saving reminders near switches with messages such as save energy, save the planet. Fifth, we conducted a weekly energy checks and recognized the most responsible class as the Green Energy Champion. And now, as you can see, our monthly comparison bill from April to July. Here we measured the impact. We compared the months April, May, June, and July electricity bills. And observed that May is the most raised bill because of peak summer. And July, we implemented our audit, and we're so proud that we did and helped our school so much. This project has taught us achieving net zero does not only begin with expensive technology, it begins with awareness, responsible behavior, and small actions repeated consistently. Our next goal is to introduce LED light, motion
You can
sensor,
rush up, ma. Next speakers are waiting. Can you rush up, ma?
a monthly energy dashboard, and solar energy. We also plan to extend this to every student's home. So every student can become an energy ambassador. Here, we through this project, we learned that every switch has a consequence, every watt has value, and every student can become an energy ambassador. Our message is simple. We are miles apart, but connected through this energy. One team, one world. Here, we have a word search for you, for our audience to solve. We will be expecting responses from all of you. Kindly write your country and give your feedback by scanning our QR code. We are mild. The first clue is sustainable, which is on the diagonal left. The clue is long time usage without any harm. Second is marathon, which is spelled backward. And the clue is it's a marathon of energy. The third one is energy, which is on the diagonal right. And the clue for it is power to light. The fourth one is SDG 7, which is vertical down. The clue for this is affordable and clean energy. The fifth one is SDG 13, which is on the horizontal right. The clue for this is urgent action. We are miles apart, but connected through SDGs. Thank you. One world, one team. We stand tall. We smile bright. We dream big. We rise high. We are in our rights. We would sincerely like to thank respected IGEN organizers, esteemed educators, our Zahira ma'am and Lakshmi ma'am, and our beloved mentor, Dr. Ishrat Meera Mirzana ma'am, and our dear audience for joining us today. Thank you.
Fine, thank you. Thank you, Nabha and Shima. Congratulations on such a meaningful research, what you have done for a school energy audit. Thank you for inspiring us to become responsible energy citizens. Moving ahead, we have the next speaker with us, Humaira Fatima, a graduation third year student from ICPI College of Business. Her topic of presentation is Overcoming Barriers to Solar Power. A dedicated learner, a passionate about renewable energy and sustainable solutions. A solutionary, she believes that innovation and collaboration are essential. So, an address on important global issue through her presentation. Please welcome Humaira Fatima with her virtual applause. The stage is all yours, Humaira.
Thank you, ma'am. Ma'am, can I get the screen sharing option?
Yeah, the access is provided.
Is it visible?
The screen is blank, Humera. Yeah, now it's visible. You can proceed.
Okay. So, respected
Hello,
judges.
good afternoon. Good afternoon, this is Rachel.
Good afternoon.
Can I
Yeah.
speak now?
You can proceed, Humera. You can proceed.
Okay. Respected judges,
All right.
distinguished guests, and my fellow participants. My name is Mera Fatima, and I am representing ICFI Foundations for Higher Education from Telangana, India. Today, as part of the Institution of Green Engineers Energathon 2026, I am honored to speak under the theme of Energy Without Borders for Sustainable Communities. Now, before I begin, I would like to mention that I am a third year psychology student studying at IFHE. So I would be mentioning a few of psychological facts throughout the presentation. I would give you guys a bit of a scenario. If one of us go to the media and announce that we are going to move from normal energy to solar energy, what would people's first thoughts would be? Their first thoughts wouldn't be free energy from the sun. No. Their first thoughts would be, what if it breaks? What if it doesn't work? What if it's a scam? This is a psychological thought in psychology called loss aversion. Loss aversion leads to a psychological barrier called fear of the unknown, which is a bigger challenge than technical challenge. So let's focus on two of United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, SDG 7, Affordable and Clean Energy, and SDG 17, Partnerships for the Goals. To fix this global SDG, to fix this global energy crisis, I would say that no nation, no country, or no university would achieve this greater goal by working alone in isolation. No. SDG 17 will help us in strengthening the means of implementation and revitalize global partnerships for sustainable development, which includes with the help of multi-stakeholder alignment, including academia such as IGEN, governments, private industry, and civil society. It also will also be creating cross-border coalitions, which establishes energy without borders frameworks across 5 continents. It shares power grids, clean technology, and green engineering education, which will also lead to global implementation and facilitating eco-friendly technology transfer. Now to turn this vision into reality, we'll see at the SDG investments. Now on the screen, you would likely be seeing two big numbers. First, we have $4.2 trillion of annual SDG investment gap in developing countries. Then we had $1.4 trillion of global sustainable finance mobilized back in 2024. Now, private investors are hesitant because of perceived risk. How do we change that? How do we bridge this gap? That we can change by utilizing public sector funds to de-risk private sector investments. We can start by scaling solar and smart grid adoption across Asia and Africa. Now let's look at the capitals. We have remittance, which is a major pipeline. It surpasses over $800 billion annually to low and middle income countries. We have $1.5 to $1.6 trillion globally from FDIs. But another source does mention that it's about only $640 billion. So we are still unsure about this data. Then we have directing 0.7% of gross national income towards ODA using public grants to build baseline infrastructure and de-risk early stage projects. According to the UN SDG Report 2026, the overall progress on Agenda 2030 presents a mixture of real achievements, which shows that renewable energy is the fastest growing power source globally, with expanded access to electricity reaching millions in low-income regions. But we also have severe structural setbacks. It can be fixed by standardizing financial instruments dedicating to climate action. Let's learn how India is moving towards its Viksit Bharat 2047 centenary milestone. I have divided my statistics into two categories. First, we have clean energy transitions. In clean energy transition, we have installed renewable capacity and rooftop solar. Our installed renewable capacity has increased from 20 gigawatts to 200 gigawatts now, and we are aiming for 1,000 gigawatt capacity in 2040. Our rooftop solar has began from nothing to 22 now, and we will be collecting 150 in the near future. For our economic transition, our nominal GDP in trillions have increased from 1.65 trillions to 4.15 trillion dollars. We are aiming for a very larger number of 12 to 15 trillion dollars. Our capita has also jumped very highly. But despite all this progress, I did come over major challenges. We have 5 major challenges that has to be addressed. First, we have massive financing gap. It shows that our capitals aren't reaching the local economies fast enough. Then we have policy instability, which shows that there are legal uncertainties for the investors. Then we have grid and technical inflexibility, which shows that smart grids aren't working efficiently for variable renewable powers. Then we have capacity and workforce shortages, which tells that we do not have enough trained green engineers. We do not have certified green engineers. Last, but certainly not the least, we have public awareness. Public awareness. How many people know that we are working for a solar energy to be a 24/7 reality? Not many people know that. So, there is a psychological cognitive bias that I've studied in my college, which is status quo bias. It tells that when we are pushed with multiple choices, it is difficult for us to choose the newer options. We are always stuck to the old methods, old techniques, because it's easier. It's easier to know, it's easier. They're very difficult to change. So I would like to say that we must make solar energy easy to access, easy to use. So let's address how we can change these challenges, address these challenges. First, we can implement standardized legal frameworks, transparent net metering rules, and pre-vetting power purchase agreements to guarantee tariff stability and lower legal overhead. Then, you know that at night there is no sun outside. So we need to integrate battery energy storage systems directly with renewable energy to store excess daytime power for peak evening hours. Finally, we need to establish regional training networks, such as the International Solar Alliance's StarC network, in partnership with local universities and technical institutes to certify green engineers. Now, I would like to conclude that clean solar energy isn't just a environmental goal. It is an economic and social imperative. And overcoming barriers to solar power isn't just about creating better solar panels. It's about building trust. So when we align global funding, clear policy pathways, and human behaviors, energy transition will look less of a burden and start looking like an irresistible opportunity. So let's start building a energy without borders world together. Thank you so much for this opportunity, ma'am.
Ma'am. You are in mute, ma'am. Can you conclude? Ma'am, you are in mute.
One second.
Yeah, now unmuted. Now, unmute, ma'am.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. Proceed.
Am I audible now? Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Okay.
These are the challenges what we come across. But anyways, these challenges give us more strength and stamina to struggle more. Thank you, Humera. That was a wonderful presentation. Thank you for bringing up about all this, your detailed research. I would really love to express my heartfelt gratitude to the entire IGEN organizing team. Thank you for really believing that school students, their great ideas are not just determined by the age, but by the vision and the purpose. While global platforms are often reserved for the policymakers, the professors, the scientists, and the experts, but IGEN has opened this stage even to the school students. That single decision has the power to shape the future. Thank you, Dr. Zahira ma'am. Thank you, Lakshmi ma'am. And thank you, Ishat Mirzana ma'am, for believing in us and giving our school students an opportunity to present their projects. Thank you so much. Over to you, Zahira ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Wonderful presentation by your school students. You have a survey and also a very nice, the presentation is not there. Yesterday I have seen they have reduced the energy bill by doing the energy audit. Good, ma'am. Good to see. So next we move on to the next speaker of youth session, Nusrat Nazir Qureshi from 4th year BSc LLB student, GH Yangzhou University, Madhya Pradesh. Welcome. You can start your presentation now. Nusrat, are you there? Nusrat Nazir? Nusrat, are you there? Who is there? She is unable to answer, I think. Lakshmi ma'am, over to you, ma'am. You can call
Okay,
the
thank you.
I think she is not able to hear us.
Okay, ma'am. Can you hear me, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am. You can proceed for next session, ma'am.
Okay, ma'am. The startup session is highlighted the role of now we are going to move towards the startup session. The startup session will be highlighting the role of entrepreneurship, innovation, accelerating India's transition towards SDG 7 and net zero future. As we move on into our final session, we are now our attention to an important focus, accelerate India's journey towards SDG and net zero startups and entrepreneurship. Startup plays a vital role in transforming innovative ideas into practical solutions, from renewable energy and electric mobility to energy storage, smart grid, sustainability, green technologies. Young entrepreneurship have the potential to create solutions that address both national and global challenges. This session will provide an opportunity to understand how innovation can be transformed into expertise, enterprise, ideas into impact, challenges into sustainable opportunities. I now warmly welcome our esteemed speaker and thank them for being a part of this important session. I am confident that their insights and experiences will be inspiring our participants to look beyond conventional approaches and explore the possibilities of becoming inventors, entrepreneurs, and challenge makers for a sustainable India. With a great pleasure, now I invite our esteemed Dr. Sivagami Sundari Gunashegaran, who is a founder and director of Sibian Technologies Private Limited, a deep tech startup dedicated to advancing electrochemical energy storage through innovative batteries technologies, AI-enabled electrochemical research, battery fabrication solutions, incubated at Crescent Innovation and Incubation Council. Sibionics is committed to bridge the gap between the academia and industry by developing a next generation rechargeable batteries, research instrumentation, hands-on training programs, and technology-driven solutions for sustainable energy. She serves as an assistant professor, the Department of Chemistry at B.S. Abdul Rahman Crescent Institute of Science and Technology, and as a visiting research scientist at Kyubhee University, South Korea. Her expertise spans rechargeable batteries, supercapacitors, nanomaterial, electrochemical storage systems. Dr. Sivagami has secured multiple research grants, published extremely in high-impact SCA journals, received several prestigious awards for her contribution to energy science and innovation. Through Sibionics, she is driving technology commercialization, industry academic collaboration, and the development of affordable battery research solutions to accelerate India's clean energy ecosystem. With this brief introduction about her, I now invite Madam. The session is for you, ma'am.
I think is another meeting. So we'll move on to the next speaker, ma'am. Ma'am, are you there, ma'am? Sivagami, ma'am, are you there? No, so we'll move on to the next speaker.
Zagira ma'am, will you introduce?
Yes, ma'am, you will introduce, ma'am.
Okay.
So I invite Mr. Nandakishore sir, a technical head from Vayu Mitra. So he is having an expertise in renewable energy profession with 14 years of experience in O&M, consultancy, independent advisory roles, and wind resource assessment. So I welcome you, sir. Nandakishore sir, are you there?
Hello, thank you.
Yes, you can proceed, sir.
Yeah, I hope you can hear me.
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
Okay. So, I'm sharing my screen. Can you see my screen, ma'am?
Yes, sir. Yes, it's visible.
You're able to see the presentation, right? Okay.
Yeah, yes.
Yeah. Thank you, one and all. Thank you, Zaira, ma'am, and the entire IGEN team. It's really fantastic hearing a lot of different experience and expertise present in this August forum. So my name is Nandakishore. Glad that there is a startup ecosystem also getting integrated into this kind of sessions, and also I've been listening to kind of students how they are bringing their ideas and things. I think India is really blessed, and also the global nations are also blessed to see the next generation is upcoming to take the lead forward. So my talk specifically is on to the topic India's roadmap towards net zero, and particularly about green energy and strong Tamil Nadu. Basically, I'm from Tamil Nadu and also been the Bharat citizen and also global citizen for working across different continents and also for different markets. So here, what Y Mitra does is basically into wind, solar, and battery energy assessments, basically. So I'm just getting into the crux here. So India is heading into, and also the globe is heading into warmer temperatures. We are also seeing a lot of climate change impacts. And India's projected electricity growth is 7 to 8%. Of course, it's also dependent on the upcoming industrial revolutions. And population is also on the rise, and we are setting our targets very ambitious, and also probably the best target is towards net zero. Of course, all of us are marching there. The greenhouse gases and also the global temperatures are also pushing us towards these targets. Basically, how do we make our environment sustainable? So that's the kind of mantra which Y Mitra is working on. Maybe to give a background, Paris Agreement, I hope all of us are aware, and how India has committed to this Paris to Panchamrit, that is within 2070, we are targeting towards net zero. It's all about step-by-step milestones that are getting achieved for several years that we are planning. And about the decarbonization journey, particularly being aware, Tamil Nadu was pioneer in installing a lot of wind turbines way back in 1990s, led by the revolution of the self-consumption, accelerated depreciations, followed by generation-based incentives. So policy-driven initiatives were there. Now the auction-based systems are there. So government is bringing a lot of auction systems where firm and dispatchable power are being looked at. In terms of both solar, wind, and also battery integration is made, which is really a good scene where we are seeing that wind and solar was seen as unfirm power earlier, but with the integration towards battery, this is really seen as a good growth ahead. And then moving on from the wind and solar surge, where we are placed currently, we are adding 288 gigawatt of renewable energy, and the upcoming years are also getting into green hydrogen, which also government has given policy in that. So we are going step by step on that. So far, the journey has been commendable, of course, with a lot of challenges and also a lot of new ideas and solutions. I think India and also the global nations are moving great here. Looking at the quick stats, what I was also referring to, we are seeing a steady growth in the particular to wind energy capacity. This is from National Institute of Wind Energy. So they have this is an information provided from them basically. You see the wind energy is on the steady increase, whereas also we see that the recent potential map that we have from MNRE and our National Institute of Wind Energy is that we see there are still good amount of pockets that are still available. If you see these red areas, these are all high potential. This is Coimbatore belt, and this is Tirunelveli, Thoothukudi belt, and also Kanyakumari belt. Still, there are good potential. And also, if you see Gujarat towards Kutch and also towards Diu, so there are a lot of potentials here. I myself working on several of these projects. I think we see the good nature of grid connectivity is coming up. There are a lot of investments going on. Couple of months back, there was also a meet where the new government in Tamil Nadu took place, and we are seeing that there's a good momentum around understanding the grid challenges, whatever is there, and building new pathways to evacuate the renewable energy. I think all over India is also gearing up. I'm also seeing the similar trend happening in major markets outside India, like US and also Spanish markets, Australian markets are also on the upside, where we are seeing good growth. Of course, all the other markets are moving very fast in this direction. As you may see, on the global ranking, India is at rank 3, and it overtook Brazil in terms of renewable energy installed capacity. If you see, solar has been the maximum winner in this. Of course, wind energy has its steady growth. And looking at the Tamil Nadu as such, we are seeing 10 plus gigawatt already installed. And as I mentioned earlier, it was from 1990, we have these installed machines there. As you may know, India has roughly third of installed capacity, one third of India's wind capacity. So basically, looking at larger math, close to half of them are kind of old wind turbines, which are having good potential towards repowering. Repowering, what I specifically mean is that these turbines can be further enhanced with the capacities like generator upgrades or rotor upgrades or blade upgrades. These are possible. Of course, there needs to be a lot of engineering studies carried out based on the available site potential, looking at whether this makes sense and what is the capacity that still can be further extracted from the wind at the site. So that itself is a bigger market, as you may know, that India's best potential sites have been already installed with good turbines, but still there is a good scope of using much more technologically advanced machines in those areas. So that's where we are expecting to have a big boom in especially in Tamil Nadu, Karnataka, Gujarat, Madhya Pradesh, these areas where the slightly older fleets are having close to near the lifetime, where this can be extended further and also can be repowered. Looking at the other actions, of course, offshore wind. I think one of my friend in today's meeting, we also understood that there's an offshore. Yes, offshore has been the word talked from 2015. I think we are close to 11 years from then after the national offshore policy. And still there are steady growth in this area. Of course, it's a capital intensive, so we are taking step-by-step approach. I hope that by 2030 we will have the first offshore machines running and spinning in Tamil Nadu coast and in Gujarat coasts. And also the good capacity factors what we see from these machines. And of course, we are seeing a very good storage capacity. I think you might know this RER dam and storage is also there. So I think a lot of capacity are there with also pumped hydro storage. And also we are seeing that there's a good amount of evacuation systems that are getting built. So that's where I really have a good confidence that in the upcoming days it is great growth that's out there. Looking at from the global wind aspects to Tamil Nadu's transition and from the experience that our team had. Vaimitra has been the spin-off from Indian Institute of Information Technology, Sri City, mainly into wind resource and siting, and also solar advisory for making solar assessments and coupling wind and solar together for battery energy storage solutions. This is done not only for India; it's also for the global markets. We were powering with our reports and analysis, basically. And also recently we were in American Clean Power to understand about how the data centers requirements are in different continents for like Ireland and Norway and US. So I think we are seeing the globally the transition is moving, and data centers and the AI buzz is also moving the energy demand more. So a lot of clean energy is out there to be planned. And that also calls for carbon credits accounting and how the existing fleets have been optimized. So there are a number of growth opportunities lying out there. Quickly getting into what are the still challenges that are available. Still there are these amount of challenges available, and one of the challenges skilled manpower. That's always there, which also some of the panelists highlighted. And of course investment and financing, and also grid transmission is the number one there. So I think that's slowly getting cleared, and we are heading in a positive direction in all these regards. Of course the aspects are in the hands of every one of us, and that's where I think IGEN is taking a critical role here in bringing all the different aspects into this forum. I think that's really one of the best things that is there in the upcoming era. Thank you. That concludes my session. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you for your presence and briefing your startup action.
Thank you, ma'am.
You can stop your screen, sir.
Yeah.
We come to a conclusion. Qureshi, are you there? Can you brief your session fast so that the other African continent will start the session? Just
Yes, ma'am.
take 1 or 2 minutes.
My sharing is not. Can I share the screen?
Yes, Rachel, I'm here.
Yeah. Just
My
2
name
minutes
is
to
Rachel.
end the session. By 7:40, we'll hand over to Africa session.
Rachel Opong from Ghana. Good afternoon, good
Just a
morning,
minute,
everyone.
the other session is going on.
Yeah. So,
By 2 minutes, we'll hand over. Just.
Please, can you hear me?
Yeah. Qureshi, you can start.
Okay, ma'am. Hello, everyone. Today, I'll be
Okay.
speaking about India's roadmap towards SG7 and a net zero future, focusing on how India is expanding clean energy while meeting its growing energy needs. SDG 7 aims to provide affordable, reliable, sustainable, and modern energy for all. India has committed net zero emissions. India has committed to net zero emissions by 2070, with major milestones for 2030, including 500 gigawatts of non-fossil capacity. India is the world's third largest energy consumer, and demand is rapidly increasing. While coal remains important, India has significant potential in solar, wind, and hydropower. The government is supporting this transition through initiatives such as the National Solar Mission, PM Kusum, the Green Hydrogen Mission, and Ujala. These programs address renewable energy, clean fuels, and energy efficiency. India's renewable sector has grown dramatically. Solar capacity, for example, has increased from around 0.5 gigawatt in 2010 to over 85 gigawatts in 2026, showing the scale of India's clean energy expansion. The roadmap moves from expanding non-fossil energy by 2030 towards electric mobility, green hydrogen, and cleaner industries in the following decades, ultimately leading to net zero by 2070. However, India faces challenges including energy storage, grid infrastructure, financing, continued coal dependence, and ensuring a just transition for affected communities and workers. All the same time, this transition creates opportunities in solar manufacturing, wind energy, green hydrogen, and electric mobility, while creating jobs and strengthening India's energy security. India therefore needs to accelerate renewable deployment, invest in storage and smart grids, expand green finance, and encourage greater public participation in energy efficiency. To conclude, India's journey towards SDG 7 and net zero is ambitious but achievable. Innovation, investment, and collective action will be essential to build a cleaner, more secure, and sustainable energy future. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for briefing soon. So I invite Lakshmi ma'am for oath of thanks. Lakshmi ma'am, you can conclude.
Good evening to all. As we come to close this enlightening special session on India's roadmap towards SDG 7 and net zero future, it's my privilege to propose vote of thanks. On behalf of Institution of Green Engineers IGEN, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to our esteemed speakers for sharing their valuable insight and inspiring us with their expertise. My sincere thanks to Dr. Professor Nilesh Narayan Prasad for his visionary opening address on global academic collaboration and sustainable development, and to Dr. Chandran Vinod Kumar for his inspiring presentation on sustainable healthcare and its contribution towards achieving SDG 7. We also express our sincere thanks and appreciation to Mr. Nanda Kishore sir for sharing his entrepreneurial expertise and innovative ideas. And special appreciation goes to our young speakers for their enthusiasm and commitment towards a sustainable future. I extend my sincere thanks to our moderator, Ms. Afwa Kaftan, for conducting today's program with excellence and professionalism. My gratitude also goes to the organizing committee, technical team, volunteers, and every participant, those who support and made this event a grand success. And also, I express my gratitude to my co-coordinator, Dr. Zagira ma'am, and let us continue to work together towards achieving SDG 7 and building a net zero future through innovation, collaboration, and sustainable action. Thank you for all your valuable presence and participation. Wishing you a grand success. Thank you all.
Thank you, ma'am. So I hand over the session to African continent, the head of African continent.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hello.
IGEN ENERGATHON 2026 Africa Assembly. Good evening.
Okay, welcome everybody.
A warm welcome to everyone joining us from Africa, Asia, Europe, North America, South America, and other parts of the world. On behalf of IGEN Global Connection for a Sustainable Future, am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am, you're audible.
Thank you, ma'am. On behalf of IGEN Global Connection for a Sustainable Future, it is our privilege to welcome all to the Africa Continental Energy Access Assembly 2026, one of the flagship events of IGEN ENERGATHON 2026. Our program will commence now. So participants, please kindly keep your microphones muted throughout the program. Rename yourselves with your full name and organization, and use the chat box to introduce yourself and mention the country from which you are joining. We are delighted to have representatives from universities, industries, governments, NGOs, development organizations, startups, research institutions, and youth networks united by one common vision, a sustainable and energy secure Africa. So today's IGEN is more than an academic gathering. It is a movement towards cleaner energy, a movement towards stronger partnerships, a movement towards empowering millions of lives through innovation. So thank you for joining us. And respected dignitaries, honorable keynote speakers, distinguished moderators, esteemed panelists, academicians, researchers, industry leaders, development partners, students, innovators, a very warm welcome to each one of you. Together, we gather not merely as participants of a conference, but as change makers united by a common purpose. So we represent different nations, different cultures, different professions at one shared mission, building a sustainable future where energy becomes a bridge of opportunity rather than a barrier to progress. It is my immense honor and privilege to welcome you all to the African Continental Energy Access Assembly, Global 5 Continent and SDG 4 Energy Action Marathon. Now, I would like to invite Dr. Durga Devi, African Continent lead organizer, to deliver the welcome address. Ma'am, the virtual podium is yours.
Good evening and a very warm welcome to each one of you joining us from across the continents, time zones, and communities to the Africa Continental Energy Access Assembly 2026, a proud and vital chapter of IGEN ENERGATHON 2026, the Global 5 Continent SDG 4 Energy Action Marathon. As the Africa continent lead for this initiative, it is both an honor and deeply a personal moment for me to open this assembly under the theme Energy Without Borders for Sustainable Communities. For many of us gathered here today, this theme is not simply a slogan for a conference. It is a reflection of the lived reality across our continent. Africa is a continent of paradox and promise. We are home to some of the richest renewable energy potential on Earth, abundant sunshine, powerful winds, and vast untapped hydro and geothermal resources. And yet, even today, hundreds of millions of our people remain without reliable access to electricity. A child studies by candlelight. A rural clinic cannot refrigerate life-saving vaccines. A small entrepreneur cannot scale her business because the power simply isn't there. This is the paradox we must resolve. And resolving it is not a distant dream, but an urgent and achievable mission. At the same time, across our villages, cities, and diaspora communities, remarkable innovation is already underway. Solar microgrids are lighting up remote communities that the national grid has never reached. Entrepreneurs are building waste-to-energy solutions that turn a challenge into an opportunity. Diaspora capital and carbon credit financing are opening new pathways to fund clean energy at scale. Communities themselves, not just governments or corporations, are becoming the architects of their own energy futures. This is the spirit of energy without borders, a spirit of partnership that transcends geography, sector, and scale. Over the next 3 hours, this assembly will bring together some of the most powerful voices working at the intersection of energy, climate, and community. We'll hear an inaugural address on how sustainable energy can serve as a catalyst for universal health coverage and climate resilience. We'll explore climate-resilient energy systems designed specifically for African realities. We'll engage in rich panel discussions on Africa's Energy Vision 2030, on mobilizing diaspora capital and green technology, and on empowering rural Africa through decentralized renewable energy. We'll hear inspiring stories and community participation because no energy transition succeeds without the people it is meant to serve. And we'll close with a vision for distributed renewable energy systems that make affordable energy access a reality for every community, not just a privileged. This assembly matters because it sits squarely within the global commitment to SDG 7, affordable and clean energy for all. But more than a policy goal, this is about dignity. It is about a mother no longer worrying about a child's safety near an open flame. It is about a young entrepreneur turning on a mission and turning her ambition into a livelihood. I want to take a moment to express my sincere gratitude to our distinguished keynote speakers who have traveled and joined us virtually from across the globe, to our moderators guiding today's critical conversations, to our partner organizations working tirelessly on the ground, and to every participant who chose to give their evening to be a part of this moment. Your presence here is not passive, it's a statement of commitment. Let me acknowledge the partner organizations. Ma'am, shall I share the screen?
Yes, ma'am.
Host disabled participant screen sharing is coming, ma'am. Okay, let me acknowledge the partner organizations and Africa Continent team whose collaboration and dedication have made this assembly possible, and a proud vital chapter of IGEN ENERGATHON 2026. As we begin this assembly, I invite each of you to listen not just with your ears, but with the intention to think about what role you can play, however big or small, in closing Africa's energy access gap. Because energy without borders truly means partnership without limits, between nations, between generations, between innovators and implementers, and between ambition and action. Let us begin this journey together, powering Africa's future, one community, one solution, one partnership at a time. Thank you once again Welcome to the Africa Continental Energy Access Assembly 2026. Ma'am, this is
Very much, ma'am.
yes, ma'am.
Your inspiring words have beautifully reminded us that meaningful progress begins when visionary leadership is combined with collective commitment. Thank you for setting the perfect tone for today's international gathering, ma'am. Next, we move on to the Voices of Africa. I now invite Mr. Manoj, a third-year student, to give a brief about the Voices of Africa.
Hello everyone.
It's muted, Manoj.
You hear me? Can I get the access to share the screen? Hello.
Yes, Manoj. Your voice is audible.
Ma'am, can I get the access to share the screen?
Yeah, 2 minutes.
So, is the screen visible?
Manoj, 2 minutes wait, ma.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, it's visible. Yeah, it's visible. Manoj, you can proceed, Manoj.
Yes, ma'am. Hello everyone. I'm Manoj. Today I'm going to present a topic on energy access in Africa and how energy can be helped to solve this challenge. Our main vision is to where Africa, every individual and community to access an affordable and renewable clean energy. So, so the energy access in reality. Just a minute. Okay. The current crisis in Africa affect many aspects of daily life, such as education impact and healthcare crisis and economic stagnation. In education, children are forced to study under harmful kerosene lamps after sunset. In hospital, they struggle to power essential medical devices and cold chains. In economic, business cannot scale and communities in the cycle are getting poverty. Although Africa faces an electric shortage, there's enormous renewable energy resources that can solve this problem, like solar energy, wind corridors, hydrogen, and thermal. Africa holds world highest solar potential and receiving year-around peak solar irradiance, ideal for local microgrids. In wind corridors, a vast and island wind corridors after consistent energy generation across northern, eastern, and southern regions. And for hydro, the powerful river system and deep geothermal rift valleys reserve provide steady and base load renewable capacity. Our main mission in Africa in 2030, providing an Africa future sustainable to our planet, such as like an Africa where every individual community access an affordable, reliable energy and clean energy by prioritizing decentralized renewable energy, climate decentralized infrastructure, smart grids, waste to energy, and women leadership, youth empowerment, and innovation. Thank you everyone for your time.
Every great conference begins with a story. Stories have and stories have the power to ignite action. Thank you, Manoj. Now we move on to the inaugural keynote address. Some leaders inspire through words, others inspire through action. Our next distinguished speaker has dedicated more than 3 decades to transforming lives through visionary leadership, sustainable development, humanitarian service, public health, climate justice, and institutional excellence. It is my singular honor to introduce the inaugural chief guest. And now I invite Dr. Durga Devi, our African lead, to introduce the inaugural chair.
Thank you, ma'am. Our next session is inaugural address titled Powering Africa's Future, Advancing Africa's Clean Energy Transition Through Innovation, Community Partnerships, Climate Resilience, and Inclusive Leadership. To deliver this address, it is my pleasure to introduce Dr. Uzudinma Akujekwi Adiriji, an internationally respected development strategist, a health economist, systems transformation leader, and sustainability advocate with over 3 decades of distinguished service across Africa and the global development community. He is the Chief Executive Officer and Program Director of Afri-Health Alternate Association, a United Nations ECO SOC accredited international civil society organization operating in more than 120 countries and currently serves as the Continental President of African Refugee Council. Dr. Adiriji has become a leading voice in health system strengthening, climate action, digital transformation, monitoring, evaluation, research and learning, and sustainable development. He has provided strategic leadership to numerous continental and global initiatives aligned with Sustainable Development Goals, Africa's Agenda 2063. Universal health coverage, renewable energy, environmental sustainability, and humanitarian action. His work has fostered multi-sectoral partnerships among governments, academia, civil society, development partners, and the private sector to accelerate innovation-driven solutions for Africa's development. An accomplished institution builder and policy advocate, he continues to champion science, technology, clean energy, artificial intelligence, and evidence-based governance as catalyst for inclusive growth. As chief guest at IGEN ENERGATHON 2026 Africa Continent, Dr. Adiriji brings exceptional expertise, visionary leadership, and an unwavering commitment to advancing sustainable energy, technological innovation, and resilient communities across Africa and Global South. His presence with us today reflects a shared commitment to building a greener, healthier, and more prosperous future for Africa and Global South. Respected participants, please join with me in welcoming Dr. Uzudinma Akujekwi to deliver our inaugural address. The virtual stage is yours, sir.
Thank you very much, Dr. Deva. Excellencies, I thought the address was already being delivered. I had to touch myself to confirm that it was still my introduction. Thank you, I appreciate that. First, let me congratulate the IGEN leaders. This inauguration is a very good one. Having the world listen to issues of energy for 26 hours non-stop is a record. Congratulations. Having already been introduced, I am going to speak on powering Africa's future, sustainable energy as a catalyst for universal health coverage, climate resilience, and the Sustainable Development Goals. I've already been introduced, so I have to start. Let me also say that we are looking at this theme of energy without borders for sustainable communities. At this IGEN ENERGATHON 2026, African Continental Energy Access Assembly 2026. Your Excellencies, heads of state and government, honorable ministers, distinguished delegates, development partners, captains of industry, policy leaders, innovators, youth representatives, civil society leaders, ladies and gentlemen, may I observe all protocols respectively. It is a profound honor and privilege to deliver this inaugural address at the IGEN ENERGATHON 2026 on Africa Continental Energy Access Assembly 2026, convened under the transformative theme of energy without
Niranjan,
borders.
someone is sharing the screen, Niranjan. You can.
Hello?
Yes, sir. The screen shared is being discussed now, sir. It's been presented now, sir.
Okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am.
Should I continue?
Yes, sir. You can continue, sir.
All right, thank you. I extend my deepest commendation to the organizers for convening this strategic multi-sectoral platform. We gather at a defining historical juncture when Africa's energy choices will decisively shape the trajectory of our public health systems, energy resilience, economic productivity, and overall sustainable development. Sustainable energy is the essential foundation upon which our universal health coverage, our climate resilience, and our sustainable development force multipliers must be built. In terms of context and continental policy momentum, we assemble at a moment of both critical challenge and unprecedented continental alignment. Across Africa, governments and civil society networks are deepening their sovereign and collective commitments to a just, orderly, and sustainable energy transition. In mid-2026, African ministers endorsed landmark continental frameworks that established a unified strategic direction for our energy future. The African Common Position on Energy Access and Transition prioritizes rapid renewable energy expansion while safeguarding broad energy access. The Continental Energy Security Policy underscores the imperative to build system resilience against supply disruptions, against geopolitical volatility, against infrastructure vulnerabilities, and against market instability. Crucially, the African Energy Transition Strategy and Action Plan delivers a structured, phased roadmap for a just, inclusive, low-carbon transition aligned with African Union Agenda 2063, aligned with the Paris Agreement, and with the Sustainable Development Goals, SDG. These are not mere abstract policy texts. They represent the normative building blocks of Africa's modern development architecture. However, policy consensus alone is insufficient. We must translate continental consensus into national budgetary allocations, regulatory alignment, de-risk investment environments, and implementation to the scale of the challenge. Despite notable progress, the energy access gap in Africa remains one of Africa's most stubborn development constraints and an ongoing development emergency. Globally, 655 million people still lack access to electricity, and over 560 million of them, more than 85% of the global total, reside in sub-Saharan Africa. The region also accounts for 970 million people living without access to clean cooking facilities. To meet the global target of universal energy access by 2030 under SDG 7, the pace of electrification across sub-Saharan Africa must triple immediately. The human and institutional implications of this deficit are severe. According to data from World Health Organization, approximately 15% of healthcare facilities in sub-Saharan Africa have no access to electricity whatsoever, while only 50% of hospitals across the region report reliable electricity access. Globally, close to 1 billion people in low and middle countries are served by facilities lacking reliable power or operating entirely in the dark. Energy poverty is not merely an infrastructure shortfall. It is a fundamental barrier to human dignity, clinical safety, and economic opportunity. In looking at sustainable energy as a catalyst for UHC, universal health coverage, UHC rests on the principle that all individuals receive quality essential health services without facing financial hardship. Yet, a health system cannot be truly universal if it cannot power its own operations. Energy is not referred to health system strengthening. It is one of its foundational pillars. Every critical health function depends directly on uninterrupted power. Clinical and surgical operations require continuous lighting and emergency power. Diagnostics and laboratories rely on electricity for complex equipment operation and sample testing. Life support infrastructure depends on power for medical oxygen generators and intensive care units. Cold chain systems require stable energy for vaccine storage and blood preservation. Even modern health information systems demand consistent electricity for digital health records and telemedicine. Excellencies, when clinics rely on unstable grids or expensive polluting diesel generators, patient outcomes suffer by disrupting maternal delivery, surgical safety, and routine immunization. Placing decentralized renewable energy systems such as solar mini grids, roof solar installations, battery energy storage systems, and hybrid solutions at the center of public health strategy protects the cold chain, supports digital health expansion, ensures operational continuity, and advances health equity. The role of civil society and, of course, of AfriHealth Alternate Association. In operationalizing this intersection of energy, health equity, and community resilience, non-state actors play a vital, irreplaceable role. In this regard, we must highlight the extensive civil society engagement championed by networks such as AfriHealth Alternate Association, AHOA. With UN ECOSOC consultative status and global partnerships, AHOA has consistently mobilized hundreds of civil society organizations across Africa and beyond to advocate for community-centered primary health care, health equity, and sustainable development. AHOA's pioneering work, such as its Global Life and Health Dialogue series and specialized convening on deploying renewable energy for health facilities and services in Africa and Global South, demonstrate how civil society bridges continental policy with localized action through its sustainable citizen participation approach that has received funding from United Nations Democracy Fund, AHOA, that is during 2017-2018. AHOA ensures that local communities, women, youth, and vulnerable groups are actively involved in designing, monitoring, and sustaining renewable energy and health interventions. This multi-stakeholder coalition model illustrates that expanding clean energy access for health is not solely a government task, but a collaborative movement driven by informed, empowered communities, building climate resilience. Excellencies, stakeholders, Africa contributes the least to cumulative global greenhouse gas emissions. Yet, Africa bears a disproportionate burden of climate shocks, including severe droughts, flash floods, heat stress, crop failures, and climate-induced vector-borne disease outbreaks like malaria. In this reality, sustainable energy serves as both a mitigation strategy and a critical adaptation mechanism. Transitioning to clean energy reduces emissions, improves air quality, lowers reliance on imported fossil fuels, and reinforces microeconomic stability. Simultaneously, deploying resilient decentralized systems strengthens the adaptive capacity of communities by empowering climate resilient grids, solar irrigation for agriculture, clean water supply infrastructure, and climate early warning systems. Transitioning to clean, decentralized, and affordable power protects essential infrastructure against extreme weather disruptions and secures human livelihoods. Let's look at energy itself as a force multiplier for the SDGs. Energy is the connective tissue across the entire 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Goal 7 on affordable and clean energy acts as a direct force multiplier across the entire matrix of development goals. Without energy, Goal 3 on health and well-being cannot be achieved as medical devices, oxygen systems, and cold chains fail. Goal 4 on quality education relies on power to drive digital literacy, connectivity, and evening study, including this enagathon. Goal 5 on gender equality is directly advanced when modern energy reduces unpaid care labor and household time poverty for women and girls. Goal 6 on clean water and sanitation depends on energy for pumping, treatment, and distribution. Goals 8 and 9 on decent work, industry, and infrastructure require reliable power to unlock industrial enterprise, local value addition, and job creation. Excellencies, Goal 11 on sustainable cities requires smart grids and transit. Goal 13 demands energy decarbonization for climate action. And Goal 17 relies on cross-sectoral partnerships to unlock multi-stakeholder financing and technological delivery. All these are energy dependent. Operationalizing energy without borders, a very nice approach on the theme of this assembly. This demands that we look past national boundaries. Energy systems, ecological risks, and market dynamics do not stop at physical borders. Energy without borders, therefore, requires first deep regional integration by accelerating regional power pools, cross-border grid interconnections, harmonized regulatory standards, and unified power trade. It requires market integration through the mobilization of cross-border investments, aggregating technology demand, and eliminating market fragmentation across African sub-regions and communities. It demands in-country equity to guarantee that energy access reaches rural populations, informed settlements, displaced persons, and fragile communities, ensuring the energy transition is just, inclusive, and leaves no one behind. Youth, innovation, and modern financing. Distinguished colleagues, Africa's greatest resource is its youth. Resolving the energy access gap will not occur through high-level policy alone. It requires entrepreneurship, localized technological development, and community-driven deployment. We must build an enabling ecosystem that connects young innovators to capital, manufacturing support, and market opportunities, scaling decentralized energy enterprises, digital management platforms, and last-mile service models, including. Crucially, we must address the financial gap. The latest SDG 7 tracking metrics indicate that international public financial flows for clean energy in developing nations remain far below required thresholds. To bridge this gap, we must deploy blended finance mechanisms to de-risk private investment, mobilize catalytic public and philanthropic capital, and establish stable, transparent regulatory frameworks capable of attracting long-term commercial investments. Looking at strategic priorities for action. To translate our shared vision into measurable outcomes, colleagues, excellencies, permit me to submit 5 strategic priorities for this assembly. 1. mainstream energy into health and development sector planning by integrating energy requirements directly into national UHC and health infrastructure strategies. 2. Scale decentralized energy, renewable energy deployments by expanding mini grids, solar systems, and battery storage across last mile settings. 3. Guarantee power for critical public infrastructure, prioritizing uninterrupted electricity supply to clinics, schools, water treatment plants, and digital connectivity hubs. 4. Mobilize blended finance and strategic partnerships, combining public, private, philanthropic, and civil society resources to de-risk clean energy investments. 5. Enforce an inclusive and just energy transition that explicitly centers energy policy on community participation, gender equity, youth employment, youth empowerment, and universal access for vulnerable populations. My closing call to action. Africa's development future will be determined by the decisions we make, not just today, not just in this session, throughout this enagathon and beyond. When we invest strategically in sustainable energy, we simultaneously fortify public health systems, deepen climate resilience, accelerate economic development, and restore dignity to millions. Let this again enagathon 2026 assembly be remembered not merely for the eloquence of its dialogue, but for the tangible clarity of its commitments and the enduring strength of its cross-border partnerships. Let us demonstrate that Africa can achieve economic growth, health equity, and climate resilience simultaneously. May we depart this assembly with renewed resolve to power an integrated, resilient, and prosperous Africa where sustainable energy unlocks opportunity for every community, every citizen, every country, every city, every county across all borders. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank
I'm
you
done.
for your inspiring. Your keynote has reminded us that sustainable energy is not merely an infrastructure investment. It is an investment in people, in health, in education, in climate resilience, and above all, an investment in humanity. Thank you once again, sir, for inspiring all of us today and make the inaugural session energetic. Our journey of learning continues. Innovation flourishes when science meets purpose. Our next keynote speaker is one such distinguished academic whose research continues to contribute significantly to Africa's sustainable energy future. It is my great pleasure to introduce Professor Dr. Bimru Thamrat Admasu from Bahir University, Ethiopia. Professor Bimru Thamrat Admasu is a professor of mechanical engineering, specializing in thermal and energy systems at the Faculty of Mechanical and Industrial Engineering, Bahir Institute of Technology. His research focuses on climate resilient energy systems and sustainable engineering solutions that support Africa's transition towards a greener future. Today, Professor Bimru will deliver an insightful keynote on climate resilient energy systems for Africa. Please join us in warmly welcoming Professor Dr. Bimru Thamrat Admasu. Professor, the visual stage is yours.
Thank you very much. Is my screen visible?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much. I would like to thank you very much for your invitation to be a keynote speaker in IGEN ENERGATHON 2026 International Conference. My name is Bimrao. I am from from Bahir University, Bahir, Ethiopia, Africa. My keynote address will be mainly focused on climate resilient energy system for Africa. My presentation will have actually 6 sections, and finally it will be concluded. So the first section will be strategic vision and current challenges. Africa's pathway towards climate resilient power integration. So, as you have seen from the pictures, currently African power is actually fragmented and it's really scattered. And the possible chance to get the power to the community is not as such sufficient enough. So we have to fulfill the vision of energy without borders as transcending territorial boundaries to build an integrated, climate resilient, and finally sustainable power infrastructure. So currently Africa, it's just the power system is really fragmented and it should be transformed as a unit, one cell. And we have to get united, one Africa, one grid, limitless energy. This has its own actually advantage because it can accelerate the usage of actually renewable energy. And we will have actually, as an African, strong system for more resilient Africa, powering homes, businesses, and economies as well. Will be the benefit of just uniting African energy system and allow investments, jobs, and innovation as well. Okay, in Africa, and at different locations, there are actually immense sources of especially renewable energy. And the northern part of Africa, solar energy is more abundant. In the eastern part, the geothermal energy, the hydropower energy is more abundant. And the Central Africa, for example, like Congo and such a like of countries in that boundary, has high hydro potential. And the coastal of Africa's, especially the western and the Madagascar region, it has actually high wind potential. So Africa holds world-class renewable resources, yet millions still face unreliable and limited electric access. Okay. As an information, from 100% of the renewable energy available in Africa, only 2% of the renewable energy potential is just invested in Africa. Just the rest of the world is actually 98. You can just actually compare how we are not just utilizing, especially the renewable energy potential of our country, that's our continent, that's Africa. Okay. When I come to the section 2, it's just about markets dynamics and institutional framework. When I come to bring Africa together in energy system, the objective is just designing a competitive, integrated, and resilient energy market for Africa. So the first one is actually markets dynamics, supply and demand factor shaping the energy sector. The second one is actually, as I've seen from the figure, institutional framework, structural and organizational governance should be mandatory to bring Africa as a united in energy context. Investment and financing, capital acquisition, and funding for energy projects should be on board in order to just lighten the whole Africa. The other one is actually policy regulation, legal standards, compliance, and governance policy should be framed and come together to a single unit. And then finally, regional cooperation, collaborative efforts across African borders for united energy is just mandatory. Okay. When I come to the interconnection and as a solution, as you have seen over here, my country, Ethiopia, specifically where I'm living, Bhushan, it has a potential of actually hydroelectric power generation and also actually solar as well. But the northern part is actually much better even. But still, it's possible to interconnect Africa as a unit, as a one. We have to balance variables of renewable energies and improves the reliability of the energy utilization and the maybe the generation of energy from renewable energy, reduce curtailment and the costs, and we can have actually a region which can actually share energy at different corners of the continent Africa. When it comes to the institutional hierarchy, currently it's actually national utility at the national level. Ethiopia as Ethiopia, Ghana as Ghana, maybe Congo as Congo. currently we don't have actually a national utility, but we have to bring them together as regional power pool, like Southern African power pool, Western Africa power pool, Eastern Africa power pool, and such like. And finally, continental governance and market information should be built up. In 2040, the power system master plan of Africa it guides just to have a unified power consumption and power distribution system in Africa. Okay, and currently just the African Union has categorized actually in 5 pillars. The first one is, as I've said before, the Southern African power pool. It holds actually almost 9 countries like Democratic Republic of Congo, Tanzania, Malawi, Mozambique, South Africa, and such like. And there, it's possible to say, we can say guarantee, they have actually good progress, especially unifying these regions, the Southern Africa Power Pool region. There is actually competitive and short-term spot markets. There is actually a USD denominated market share clearing. They have actually operational coordination across borders, support efficient regional power trades as well, made for others African power as a pool, as an example, or as a benchmark. Okay. The second one is actually West African power pool. This holds actually maybe around 11 countries like Mauritania, Mali, Niger, Nigeria, Lagos, Togo, Cote d'Ivoire, such a type of countries are categorized in such a group. They have actually their own framework in order to make this powerful together and make strong decisions to have a unified power system. Okay, so over here there's meets growing demand, regional integration is there, economic growth by far is good still, and real powers just we don't have actually a plan to reach a unified power pool in 2040. The other one is actually Central Africa power pool. Countries just like around Congo River Basin, like Cameroon, Central African Republic, Angola, Zambia, such type of countries are categorized actually as Central African power pool. These countries still have actually a good mission, a good vision to have actually a central power management system as maybe as a pool. And the same is for COMLEC. Thus, African countries which are actually a number of just maybe Europe, like Algeria, Libya, Tunisia, such a type of countries, they are categorized as actually one loop, and they are trying just to bring power pool management system. Okay, the other one is Eastern Africa power pool. These countries includes like Uganda, Kenya, Rwanda, and such like countries, and currently they have actually really scattered power generation system and power management system. They are trying to bring in the sample in 2040, and they have already, as a plan, they have already set 2.99 or around $3 billion for this program. So they have already said what benefits they will get as well. But over here, Ethiopia is not part of it, but there's one flagship project that connects Ethiopia with Kenya, that's section 4, that interconnects Ethiopia with Kenya, especially power from Ethiopia is just still delivered to Kenya. It's around 200, up to my knowledge and up to my information, around 200 megawatt power is just delivering to Kenya. And then for Ethiopia, foreign currency is just one advantage. And how far it is, just as we have seen over here, the power source from Ethiopia to Kenya, the distance is around 1,400 kilometers. And still they are just benefit each other. And in the long run, maybe up to 2040, Ethiopia and Kenya, there is actually a mutual benefit agreement document to interchange, or to share the power from each side anyway. Okay, I better say this in such a way. When I come to the fifth section, climate resilience and diversification, strengthen Africa's power future through resiliency, flexible and resource diversity. As I've said before, the Nile Basin, by the way, my city where I'm living is just the source of Blue Nile, the Lake Tana. That's Bahardar. It's just around 2 kilometers where I'm just talking now. That's the Nile Basin. It's just where the river just originated from my residence city, that's Bahardar. And there's one category over here, the Congo River Basin as well, and the Zambezi, the southern part basin. And then there's actually grid integration as structural defense, hydrological diversification, rain levels for vary from country to country in order to bring this problem, to get elevation to this problem. There's a plan to interconnect those basins, okay? Basins, Nile Basin, Congo Basin, and actually Zambezi Basin. And there may be actually cross-basin resilience as well. There may be actually power generation in each basin, and there will be actually a power, maybe integration throughout these basins in the long run. It has its own plan. So the other one is power support to stressed regions. Sometimes in Africa, all the regions, all the continent, the countries are not, didn't have actually, do not have the same rainfall amount. So in order to elevate this, there is still great connection throughout the continent. This is a plan which has already been formulated, okay? As I've said before, in the eastern parts, there is actually solar, still there is actually geothermal energy in Ethiopia as well. In the maybe Uganda, South Sudan, around there is still high geothermal potential. And also in the northern parts, Sudan, like Morocco, and such a type of Saharan countries, northern part of Saharan countries, they have a potential of actually solar energy. And then in the central part as well, there's solar still power may be generated there in each location, having actually high renewable energy sources. And then, as I said before, there are different mechanisms just to transfer power from the source to the regions which have no actually sufficient amount of energy by 2024, 14. So the deserts, as you have seen over here, the deserts, they have actually high power especially in solar thermal, and then still they have abundant even the wind energy as well. And then, as I said, the southern parts, geothermal and also solar energy is there. And at the central parts, the Congo River Basin, there's actually high hydro energy potential. The southern and also the borders of African countries, they have actually high potential in maybe wind energy. For your information, in Africa, there's actually 10 gigawatt plus solar power potential. This potential can actually give lights, give power for 15 plus connected countries. And from this, 300 million plus people can be benefited. And we can actually reduce the carbon emission and powering Africa's future will come real, okay? When I come to the overcoming barriers and strategic recommendations, section 6, we have to identify the headwinds, especially there is high capital expenditure in order to bring Africa just as a unit cell in specially power. So we have to elevate the high capital expenditure deficit or potential problem. The other one, sovereignty debt constraints. Still in Africa, then the countries may borrow from some just Western or maybe some rich countries. So that debt should be is actually as a constraint. So it should get actually a solution for these headwinds as well. Conduction regularly, inconsistency, regulatory frameworks. Different countries in Africa have actually their own regulatory systems, especially in power management. So we have to unite these fragmented regulatory frameworks as well. So addressing this headwinds is essential to unlocking Africa's full clean energy potential. When I come to the conclusion, in 2040, as Continental Power System Master Plan, one continent, one grid, one shared prosperity. This is one of the conclusions. Still in 2040, integrated continental grid, seamless interconnection link regions, optimize resources, and deliver reliable, affordable power across Africa. This in Africa, if we can work together, it's possible to bring such maybe dynamic living standards. Okay, the other one is climate resilient growth, harnessing Africa's abundant clean energy resources to build a sustainable, resilient, and low carbon futures. As I've told you before, as you listen from my presentation, there are different renewable energy potentials at different corridors of the continent, at different countries in Africa. So the other one is every home, business, and community connected, powering dignity, opportunity, and better quality of life for all Africans should be there. And then finally, industrial expansion, reliable, affordable power fuels, fuel industries, creates jobs and drives inclusive economic growth. This is also the fourth conclusion. Finally, powering Africa, powering the future. We can just grow together. In 2024, all those problems, all those bottlenecks will be hopefully solved, and Africa will have actually tremendous amount of energy source from and unified energy management system in 2040. This is all what I do have. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Sir, shall we have a virtual photograph, sir?
Of course.
Stop sharing the screen, sir.
Yeah. Wait a minute, please.
Yes, sir.
Wait a minute. Sorry. Yeah. Is it okay now?
Visible now, sir.
Okay, wait a minute. Oh, where's Unsure part? I could find it. I couldn't find it. Where's Unsure part? Okay. Yeah. Now it's okay, yeah?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Professor. Your presentation has beautifully demonstrated that innovation and sustainability must always go hand in hand. The insights you have shared today will undoubtedly inspire researchers, policymakers, engineers, and young innovators to design every energy system that are resilient, inclusive, and sustainable for future generations. I wish that your dream of 2040 has come true, sir. Thank you once again, sir, for the valuable contribution. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. See you, sir. Bye.
As we continue our journey, we now move from keynote deliberations to an engaging exchange of ideas through our first panel discussion. As the African proverb wisely says, wisdom is like a baobab tree. No one individual can embrace it alone. Discussion reflects exactly that spirit. When experts from different countries, disciplines, and organizations come together, ideas evolve into practical solutions. Every meaningful discussion begins with a clear vision. To provide the context and framework for today's conference, may I respectfully invite our esteemed Africa Continent lead, Dr. R. Durga Devi, to deliver the framing remarks.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. We now move on into the heart of today's conversation. Excuse me. Conversation. Our first partner organization panel discussion themed Africa's Energy Vision 2030: Pathways to Universal Energy Access and Ways to Clean Energy, a Sustainable Energy Pathway for Africa. This panel sits at the very core of why we gathered here tonight. Universal energy access by 2030 is not merely a target on paper. It is a promise we owe to millions of African households, schools, hospitals, and businesses still waiting for reliable power. And as we all hear, in the next 40 minutes, the pathway to that promise isn't singular. It spans policy, technology, community innovation, and increasingly the emerging frontier of ways to clean energy, where what was once discarded becomes a source of power, fuel, and opportunity. This is a conversation about vision, but more importantly, it's a conversation about implementation, about what it will genuinely take to move Africa from ambition to universal access within this decade. To guide us through this rich discussion, it is now my privilege to introduce a distinguished moderator for this session. Professor Dr. Ebenezer Ajayi is a senior lecturer in Department of Biochemistry, College of Science, Engineering and Technology at Osun State University, Osogbo, Nigeria. Specializing in diabetes complications and infectious disease research with 19 years of experience spanning clinical biochemistry, molecular biotechnology, medical genetics, and membrane biophysics. Beyond his academic and research work, Professor Ajayi is a passionate advocate of sustainability and green innovation across Africa. Having served as Director of Africa Green Innovation School Program at Images Initiative and playing an active role in Africa Circular Economy Research and Policy Network, including facilitating robotics and AI-driven sustainability demonstrations at Circularity Africa Conference. He was also recognized among Africa's outstanding business and MSME Africa's top 20 remarkable MSME founders in the year 2022, reflecting his multidisciplinary impact spanning science, education, biotechnology, and sustainable innovation. His work continues to inspire multidisciplinary research and cross-sector partnerships aimed at advancing sustainable developments across the continent. Respected participants, please join me in welcoming Professor Dr. Ebenezer Ajayi to moderate this important discussion along with other three expert panelists who bring perspectives spanning technology, research, climate finance from across the continent to the virtual podium. Over to you, sir. Ajayi, sir.
Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Pleasure to be the moderator of this. I want to welcome you for this call to the African Continental Assembly 2026 under the leadership of Dr. Hardugar Devi. It's my pleasure to be a part of this IGEN ENERGATHON 26 for the Global 5 Continent SDG 4 Energy Marathon. I want to recognize Zodima Akujekwe Adirije, who gave one of the inaugural lecture of the African continent. Like I've been well introduced, I want to also wish Dr. Ramesh of IGEN and every other senior people on this call permit me to maintain their scene protocols. Our here today talks about energy without borders for sustainable communities. We're for the Africa session. Our focus will be on Africa Energy Vision 2030, pathways to universal energy access, under which analysts discuss clean energy, a sustainable pathway to manage waste in Africa town councils. We have case studies from Nigeria and Uganda. Joining us on this roundtable, we have Mr. Ejike Patrick Unsu, CEO of BrahMos Laboratories Nigeria. He's on this call. We are also going to have Dr. Halmas Sedengeya of the Department of Electrical and Electronics Engineering, Kiambu University, Uganda, Kampala, Uganda. And also we have already with us Dr. Mary Goraj Nantongo of the Department of Applied Economics, Karere University Business School, Uganda. So I want to welcome all of you. So I quickly to invite them to give us their opening perspectives regarding what the discussion is for today. minutes. Who goes first? Mr. Ejikeme. Please go ahead, give us your perspective about the team. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, and it's a pleasure to be on this call in this important event. As well introduced, I'm Ejikeme Patrick Mosu.
Hello.
Can you hear me clearly? Are you with me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, of course, sir. Please proceed. Okay.
So, my name is Ejikeme Patrick Mosu, the CEO, co-founder Lumos Laboratories Nigeria Limited, background in industrial chemistry and almost 2 decades experience on conversion of waste into clean energy. As I rightly say, yes, there's energy poverty around the world, but that of Africa seems to be one among the most important across the world based on our population and the lack. But looking at the amount of waste, we can come from the perspective that the waste we generate is enough to power Africa, even power the world. And judging by the amount of work we are putting in our laboratory, in our company, we have been able to demonstrate that the waste we generate, if appropriately harnessed, will be enough to supply most of our energy need. Yes, there are many ways of generating clean energy: wind, solar, biomass is where I'm talking of more now. When I'm talking about waste, majorly biodegradable waste, liquid waste, and other forms of waste. Apart from generating this energy, clean energy is also cleaning up the environment, solving multiple problems using one single approach. Yes, Africa, indeed the world, can solve their energy poverty problem, have sustainable clean energy if we effectively utilize what we have. It's not lack of technology, we have technologies. It's about the will and the adoption of what is already on the table. It's glad to be on this call, and I hope to get in more as we progress. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nwosu. Now over to Dr. Nantondo. Please give us your perspectives regarding the theme. Thank you.
Thank you so much to the organizers of this global event. And thank you for inviting me to such an important discussion indeed. I'm going to be looking at this from the perspective of finance, asking the question, how do we finance the energy transition across Africa? And first, to give perspective, I think our first speaker must have been the professor from Ethiopia. Sorry, sir, I cannot get your name. But he put out for us a very, important statistic when he said just about 2% of renewable energy investment across the world comes to Africa. So when we think about energy and the energy transition across the continent, like many speakers have said, I think we are beyond the technology problem. We know the technologies are there, the potential across the continent is also there. But the main challenge that we have now is how do we translate that potential into actual investments in clean energy to power our communities, our health sector, our education sector, like we were very well taken through in the keynote address. So let me just first of all give a bit of context around the financing of energy more specifically, but I think I'll look at it from the perspective also of climate finance, because as we speak now, a lot of energy financing, especially green energy financing, comes through the climate finance window. So when you look at the investments that are coming across the continent, in fact, energy is more privileged. So out of that 2% that the professor said, energy is more privileged, that it is the most invested in. So about 30% of the investments, the climate investments that are coming to the continent, 30% of that goes to energy. But not all of that is clean energy. So when we zoom down into clean energy, we see that about 70% of the energy investments in total, 72% go to clean energy, which means that, in fact, from a proportions perspective, energy is doing much better when you compare to the rest of the sectors. But there's another 30% that's still going to fossil fuel energy, yeah? So, of course, the idea is that we move from the fossil fuels to clean energy. And there's still quite a huge percent in terms of subsidies to the fossil fuel sector.
Dr.
Now,
Natongo, let me take
yes.
it from there so that we run around it, but keeping it at moving from fossil fuels to cleaner energy. Let me hold it for you there. I wouldn't know if Dr. Almas is on the call so that he can quickly give his perspective also. Otherwise, we can move on to the next aspect of what we want to consider. Okay, I don't know if Dr. Almas is here, but then let me go back to Dr. Okay, let me go back to Mr. Nwosu. In 1 minute, what is the most critical barrier and one transformative opportunity for scaling waste to energy systems in Africa municipalities? Quickly, like in 1 minute, what will be your most critical barrier disturbing or preventing scaling waste to energy systems in Africa? And what can be that one transformative opportunity in that regard? And thereafter, we go back to Dr. Natongo. Thank you, Mr. Nwosu.
From my own experience, we have our business we run on deploying waste to energy solutions. I think one of the critical, the highest challenge barrier is adoption, acceptance of innovative technologies, accepting something that is not conventional. You know, many leaders, politicians, investors, they talk about patronizing our indigenous solutions. But when it comes to doing it, you see that many of them will not even allocate a dime in the budget to do such. So from my own experience, it's one of the major challenges. Yes, we know we have problem of financing, but even if we are not financing the sectors, we have finances that also deploy to get a lot of technologies that are imported. So I think that not having a lot of trust on indigenous solution is one of the biggest barriers in what we do. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Dr. Natongo, in 1 minute, over to you. The most critical barrier and maybe a transformative opportunity to scale waste to energy systems in African municipalities. So thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Sorry, I'm a bit confused about this because I thought I had 10 minutes to speak about financing. I didn't prepare for waste to energy. So that's not a field that I work in. So maybe we could have the next speaker and you can guide me on if there is anything else I can say about finance.
Okay, in that wise, just give your time for you to share what you have prepared. Thank you, ma'am.
In 1 minute?
The critical barrier you can identify.
Okay. Yeah, so for me, I think the critical barrier is the cost of capital. If you compare projects like projects in Europe, renewable energy projects in Europe would have an interest rate of about 5%, while in Africa, that would be about 25 to 30%. So we need to bring down the cost of capital by thinking about, for example, de-risking our finance through blended finance structures, through multi-stakeholder partnerships, through trying to use public capital to leverage private sector participation, because that's a bit weak across the continent. Thank you.
All right, very well. So I go back to Mr. Nwosu now. For the next 5 minutes, based on whatever you have prepared before, please speak to us. Then we go back to Dr. Natongo after that. Thank you very much.
Do I need to share this slide or I should just speak straight?
Okay, Dr. Dugadevi, if you have the permission to let him share his slides.
Let me just, okay.
We seek permission so that each of them will be able to share their slides as prepared. Thank you.
Okay. Should I continue sharing or have we are seeking for permission?
You can keep talking.
Okay.
Yeah. Is there any request?
Okay, okay.
Yeah, we want to be able to share slides. But while it's
Yeah. You can able to share your screen right now. You can able to share your screen right now. Just try it.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, I'm presenting on waste to energy, powering our planet and protecting the environment. As I said earlier, it's very possible that the amount of waste that we generate will be enough. So power.
Are you able to share your screen?
Okay, let me get back.
The screen is not visible.
Okay, I've not.
Yeah. Yeah, it's visible. Go ahead.
Okay. So I'm talking of waste to energy, powering our planet and protecting the environment. As I earlier mentioned, it's very possible that we can use the waste we generate to power Africa and indeed the world. So I earlier mentioned that Major Patrick was the CEO of Lumos Laboratories Nigeria Limited. We already know waste are materials that have exhausted their primary use, energy's ability to do work, and power is the rate of doing work. Why this brief definition is important is that the topic is about waste, using the waste to power the planet. And the question is it possible to power our planet with waste? And my resounding answer is yes. This topic is very important because you can see the picture in the background is one of the waste dumping sites in somewhere in Africa, though we have something like this in some part of Asia and other part of the world, but it seems to be predominant in many parts of Africa where we don't have good waste management system. And where not properly managed, this waste cause a lot of harm to the environment, to the life in the oceans and others. This topic is so important to us because in our company, we've developed a number of invention patent rights that transform waste into clean energy and other useful products like organic fertilizer, fire retardant paint. So using such solutions, and there are many other solutions across the globe, both indigenous, African, or from abroad, we could actually convert this waste, what we call waste, into valuable resource. Some of the numbers we have, the global annual municipal waste, solid waste generation is about 2 billion tons. And the solid waste by 2050 is expected to reach 3.8 billion tons. Every minute, about 3,825 tons of waste are being generated. And globally, the amount of recycled waste is only 20%. And waste per capita, even the most developed world, is about 800 kg per annum. And the average globally is 280 kg per annum. The cost of waste management is about 252 billion USD, and by 2050 is going to grow to $640 billion. These sources are from UNEP. It means that if we don't start taking some drastic measures against waste generation, waste management, it will be a very big problem, not only for Africa, but for the globe. Sorry. I'm bringing this to the Nigeria. We have in the country about 32 million metric tons of waste are generated annually, and unfortunately, only 70% are properly collected. 70% are not properly collected, and most of them find themselves in landfills, releasing harmful methane gas, polluting the environment. As we all know, methane is even worse than CO2 in kind of global warming and environmental degradation. Let's look at waste to energy technologies. It is the process of generating energy in the form of electricity, heat, or fuel from waste. There are a number of technologies involved in waste to energy. Incineration, that is controlled burning of waste to produce steam that drives turbine. Anaerobic digestion, breaking down of organic waste to produce biogas using biodigesters. We also have gasification and pyrolysis, heating waste in a low oxygen environment to create syngas or biofuel. There's what we call BrahMos method, which we developed in Nigeria in our company, conversion of liquid waste into hydrogen-rich gases, which we blend with methane to generate electricity. From our studies, we know that the TLM method can increase our human waste generation factor by 2.5%, which means instead of using only anaerobic digestion for generation of methane for energy use, the BrahMos method produces hydrogen-rich gases from liquid waste, which could be urine or other wastewater, and biomethane from biodegradable waste, and these are blended and channeled to gas generator for electricity generation or other uses. The market opportunity in waste. Waste is not the problem, it is a resource. By 2025, last year, the waste opportunity for, that is waste energy business, is about $51.2 billion. And by 2034, it's expected to grow to $93 billion. Importance of waste energy, job creation, cleaner environment, improved agriculture, energy security, and supports SDG goals 1, 3, 6, 7, 9, 11, 13. I want to mention of publication some years ago, which I know that many of you must have heard. A few years ago, Sweden ran out of waste to run some of their energy generating plants. They ran out of their waste and they had to import waste from some countries to run the plant and generate energy. Those things are very possible. As I mentioned in my opening speech, it's not just about lack of technology, it's about also the commitment, the will, and the trust in the technology and solutions that we have. It's very possible. A closer look at the anaerobic digestion process for energy generation. Simple digester is a system that is airtight, with slurry organic substance being introduced, and the system is made that good amount of anaerobic bacteria in the system breaks down the organic substances waste, as the case may be, and generate gases. These gases can be used after purification to do what? As cooking gas or used to generate energy. And what we are doing already in Nigeria, we are championing this idea, kind of disruption, try to make home users, home builders, that instead of doing the conventional soak away system for managing waste, that we can actually use this digester to replace soak aways. In fact, I'm speaking from my home in the capital of Nigeria, Abuja, and the house where I'm speaking from now don't have soak away. We have this our system. It's also kind of a demonstration which has also gotten some good attention. Even presently, we are doing over 200,000 liters digester system, one of the government institutions in the country. So we are trying to encourage home users, government, everyone, instead of bringing soak away that is even causing environmental harm, why not adopt the digester system that treats the waste, generates clean energy, and also qualifies for carbon credit earning? As I mentioned, our technology we have developed here has been successfully prototyped, deployed in many locations. We have also implemented projects for some organizations, even from outside the country. This chart shows projected daily waste, biogas, and energy generation for human waste in some countries via anaerobic digestion. Because the rule of thumb is that the more the waste you generate, the more the amount of energy, because the amount of gas you generate is proportional to the amount of waste and vice versa. You can see India by population, China. India is topping the charts, followed by China, US, Nigeria. I just use some countries to show. So having good population is a blessing when it comes to using waste to generate energy. And I'm pretty aware that India as a country is also doing well in this anaerobic digestion technology. Okay, the projected daily biogas generation for human waste in some Nigerian states. This presents just to show there are some states, I just picked from Nigeria, leading by Lagos based on population. So the fact is that the more the number of human beings, the more the number of waste, the more the number of animals, the more the amount of energy we can generate from waste. And by the time we look at the amount of waste that can come from livestock, cows, cattle, and poultry, is actually huge. Last year, we implemented a project in Nigeria for Innovate UK. There's a big poultry in Nigeria where they're having challenge of waste disposal and the lack of energy. We use the waste from the poultry litter to generate electricity for them. So it's a win-win for both sides. Cleaner environment, clean energy generation, and better organic fertilizer production, because the organic waste that has passed through the digestion process comes out as better organic fertilizer. Okay, I don't want to mention use of waste for energy generation, upcycling. Okay, I just mentioned some Nigerian innovators, young guys also doing some good job in this area. We don't have lack of ideas, don't have lack of technology or solutions. It's about implementation. There are many of them, there are many of them that are hands-on, using the little resources they have to do all this. It's the issue of trusting what we do. Okay, cow dung to energy business. This a few years ago, one of my trips to Germany. This is a company in Germany. They have big digesters. The business model is that they get cow dung from the cattle rearers and they generate energy, make their money, and during farming season, some of the fertilizer is given back to the farmers and everybody is happy, creating cleaner environments, generating revenue, and making environment cleaner. Having this kind of model deployed in many African nations, in this case, many parts of the world, we make our environment cleaner and better. So some of our success stories, these are some projects we have done in different parts of the country. The first one animal care Iberu is actually funded by Innovate UK. Federal government gets called Abaji, using the waste from the students to generate some of the energy they use. Kuje prison inmates waste to generate some of their energy needs, and other locations. As I already mentioned, okay, Sweden recycling is so revolutionary, the country has to import rubbish from other countries to keep its recycling plants running. This was actually published in 2016. And we have a story of Rwanda powering most of their prisons with the pool. So, okay, there's a project we haven't doing now being financed by Federal Ministry of Environment in Germany, using plastic waste to generate some resources, and the energy we deploy for that solution is from the fecal waste from the site. So waste is not a problem. If the waste is not well managed, then the problem becomes that we are the problem. So we can use waste to generate energy, other useful resources, support sustainable energy solution, and by embracing waste energy, we are not just empowering our cities, we are protecting our planet for future generations. Waste is a resource. Thank you very much for the opportunity to share our little ideas on this topic, and I'm glad to welcome any questions or contributions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Ajayi and our distinguished panelists. What an insightful discussion. Today's conversation has reminded us that the future of Africa's energy sector depends upon innovation, partnership, research, policy, and above all, our collective determination to transform challenges into opportunities. Let's appreciate our distinguished speakers with a virtual round of applause.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Durga. I think we can give Dr. Netango, Dr. Maria, so that she can also speak to our slides. Luckily, we don't have the third panelist. That can save some time for us. Can we invite Dr. Mary to also share her slides and speak? Thank
Shall
you.
we have a full photograph, sir? Please switch on the camera. We will be having a virtual photograph.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Knowledge inspires us, success motivates us, impact transforms us. It is now time to witness real stories that demonstrate how sustainable energy is changing communities across Africa. May I request our technical team to play Energy Africa Impact Snapshot 1, highlighting innovative projects and inspiring success stories across the continent. Technical team?
Yeah.
Yes, technical team, please play the video.
Yeah. Just a minute, I will play the video.
Thank you.
Technical team, your audio is not available. Please stop the screen and reshare it with the audio. Still your audio is not with. Hello, is there any problem?
Two minutes, John.
Across Africa, millions still live without reliable electricity. Without power, access to education, healthcare, and economic opportunity remains out of reach for many communities. Africa Energy Vision 2030 is expanding renewable energy, strengthening power grids, and bringing reliable electricity to communities across the continent. From solar farms and wind projects to community microgrids, clean energy is powering homes, schools, hospitals, and businesses across Africa. Universal energy access is the foundation for growth, innovation, and opportunity. Africa Energy Vision 2030 is building a brighter, more sustainable future for all. Across Africa, millions
Open that. Where's mine? Where is that?
Yeah,
Durga Devi, ma'am. Durga Devi, ma'am.
Are you calling my attention? Okay.
Priya, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
You can just,
ma'am.
Hello.
Start the panel discussion, sir.
Yeah.
1 minute, sir. 1 minute.
Okay.
Okay, so
Panel meet பண்றேன்.
hope we can take off now.
Ma'am.
Hello. So we want to take off the panel discussion. Greetings to
As we
everyone.
continue this exciting, our next session focuses on one of Africa's greatest priorities, bringing clean, affordable, and reliable energy to rural communities. Millions still avoid access to sustainable electricity. Yet within every challenge lies an opportunity to innovate, to collaborate, to empower communities, to build resilient local economies. Our next distinguished panel will explore practical pathways to achieving decentralized renewable energy systems that truly leave no community behind. Empowering rural Africa through decentralized renewable energy. Energy is the foundation upon which communities grow, businesses flourish, education expands, and healthcare reaches every citizen. Welcome back. We now move into one of the most significant session of today's conference. Despite remarkable progress, millions across rural Africa still lack access to reliable electricity. Yet with the decentralized renewable energy solutions, innovation, community participation, and strategic partnerships, the future is brighter than ever. So the panel will explore practical, scalable, and sustainable solutions that can transform rural communities and improve livelihood across the country. So it is my privilege to invite Chinchu Nair ma'am to introduce the panel members, moderator, and the panelists.
Oh, here I'm Francis Brown Taylor. I'm going to speak on empowering rural Africa.
Nisha ma'am will be introducing the panel members, ma'am.
Okay.
Yeah, good evening all. So it's my great pleasure to introduce our distinguished guest, Mr. Francis Brown Taylor, an accomplished progressive web app developer, digital transformation consultant, and education leader with over 17 years of experience in education, training, leadership, and institutional development. Mr. Taylor is the foundation of BASI Global Education, a technology-driven organization dedicating to helping schools, NGOs, training institutions, and mission driven organizations embrace digital transformation. So through innovative progressive web apps and smart digital solution, he has empowered institutions to streamline administration, enhance learning delivery, automate reporting, and improve overall operational efficiency. So in addition to his journey, Mr. Taylor serves in several leadership roles, including education, project manager, and lead trainer with Go to the World, as well as principal of Morgan Esteem Academy in Ghana. So throughout his career, he has championed teacher development, curriculum innovation, child protection initiatives, and educational technology integration, positively impacting educators and learners across diverse institutions. So academically, he holds a Bachelor of Arts in Educational Psychology from the University of Cape Coast, along with additional qualifications in education and computer software. So today we are honored to have a visionary who seamlessly combines educational expertise with cutting edge technology to create meaningful and lasting impact. So please join me in extending a warm and heartfelt welcome to Mr. Francis Brown Taylor. Welcome you, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'm quite honored to be given this platform to experience these innovative programs and impact that The Institute of Green Engineering is empowering and giving us a way forward into the future. So it is the ENERGATHON 2026 by the Institute of Green Engineering, and we are speaking on empowering rural Africa through decentralized renewable energy. I'll be taking my speakers and panelists through two sessions. Where we have the first session, we're going to speak on our theme or share our perspectives. And then we'll move on to the second session where we deliberate on the themes that has been quite extensively researched on to speak about or talk about in this important, distinguished event throughout the continent as we have identified or outlined. Greetings to everyone, once again joining us in the room and online on Zoom and YouTube. Welcome to today's panel discussion, and I invite everyone to join us and get along with us. Well, to talk about the theme that is empowering Africa through decentralized renewable energy across Africa, nearly 600 million people still live without access to electricity. And to think about it, most of them are in rural communities that national power grids have not reached and may not reach for years. And so such as today's event that we are speaking on to actually bring solutions to set deliberating challenging situations. Today's panel exists because the solution to that gap is already being built, community by community, rooftop by rooftop, centralized renewable energy. We ran the session in the first part, and I want to take off with my perspective on the theme for the event. I'll be delivering my opening perspective. So let me start with a picture of what you will recognize in terms of centralizing rural energy to rural Africa. Now let's look at a rural clinic with no power to keep vaccines cooled, a student doing homework using kerosene lamp, a grain farmer with no way to mill or refrigerate what he or she grows. This is the daily reality for hundreds of millions of people across rural Africa, not because energy doesn't exist, but because grid was never built to reach them. That is what we're saying. There should be decentralized energy throughout. And this isn't a future idea. It's happening right now across the continent. In Nigeria, in Owe Korogba community in Bayelsa State, a solar mini grid built by Sea Solar and funded by All On is powering homes and small businesses that never had electricity before, without a single national grid pole in sight. In Rwanda, BBOX has deployed solar microgrids and home systems reaching over 50,000 households, giving families affordable power and giving local shopkeepers, tailors, and welders the ability to extend their working hours and grow their income. In Kenya, pay-as-you-go solar has become a model the world studies. Companies allow rural households to pay for solar home systems in small daily installments using mobile money, the same way they would buy airtime. That single innovation was brought power to millions of homes that a bank loan or a grid connection would never have reached. And across Tanzania, Ethiopia, and beyond, governments are now partnering directly with private investors and development finance institutions to scale mini grids as deliberate national policy, not a stopgap, but a strategy. Why does this matter beyond just having light? Because electricity is productive. A mini grid means a clinic can store vaccines, a shop can refrigerate drinks and sell after dark. A grain mill can run on a solar power instead of an expensive diesel generator. A child can study in the evening. This is the difference between energy access and economic transformation. But let's be honest about the challenges too. Financing remains difficult. Regulatory approval for mini grids can take over a year in many countries. And grid extension policy sometimes competes with rather than complements decentralized solutions. Now, real progress will need three things: faster, friendlier regulation for mini grid operators, blended finance that lowers risk for private investors, and stronger coordination between governments, the private sector, and communities themselves. Rural Africa does not need to wait for the grid to reach it. The technology, the financing models, and the proof of success already exist across our continent. Our task now is to scale what is already working deliberately and fast. Thank you. And that's my perspective. And without much ado, I think that it is much important for our panelists to also share their perspective, which is going to make it a rich deliberation and a rich time we can engage them for this session and bring in a lot of solutions to our team. I'll be joined by two of my panelists. I presume they are with us as we've scheduled. Gideon Asamoah, Mr. Gideon Asamoah is an energy innovator and solutions architect working with government sector on energy research in Ghana. And also Rahel Apong is a renewable energy practitioner into research and education with the Ministry of Education Ghana. So I would want to invite Gideon to actually give us his perspectives on the team as I have already shared mine. Gideon, could you share with us?
Thank you, Dr. Brown. Thank you, Dr. Francis Brown, for such an insightful opening. So I'll just share my perspective also on decentralized energy. So decentralized rural energy means making electricity in village using what is nearby, like sun, wind, water, or animal waste, instead of bringing power from far away. Now let us look at the full picture in 4 simple parts. Where does the power come from? It comes from local things. Sunlight using solar panels, small rivers using micro hydro, wind using small windmills, gas from animal manure and plant waste. How big is the system? It is small. It can power one house, one farm, or one whole village. It is not a big power station. It works in the following ways. It has batteries to store power for 9 times. It has a small control box to manage the flow of electricity. It does not need to connect the national power grid. There are 4 big changes. For farming, it helps pump water for crops. It helps dry crops after harvest. It helps keep food cold, so it lasts longer. For daily life, it gives light for children to study at night. It allows people to charge phones. It keeps medicines cool in village clinics. For the environment, there is less smoke from kerosene lamps. There is less cutting of trees for firewood. There is less issue of expensive diesel. For safety, There are no power cuts from storms or problems far away. The village has power even when the main grid fails. The main goal, to give villages the same chance to have power as big cities, but in a way that the village people can own the system, fix it themselves, and manage it on their own. So they become independent, not waiting for help from outside. So I think that is my perspective on the decentralization of renewable energy. So thank you for the class.
Brilliant. That is quite comprehensive for us to understand, and it is much important and needed to have access to the energy in the form of the sun, the solar, wind, to have energy in various forms that is renewable and there's easy access in the village. And it is said that it doesn't cost them much, where we have these set up in each village. It doesn't have to rely on a dam or a particular grid or system set up for distributing energy, and they have to transfer it from the central part of the country to other smaller villages or parts of that country or other village centers through very expensive schedule. I want to invite Madam Rahel Pong, working in research work with the Ministry of Education, to also share her perspective, as she's been through such processes and practical work within her education sector. And she has views as well, which is much needed, and it enriches our topic or our deliberations in terms of sustaining renewable energy and decentralizing energy in rural Africa. So take over, Madam Rachel. If you are here, can you please?
All right, thank you very much, Mr. All right, thank you very much, Mr. Brown. So decentralization energy means of producing and managing electricity right in the community, instead of relying only on the big national grid alone. In Ghana here, over 3 million people still do not have access to electricity, and most of them live in rural areas. Even in communities connected to the grid, power outages are common. This affects schools, clinics, and businesses. In Ghana here, we can solve this problem. Example, when we take rural community, about 500 households in the Upper East region, instead of waiting 5 to 10 years for the national grid to extend, the district, the assembly, and community can set up a 50 kilowatt solar mini grid. Then this solar mini grid 400 can power 400 homes with lights, fans, and phone charging. It can also run a health center 24 hours. So vaccines can be stored in a fridge, and night deliveries are safe. And also, it can support a school with light for evening classes and computers. It can also create jobs for small businesses such as barbering shop, hostels, and so on. The cost of extending the national grid of 20 kilometers can be over 2 million Ghana cedis. A solar mini grid for the same community can cost about 800,000 or to 1 million. and can be installed in 6 months. Why are we talking about decentralization energy? Because it is faster. It can project in a month. Also, it is cheaper, no need for long power lines. And also, it is reliable because the community is not affected by national outgas. It is local also because the community help manage it and take ownership. So in Ghana, I can also say that if Ghanaians are serious about reaching everybody with electricity by 2030, we must think local. Decentralization renewable energy is not just about electricity. It is about health, education, job, and dignity. Let's bring the power to the people. Thank you very much.
Hello. So that is Madam Rahel's presentation perspectives on centralizing rural Africa. We're empowering rural Africa through decentralized renewable energy. I must say it is much effort and much hard work that we have to put in every sector of the economy. We must also harness resources that can bridge the gap in terms of being able to set up such grids that are, affordable and relies on renewable sources in each village and each town, in each remote areas that they can rely on, and it's built within that particular what we call boundary or area, so that they will not wait for energy to be sent from the central part of a particular source to that village, because as she said, in Africa, Nigeria, Ghana, Kenya, and other parts of the world, there's absolutely many places in the parts that has not received any form of energy yet. And suffice me to say that, as she mentioned, a lot of advantages or benefits, it is rather a challenge or a problem. It's rather affecting lives. So to say, I want to find out from Mr. Gideon and Madam Rahel. So to say, what can we see if we have to make sure we are decentralizing renewable energy, so that the rural Africa we were talking about can be empowered. Who should, is it? We believe we are making the right effort. Talking about rural Africa and decentralizing energy on this particular event. And we know there are solutions that we are coming up with that will be looked at in terms of research work that is coming out, and then in terms of practical experiences, so that we will not mitigate anything that it is not able to give us any good output. So the question is, whose responsibility because I made mention that nearly 600 million, 0 million people still live without access to electricity. And that is because renewable energy is not decentralized. Whose responsibility? Can we share our perspectives? So, Mr. Gideon, are you there?
Yes, Doc, I'm here. So, actually, if you're asking her whose responsibility, where should actually I will rephrase it like where should governments, private investors, and local communities each be putting their energy in the next 2 to 3 years? If I'm clear. So, in government should help create stable policy, provide incentives, and invest in rural energy infrastructure and workforce training. That's the government. That's what the government can do. It refers to the government's responsibility. Now, the private investors should scale affordable mini grids, solar irrigation, cold chain solutions, and productive use equipment through innovative finance. So that is what the private sector can do with respect to decentralizing renewable energy. Now, the local community's responsibility are to participate in planning, take ownership of operations and maintenance, and support local business that use electricity productively. So, without further ado, I think if I'm clear, and that is what it is. So,
Right. So I think you've made mention of greater section of the majority or the major part of what funding is needed for them to make available renewable energy, decentralizing it to empower rural Africa. Africa is not just what is the forefront or what we present to the world as it is, because what we present to the world is the one that we have polished, and we see it to be something that it doesn't really paint Africa in terms of decentralized rural Africa in terms of decentralizing what we call energy. So I agree with you, Madam Cho. If you add your voice to what we're talking about, we're asking ourselves whose responsibility is it to decentralize energy, so that we can empower rural Africa and they will not be left behind.
Yeah. So as my brother mentioned, we can see that those who are responsible, it is through the metropolitan to the municipal and the district assembly. So all these people are responsible for the decentralization energy program.
Right. That's good. We have a structured system of government, structured system of what we call regional and town leadership and administrative work, where each part of all that we have mentioned seek to find their way into our discussion. Their responsibilities that leaders will find themselves in these sectors and areas, administrative regions and towns, are so to work hard and to know that beyond distances, beyond long and wider areas, or beyond kilometers, thousands of kilometers, people who are living in remote areas and rural Africa don't have to suffer or don't have to lack the sources of energy in that perspective or aspect. I'd like to say that what does it take for schools to lose the centralized system for energy? What does it take for schools not to have decentralized renewable energy? What does it take for towns, government institutions? What does it take for hospitals or clinics? What does it take for wide array of regions and various metropolitan areas, various across Africa and areas beyond our reach? What does it take for them to lose renewable energy? Decentralized system which they lack. What are we saying? What is it? How do you make sure decentralized energy isn't just about lighting homes, but about powering in productive use, agriculture, small manufacturing, heat services? Mr. Gideon, can you help us deliberate on
Right.
summary?
Right.
I'm just saying, yeah.
Yeah, right. All right.
How do
So
we make sure decentralized energy isn't just about lighting homes, but about powering productive use, agriculture, small manufacturing, health services, and various institutions that we can't live without. It's key part of various parts of Africa in the life and culture and aspects.
all right, Doc. So decentralized energy to be planned around livelihoods, not just household lights. In rural Ghana, mini-grids and solar systems to power irrigation farms, cold storage for crops and fish, agro-processing equipment, welding and carpentry workshops, and health facilities. Pairing energy projects with financing, business training, and market access ensures electricity creates jobs, increases income, and improves essential services. So, in Ghana, decentralized energy should not just focus on lightening households, but this is how we should actually harness decentralized energy by providing power irrigation pumps, cold storage for crops and fish, agro-processing equipment, welding and carpentry workshops, and health facilities. Thank you very much.
Okay, so that is what
Thank
it
you,
is.
sir.
Thank you so
Thank you,
much.
sir. Thank you,
I
sir.
believe
Thank you, Francis Brown Taylor, for your excellent moderation, and our sincere appreciation to Mr. Gideon Asamo and Mr. Benjamin Taylor for sharing such valuable insights. Thank you to our moderator and our esteemed panelists. What an insightful exchange of ideas. Today's discussion has shown us that rural transformation is not merely about extending electrical grids. It is about creating opportunities, building resilient communities, supporting entrepreneurs, empowering women, educating children, and ensuring that sustainable energy becomes accessible to everyone. Thank you all for a truly enriching discussion. Shall we have a photograph, sir? Please switch on the camera. Shall we have a virtual photograph, sir? Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. Every successful movement is driven by ordinary people who choose to make an extraordinary difference. Our next segment celebrates exactly those inspiring individuals. So from aspiration to action, esteemed members of the global community, young people are not merely the leaders of tomorrow, they are the innovators of today. The voices we hear next represent hope, determination, innovation, and leadership. These young professionals continue to demonstrate that Africa's greatest renewable resource is its people. May I now invite Mrs. Chinshu Nair from Dr. MGR University to introduce the speaker.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am. It is my distinct honor and privilege to introduce our distinguished speaker, Mr. Opeyemi Michael Omeleke, an emerging energy professional, researcher, and dedicated advocate for youth empowerment and leadership development within the energy sector. Currently, a final year petroleum engineering student at the University of Ibadan, Mr. Omeleke has distinguished himself through his remarkable commitment to academic excellence, research, leadership, and community service. He is passionate about bridging the gap between academia and industry by creating platforms that inspire learning, foster collaboration, and prepare students and young professionals for successful careers in the energy industry. As a remote research intern at Provisio Digital Services, he contributes to research initiatives focused on energy and socio-economic development. He also completed his industrial training at the Energy Commission of Nigeria, Abuja, where he gained practical insights into energy policy, institutional administration, and national energy development. Beyond his academic and research pursuits, Mr. Omeleke has demonstrated exceptional leadership through the Society of Petroleum Engineers. He has served as General Secretary of the SPE University of Ibadan Student Chapter and as an Energy for Me Ambassador for SPE International, leading impactful technical programs, mentorships, initiatives, and outreach activities that have inspired hundreds of students. Most recently, as the chairman of the Emmanuel Egboga Memorial Lecture Planning Committee 2026, he successfully coordinated a flagship industry event that brought together distinguished professionals, young engineers, and students to engage in meaningful discussions on the future of Nigeria's energy sector. Dear participants, please join me in giving a warm and well-deserved welcome to Mr. Opeyemi Michael Omeleke. Welcome, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Kindly confirm you can hear me. Please kindly confirm you can hear me.
Sir?
Please kindly confirm you can hear me.
Can't promise. Technical team, please. So are you able to share the screen? Yes.
I'm a little short on fun.
Yeah, okay.
We request the speaker to maintain a time for 10 minutes. Complete the speech within 10 minutes, sir.
Kindly confirm you can hear me. Can you hear me? Hi, can you hear me?
Couldn't get you, sir.
Yeah, can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
The screen is not visible.
Okay. Can you hear me? Can you see my screen? Can you
Yes, sir,
confirm?
it's visible. So you please
All
give
right.
slideshow, sir.
All right. Thank you. Thank you very much. Apologies for the So yeah, good day, distinguished speakers and participants, listeners from across the continent. I want to get my name is a final year petroleum engineering student. I understand I have 3 minutes for my session, so I'll be quite brief. My session. So it's really an honor to be doing this. So I would like to speak on the theme from apathy to action, inspiring community participation in Africa's sustainable energy transition. So to start with, I would like to suggest that Africa's energy transition is not only an energy but technology challenge, it's also a participation challenge, yes. And that's because no transition, no matter how small, no matter how innovative, no matter how innovative it is, to see if people it's meant to serve are not, involved. And that brings me to my first, slide. So why does community participation really matter? So I want us to know that Africa's sustainable energy, transition will not happen without intentional community participation. And every one of us, has a role to play, irrespective of how low this is, irrespective of how small it is. Can you confirm you can still hear me? Can you still hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. You can go ahead.
All right, right. Thank you very much. Sorry. So yeah. So my first slide, it said, so why does community really matter? So I want us to know that Africa's sustainable energy transition will not happen without intentional community participation. And every one of us has a role to play, irrespective of how small, it seems. Now, today, hundreds of millions of Africans lack, reliable access to electricity. And when we talk about solving that, we often focus on the technology. But imagine bringing clean energy solutions into a community where people don't understand it, and they don't trust it, and they don't even feel that it belongs to them. That's essentially why community really matters. First of all, community participation versus adoption. New systems succeed or stall based on whether people as well drive awareness. Increased awareness drives increased participation, and essentially word of mouth. This example moves faster than any other campaigns, and as well, community sustains projects. Now, essentially, long after the launch of the event, it's the community that keeps these projects going. They keep these projects thriving. Now, the question is now, if participation is this important, then we ask ourselves, why do people sometimes become passive? Now, interestingly, I think apathy sometimes sounds like someone else would do it in our stead, or probably sometimes apathy is as I don't have enough resources, I don't know enough to participate or to contribute, and then sometimes we feel our contribution would really matter. But now that's where the is. I think many of us have said this version of things. Perhaps we thought we can't possibly contribute because to something that big because we have little idea to this thing. And that's where the risk is. When everyone assumes that someone else will act or wait or move, someone else will act in our stead. Everybody will wait and nothing will move. Yeah. So and that leads me to my next slide. So from apathy to action. Now, from apathy to action, I believe these three things are quite simple. I believe I believe it begins with three simple things. First, we learn. Second, we participate, and next, we influence. We learn about energy challenges around us. Every contribution counts. We learn about energy challenges around us. Now, second, we participate. Conversations like these, initiatives, research, and community projects, volunteering, and all. And then, thirdly, we use whatever influence we already have to share knowledge, to advocate, to mentor, and innovate wherever we are, with whatever capacity we can. Yes, the part. We don't have to solve all of Africa's entire energy problem, but we can all choose not to be passive and contribute to the bigger picture. So now, essentially, my final slide. I would end on this note. So as students, researchers, engineers, entrepreneurs, energy leaders, lecturers, even future energy leaders. So when we talk about Africa's and future energy leaders, that we have more influence than we even want to admit or want to even realize. So when we talk about Africa's sustainable energy transition, let's all remember that it will not be powered by technology alone. It will be powered by people who choose to participate. And perhaps the question I'd love to leave us with is, if I'd love to leave us with is as simple as, not us, then who part of this change or this transition we talk about? And if not now, then when would we start contributing to the change and transition we all talk about? Thank you very much for the privilege to speak on this stage, and that's the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for the insightful presentation on that topic. Ratnapriya, ma'am. Ratnapriya, ma'am, please take over.
We'll continue with Princess, ma'am.
Yeah, yes, ma'am. Yeah. Okay, yeah.
Proceed further, ma'am. We proceed further with introduction to ma'am.
Okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am. Yeah, it is my distinct pleasure to introduce our esteemed speaker, Ms. Princess Nankwo, a highly accomplished talent partner, global recruiter, and employability advocate with a passion for connecting exceptional people with meaningful career opportunities across the world. With over 5 years of experience in talent acquisition, executive search, and global recruitment, Ms. Wanko has successfully partnered with organizations across the United States, United Kingdom, United Arab Emirates, Africa, Eastern Europe, and Latin America. She has built a strong reputation for helping organizations identify, attract, and retain top talent across the technology, sales, marketing, creative, and business functions while creative, positive, and human-centered recruitment experiences. Currently, she serves as an embedded recruiter at Moneypoint Group and a talent partner at Career Buddy, where she leads end-to-end recruitment strategies and supports professionals in achieving their career aspirations. She also contributes to developing future talent as a learning facilitator at Evolve HQ and was honored to participate as a delegate at the World Bank Youth Summit 2025. A graduate of the University of Ibadan with a bachelor's degree in petroleum engineering, Ms. Manko has successfully combined analytical thinking with people-centered leadership to excel in the global talent ecosystem. Please join me in giving a warm and enthusiastic welcome to Ms. Princess Wanko as she shares her expertise on smart grids and mini grids for sustainable African continent communities. Okay, where we welcome you, ma'am. Princess, ma'am. Princess, ma'am. Just a minute.
Ma'am, please unmute yourself, ma'am.
Ma'am, just a minute. Princess ma'am is trying to share her screen, it seems. Just a minute, okay?
Okay,
yeah. Hello? Okay, understood, ma'am. I have, I have told that.
Ma'am, shall we have the session after the panel discussion, ma'am?
Is it possible to start the European session because speakers won't be available later? They can't wait for long.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Ratna, ma'am, we can continue the panel discussion. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, so shall we start the European session?
So we have to come.
Yes.
We are towards the end of Africa session. We'll complete it, ma'am.
Am I audible?
Yes.
Yes, yes.
Am I audible?
Yes, yes.
Yes, ma'am. Oh, thank you so much.
Still pending, ma'am. We have 2 more sessions to wind up, ma'am. Actually, it is a lack of time. We were lagged by almost 1 hour, ma'am. Yes, session. So it will take another half an hour to wind up, ma'am. Africa session.
So maybe cancel because already my speakers won't be available later. So what should I do?
Our speakers are also waiting, ma'am. Sorry to say this, ma'am. Our speakers are
Yes,
also waiting.
so what? Yeah, but I don't know. I will have only 2
Please
speakers.
wait, ma'am.
I can wait, but the speakers won't be available later. I will have only 2 speakers from 4 speakers.
Durga Devi,
So
ma'am.
this is not nice.
Ma'am, we'll continue with the climate panel discussion, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. So what an incredible journey we have experienced today, from inspiring keynote addresses to thought-provoking panel discussions to remarkable stories of innovation. One message has become abundantly clear: Africa's future is bright, and that future will be powered by collaboration. As we approach the concluding segment of today's Energathon, let us continue our conversations with renewed enthusiasm. So the theme is building strategic partnerships for Africa's sustainable energy future. The final panel discussion brings together distinguished leaders representing academia, climate advocacy, community development, innovation, and sustainable agriculture. Today's conversation focuses on a simple yet powerful idea: no single organization can transform Africa alone. Governments, universities, industries, civil society, youth, international partners must work together to build a sustainable future. It is now my pleasure to invite our respected moderator, Dr. Climate, Mr. Florencio Dio Olúwafẹ́mi, for the final panel discussion. He is an experienced academician, researcher, mentor, and sustainability advocate. Our moderator has continuously promoted collaboration between institutions and communities. So Dr. Climate, founder and executive director of the Initiative for Climate Change and Renewable Energy Advocacy, Nigeria coordinator of the Global Sustainable Future Network, and UNEP NGO focal point. Through tree planting, community awareness, radio programs, youth engagement. Collaboration between institutions and communities. And renewable energy advocate, founder and executive director of the Initiative for Climate Change and Renewable Energy Advocacy, Nigeria coordinator of the Global Sustainable Future Network, and UNEP focal point. Through tree planting, community awareness, radio programs, youth collaboration between institutions and communities. And renewable energy founder and executive director of the Initiative for Climate Change and Renewable Energy Advocacy. The first panelist, Professor Chukiti Michael, panelist, Professor of Economy, more than 25 years of teaching, research, and agricultural extension. Professor Michael has dedicated his career to sustainable agriculture, climate smart farming, soil fertility, and conservation. Expertise beautifully depicts the close relationship between agriculture, climate resilience, and energy. Then our third panelist is Monica Florencio. Dedicated his career to sustainable agriculture, energy access and fertility, sustainability and the community engagement champion. Her work focuses relationship between climate economy while promoting inclusive, gender responsive and peaceful dedication provides that sustainable development benefits everyone equally. Welcome, ma'am. Please join us and please join us. The virtual stage is yours.
Okay. Hello, everyone.
Ma'am, please mute your phone, ma'am. Please mute your phone, ma'am.
Princess ma'am, could you please mute yourself?
Sir, take this virtual stage, sir.
Hello, everyone.
Rika ma'am and Professor Chubdi, sir.
Yeah, good evening. I think there is an echo. There is an echo.
Could you please mute yourself?
Virtual stage, sir.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, everyone.
Good evening. I think there is an echo. There is an echo. Please mute yourself.
Good evening, everyone. I don't know if I'm audible.
Princess Namiko ma'am, could you please mute yourself?
Ranjan, can you act and mute the others who are not speaking?
Yes, ma'am, it is okay now.
Oh, that's good. Sorry, is she through with the introduction? Can I proceed? Good evening, everyone.
Good evening, sir.
Yes. Yeah, okay. Can I proceed?
Yes, sir. Sir, excuse me, sir. Sorry to disturb, sir, because we are running short of time. Can you able to make it fast so that it is able to take it forward, sir? All the speakers.
Yeah, thank you.
It is a very kind invite, sir.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Rashman. I will do that. Good evening, everyone. My name is Folorunsho Oluwafemi. As been introduced, I'm the Executive Director of Initiative for Climate Change and Renewable Energy Advocacy, an organization that has been working in rural, urban, peri-urban communities in promoting the use of renewable energy advocacy and also facilitating renewable energy empowerment for youth and green jobs in Nigeria, especially in the Northeast Nigeria. Okay, I will be talking more about today is Energy Without Borders for Sustainable Communities. And this panel, I have with me Professor Chukwudi Michael Godfrey Godi of Taraba State University, a professor of agronomy, weed, and sustainability. And I also have with me Mrs. Mulika Folorunsho, a social enterprise worker that works with Solar Sister Nigeria that has always involved in women and community empowerment and development on renewable energy and facilitating to the renewable energy. I'll be brief, as said, because we have a lot to share, but because of the time constraint, we just want to share one or two ideas, information about the Africa itself, what we want to talk about, which is the energy without borders for sustainable communities. Africa and Nigeria context. That is where I'm looking at. Those are my core priorities. I'm looking at Nigeria as a case studies. The team Energy Without Borders speaks to simple but powerful ideas. Energy access couldn't be constrained by geography, national boundaries, the limits of centralized grid for Africa and Nigeria in particular. This concept is not just aspirational, but urgent and practical, which means that this, what we're talking about, it is something that is practical. We need to bring it down. We have to understand that our energy without borders in all these communities, it all relates to sustainability and how can we sustain it in terms of health, climate change, environment, and development in other aspects. This is what it ought align. The energy access gap. Sub-Saharan Africa is home to largest population without electricity access in the world, with hundreds of millions of people still living without reliable power. Nigeria, despite being Africa's largest economy, has one of the highest number of people without grid access in the continent. A predominance of giving with vast oil, gas, solar, hydropower potentials. Many communities, especially in the rural, peri-urban areas, remain energy island, cut off by physical borders, by structural gaps, cost, and grid unreliability. What I'm trying to explain here is that in Nigeria, we have every access. We have what it takes to produce this, to give out this energy. We have the sun, we have the water, we have the hydro, we have a lot. But the aspect of where we are having the issue is the distribution. A lot of communities are not, does not have access to electricity. So I really want to give you more brief about energy without borders before I will open the floor for Professor Chukwudi, one of my panelists, to give more light into it. Energy without borders means cross-border energy trade and interconnection. Regional initiative like West Africa Power Pool aim to link national grid to surplus power in countries. Hydro rich in Ghana or Cote d'Ivoire can support deficit area elsewhere. Energy without borders means building transmission and policy architecture for countries to share power resource efficiently. I think that is well communicated. Decentralized border solution, mini grids, solar home systems, off-grid, renewable energy technology doesn't need to wait for national grid extension. Yes, that's what we're saying. They're like, in this aspect, Nigeria is now looking at the aspect of policies and kind of I think the government has finally given priority to state governors in Nigeria to produce accessibility to produce their own energy. That means that we don't want to wait. The energy access has to be without border in this community by taking it from the state government down to the communities, that everywhere mini grids and solar home systems can go off and renewable energy technology can be extended to all these environments that doesn't have access to energy. Let's look at the aspect of knowledge and investment without borders, which is talking about solution, financing, technical experts increasing, flow across Africa countries. So in this aspect, we're looking at the way of solutions in which we think energy is needed in some of these our communities, and if we not do what is expected, we will not get the expected result. So the Nigeria government has pushed towards energy without borders to show up in several ways through the rural electrification of Nigeria, RIA, and other partners that has been able to give in more light to make sure that in every aspect, in every home, energy accessibility is now being commercialized. It's no more a one-man thing. Once you have what it takes, you can bring in your ideas, your investments to different places to supply energy with this. Also in other places in Africa, just as Nigeria is also supplying some other neighboring Africa countries like Benin, Togo, Ghana, Cameroon. And these are ways at which the Nigeria aspect, we're looking at expanding this energy without borders to communities, even beyond just Nigeria, but in other African nations. So I will be leaving the floor to Professor Chukwudi Michael to give his presentation as expected. Professor Chukwudi, please, the floor is open for you.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, Prof. We can hear you, sir.
Okay, good
Loud and
evening.
clear. Loud and clear.
Okay. Our distinguished moderator, fellow ladies and gentlemen, I count it a great pleasure to join this global conversation on renewable energy and climate action. I want to bring you special and warm greetings from my university, Taraba State University, Nigeria, and also from the rural farming communities whose resilience continue to inspire my research and professional engagement at various phases. What I want to quickly run through is an aspect that will actually guarantee energy without border, and that is on smart grids and mini grid. I have a poster that I can run through in about 6 minutes. Maybe I should share it from here, but I think I've sent it ahead. If the moderator can help us to share it, I think, let me share it from here to run through. Can you quickly share it? So smart grid and mini grids for sustainable African community. To empower our people without energy will be a mirage. It will be an effort in fertility. A lot of things the government have tried in various countries across Africa. But why is energy still being restricted to urban area, urban cities? And it's not getting to the people that matters, that necessitate smart grids and sustainable and mini grids as well for sustainable Africa community. Africa is essentially an agrarian society. Is my slide on? Okay. Please, can you see my slide?
Yes, sir.
Okay, fine. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So in a few minutes, now there are two key concepts here, smart and mini. Smart in the sense of transparency. So when we talk about smart grid, it's just an electricity network that is sufficiently intelligent because of digital devices that can serve to mediate between the producer, the distributor, as well as the consumer. This system, one, it gives you real-time monitoring and control. It is a two-way communication, system. And it also enables accurate billing instead of just, estimate billing. So the consumer have confidence in smart grid. And that is what is needed for sustainability. Now, when we talk about the concept of mini grid, you can see the mini grid powerhouse to the right, and it gives you an idea of just a small setup generating electricity for either an institution or a village or a cluster of villages. And that can come as a result of the solar, which is abundant in Africa. It can come also as a result of various hydro setup that is common in hilly area. You can think about Plateau, you can think about Mambila Plateau in Nigeria, and other places across Africa. We can also have it from the agricultural biomass. So smart to make sure that transparency is guaranteed, it is monitored, meaning to serve a small community or group of community or institution. Now, why do we talk about this energy need for our rural people? Now, look at the key statistics I have there. Across Africa, not less than 600 million people, they lack access to energy. And then nearly 80% also that are found essentially in rural community, they don't have access to electricity. Even if you give them handset, they will have to look for a generator to power it, and that they have to pay. The cost is so high that there is need for alternative source of energy. That is where renewable energy comes in. The electricity demand is also estimated to double by 2040. So that calls for deliberate investment in the energy sector. And statistics have also shown that it is profitable and it has some other potential. Africa as a whole, we have what it takes. I think my moderator has mentioned it all. 5 to 10 kilowatt hour per square meter per day is not small on the average. That is enough cumulatively to meet basic energy needs that are essential. I'm not talking about luxury, but essential for livelihood, essential for food security, essential for health, essential for education. The capacity across Africa, we have 10,000 gigawatt estimated solar potential alone.
So you have 2 more minutes. Please complete it faster.
Now, let me conclude this way, that the impact of solar or smart grid and mini grid will have a multiplier effect. It can create jobs. It can increase productivity in agricultural system, especially along the value chain, through the irrigation system, through agro-processing, and then other livelihood factors like school, like hospital, like education will also have a secondary benefit. So smart grids and mini grids, they are the real bridge to a brighter and cleaner and prosperous Africa. No one individual or set of persons can do it alone. It requires an integrated effort. So,
all right, Prof.
Thank you.
Okay.
And I want
yes.
to believe that if we concentrate, we'll be able to make the best of Africa as a continent. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof. Thank you, Prof, for that beautiful, pictorial presentation. So I'll just quickly add to what Prof have said, or rather, I will take it to a little bit to a different dimension, especially speaking from the team, from climate commitment to community impact, accelerating African clean energy transition through innovation and inclusive leadership. So basically, I'm going to speak to that directly. Of course, it's a sub-team from the word energy without borders, isn't it? The statistics have been laid down. I'm not going to go over statistics again, but then I'll talk about experience, real life experience, because I come from communities, but I've had experience working with communities that do not have the electricity. And now we are talking about climate commitment. When we hear the word climate commitment in conferences like this, do you know where our mind goes to? We are talking about international policies. We're talking about the COP20, the COP27 and all that, all the policies. We're talking about national policies and all that. Yes, those are the climate commitment we are talking about, right? But however, how do we drive this commitment to communities, to the local woman in our house? Because yes, these commitments have been made, these policies have been made, but then how is the success measured, right? How is the success? How is it being impacted in the life of those common people that are in energy poverty? Energy poverty has been, the fact that energy poverty is in Africa, is in Nigeria, that fact has been established. Okay, let me just drive the statistics home a little bit. Prof said over 600 people in Africa lack electricity. That's true. Let's take it down to Nigeria. Then you can, reflect it to other African countries. In Nigeria, over 84,000 people, according to World Bank, do not have electricity. That's to say 1 in 3 people, right? Now, when you take it down to our rural communities that are totally off-grid, right? We are looking at 1 in 4 people that have access to electricity. And guess who are mostly affected by this energy poverty? The woman, the young child. Do you know why? Because they use the open fire, because they use hazardous form of lighting for their homes, right? So they are the ones that are directly affected by energy poverty, and they are the ones that need to be included in whatever policies that have been created, and that is the dimension I'm coming from. So in Africa, basically, we've worked with model that put women, that not treat women as just mere beneficiaries, because that's when we talk about women now in most policies, women, this should be shared for them, but no, these women can be the one driving clean energy in Africa, and we've seen the model worked in Nigeria specifically. I work with Solar Sister Nigeria, and Solar Sister is in 3 other countries, Tanzania and Kenya, and over the past 12 years, we've recruited over 12,000 women entrepreneurs who are selling this clean energy. When you talk about the electricity need in rural community, do you know what they mostly need? Lightning. Lightning for their homes, lightning to charge their phone, and a better cooking method. And the clean cook stoves are doing that. So from climate commitment to communities, can we stop treating these people as beneficiaries? Can we stop treating these people as afterthought, but then including them? I'm talking about the inclusive nature. This is energy without borders. I'm talking from a different dimension. The fact that as a gender and an energy access advocate, women need to be in the forefront. Women need to be driving this. And when women are driving this, do you know what? We can directly measure this impact, because they take it to even the nooks and crannies where some of these policies, did not even thought about when they were even creating it. As women, are in the forefront of this, the economy develop, they are making extra income for themselves. As a matter of fact, it's just a whole general development in another level, because women are the one driving, women, young girls and youth are the one driving energy in their communities. And that is where I want to just cap it out. I know our time is running up. I want to delve into another thing. Let us stop treating women and the youth as just beneficiaries, but as forerunners in driving clean energy transition in Africa and in Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you, Mulika. Thank you, Professor Chukwudi. You've spoken well with facts from figures, and as well, as I said, my panelists were all field officers. When we're talking of field officers, we go down to the communities to get things done and give results and get facts from figures to be published to work with. And before I round up this session, I would like to just throw just 1 or 2 questions so that the participants can benefit and also hear your view when it comes to some of these. If I can ask you, Professor Chukwudi, if you had to name one policy change that will accelerate African clean energy transition faster, what would that be? One of the policy you want the government or the African policy that can accelerate our energy, apart from the one that has been on ground by the president, by some of the African Union, by ECOWAS and every other place, can that be, sir? Just in 30 seconds, sir.
Sir, we request you to conclude it fast, sir. Within 3 minutes, sir.
Okay.
Professor Chukwudi, are you there? Yes, we can hear you, sir.
Okay,
yes, we can hear you. We can hear you.
Actually, you said one.
Yes, since we are running out of time, we request you to complete it fast, sir.
Okay.
Okay, we'll do that.
Now, it's okay. Now, there are so many policies, but you ask for just one policy that can change the narrative. Yes, a lot of policies, but I want to zero in that a decentralized approach to energy matters is what is key. This policy there are a lot of policies there, They are focused on expanding national grid, while millions of rural Africans continue to wait and they are not rich. So, policies that will promote solar mini grids, biomass energy system, small hydropower, and a hybrid of renewable energy system.
Dear Professor Chukudi, sir, we are running out of time, sir. Please conclude as soon as possible, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So that policy is just to bring an integrated view where all stakeholders will be involved from the design of the project till execution. That is participatory action research involving all the stakeholders. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. And Mulika, can I have one more question for Mulika, please? I just want to hear aspect when it comes to the women. And what policy do you think it will enhance women to be able to give more products and sustain their energy accessibility and transfer in their community distribution? What's the policy apart from the one that I think these women it's going to help? Which of the policymaker as a women entrepreneur? Thank you, Mulika. Please, in just 30 seconds, please.
So quickly, I'll just talk about two. Firstly, finance. You understand? There should be policy friendly policies.
Madam, Mulika, ma'am, madam, please, ma'am, we are running very short of time, ma'am. Please.
You are cutting me short. I would have been done by now. So 2.2 quickly, finance, right? And also regulatory policy, regulate the influx of various solar, these women are already, a lot of these women are already in the market, regulate the different solar companies into the market, and also supporting solar organizations that are working in the grassroots financially. Friendly policies to support that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mulika. Thank you so much. We are done for this session is end. Thank you. Thank you.
Durga Devi, ma'am, please conclude, ma'am, so that Ishrat ma'am will take her the session.
Are you asking me to conclude?
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
So, thank you, the entire African continent team, for giving the valuable suggestions and things. So, over to Ishrat Misana, ma'am. The session is yours, ma'am.
Thank you so much, sir. Sorry for the delay and the inconvenience that has been caused to the African continent speakers. And at the same time, my sincere apologies to all the European continent speakers. And I hand over the session to Vasanthi Reena, ma'am. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much. I guess I'm audible. Greetings to everyone. I understand we are running behind time. Our apologies, please. Our distinguished speakers, delegates, researchers, and students, on behalf of IGEN, it gives me great pleasure to welcome each one of you to the European Clean Transition Assembly, held under the inspiring theme, Energy Without Borders for Sustainable Communities. The session opens with a panel discussion, Transforming Energy Systems for a Sustainable and Resilient World, focusing on the European continent. I think to set the stage for our discussion, it is my pleasure and delight to introduce our session chair, Dr. Rania Lampu from Greece, an internationally recognized researcher, STEM educator, and advocate for innovation and sustainability. Dr. Lampu has been actively involved in interdisciplinary initiatives that connect science, education, and global development. Dr. Rania Lampu has been actively associated with IGEN conference earlier as well, and it is a honor and pleasure to have you, ma'am, for this conference as well. And I now take the privilege of introducing our panel members. So, Ms. Ada Schmitzkus, who is a sustainability professional specializing in maritime environmental policy. Through her work with the Global Goals Connection UK, she promotes sustainable development initiatives and supports capacity building aligned with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. Our next distinguished panelist, Ms. Yana Bulkin, is a business leader and sustainability advocate with expertise in strategic partnerships, digital transformation, and innovation ecosystems. As CEO of S2B Connected Germany, she works to foster collaboration and connectivity for sustainable and resilient communities. And Luis Miguel Carducho, our next distinguished panelist, is an academic and researcher dedicated to sustainable technologies, engineering innovation, and applied research. His work at Portigre Polytechnic University contributes to developing practical solutions that support energy transition and environmental sustainability. Dr. P. Bose, a distinguished entrepreneur and energy expert with extensive experience in renewable energy, green technologies, and sustainable business development. He's a co-founder and managing director at Inaugural Energy Germany. Unfortunately, he had to leave on another important assignment. So, Dr. Rania Lampu, it's a pleasure to have you with us again. I respectfully invite you to share your opening remarks and take the stage, please. But before we begin, may I request our distinguished guests to kindly switch on their videos for a quick photograph, please. Thank you. Over to you, Dr. Rania Lampu.
Yes. Okay. Distinguished dignitaries, respected leaders of the Institute of Green Engineers, or esteemed keynote speakers, researchers, policymakers, students, and sustainability champions from Europe and around the globe. Warm greetings from Greece to everyone. It is both a privilege and profound honor to welcome you to this IGEN Europe Clean Energy Transition Assembly 2026, an important continental session of the IGEN ENERGATHON 2026 Global 5-Continent Energy Action Marathon. And I'm deeply honored to serve here as organizer, inaugural chief guest, and moderator of this European session. At the outset, I would like to express my sincere appreciation to IGEN for creating this international platform that brings together brilliant minds from across continents to exchange ideas, inspire innovation, and strengthen our collective commitment to a sustainable energy future. And today, I think that we are not simply participating in another conference, we are participating in a global movement, a movement driven by science, inspired by innovation, guided by sustainability, and united by a common responsibility towards humanity and our planet. Across Europe and throughout the world, we witness unprecedented heat waves, devastating wildfires, biodiversity loss, and increasing pressure on energy systems. So all these challenges remind us that sustainability is no longer an environmental issue alone. It's an economic issue, technological issue, social issue, humanitarian issue, and above all, a shared global responsibility. We are living through the greatest energy transformation in history, also the green energy revolution. And unlike previous revolutions, this one is not driven only by technology. It is driven by necessity. Climate change is accelerating, extreme weather events are becoming more frequent, and energy security affects millions. Every nation is searching now for resilient, sustainable solutions. And the encouraging news is that never before has humanity possessed so much scientific knowledge, technological capability, and collective intelligence. The challenge is not whether solutions exist, the challenge is whether we will implement them quickly enough. And Europe is a laboratory of green innovation because Europe has demonstrated remarkable leadership in advancing renewable energy, climate policy, green innovation, sustainable technologies. And across the continent, we see ambitious investments in offshore wind and solar energy, hydrogen infrastructure, smart cities. Europe understands an important truth that climate change recognizes no borders, pollution respects no nationality, energy security cannot be achieved by only one country. The transition requires international cooperation, and as a European, I'm proud that our continent continues to demonstrate how ambitious climate goals can inspire innovation. Across Europe, we have I've seen offshore wind farms producing clean electricity for millions, solar technologies become increasingly affordable, smart cities using AI to optimize energy consumption. And Europe reminds us that sustainability, economic growth are not opponents, they are partners. Innovation creates prosperity, sustainability creates always resilience, and together they create opportunity. One of the most inspiring aspects of this event is the participation of young people, young researchers and students, because the next generation is already leading. Innovation must serve also humanity, and as an educator, I firmly believe that education remains the most powerful renewable resource available to humanity. Conferences like this are valuable because they generate ideas, but ideas alone do not change the world, action does. And as you participate in today's discussions, I encourage each of you to think beyond presentations. Think about partnerships, research collaborations, think about innovative projects, think about educational initiatives. And a challenge for everyone before we leave today's European session, would like to leave each participant with one challenge. When today's presentation finishes, ask yourself one question: what one action will I take after today? Will you begin a new research collaboration? Will you develop a new innovation? Will you influence policy? So today we're privileged to have a truly great lineup of speakers and passionate sustainability advocates who bring different diverse experiences and perspectives from Germany, UK, and Portugal. Each speaker today represents not just expertise, but a different piece of the larger energy transition puzzle. So I encourage everyone to join us today to connect, question, reflect, and collaborate. So thank you for becoming part of the global movement that is powering a sustainable future for all. And together, let us not only discuss the future, let us create it. So thank you very much. And we'll start by calling upon our first speaker for today, Ms. Ada Schmitzbund from Germany. She's a maritime environmental policy sustainability consultant who is going to enlighten us on the topic, how regulation is reshaping energy use at sea. So Ms. Ada, the floor is yours. Welcome. Thank you very much for accepting our invitation.
Thank you very much for having me here, Dr. Lampu, and also the Institute of Green Engineers for the invitation. Let me just continue to share here. I have approximately 12 minutes, so I have one argument only while I'm sharing my presentation on how Europe is actually pushing forward energy transition, and it is on the maritime sector. So for me, the maritime regulation is changing what it regulates. It used to attach to ships, and it now attaches to the energy those ships are burning. So, and that single shift moves the burden of compliance from engineering to verification. So there's no single country that can regulate actually a ship. Why? Because 90% of the world trade is moving by sea, meaning that 90% of our economy comes from the sea. Shipping produces thus 3% approximately, it's a bit under, of global CO2, which is, if you see it and imagine it as being a country, it would rank around the 6th in the world, which is now in 2026 Iran. In 2022 it was Japan. So I would invite you to look and to imagine you as being a ship. You are being flagged as Panama. You're being owned by Greece, but you're being chartered by a Danish company, and you're tanking fuel in Singapore. And if any of those states regulates alone, the trade would move. And that is why shipping was left out of the Paris Agreement, and why it is regulated globally instead through the IMO, International Maritime Organization, which is a specialized UN agency of 176 member states that are participating in it, and which means it moves at the speed of consensus. I want you to hold that thought because it becomes the whole story at the end. So there are two kinds of the rule. So everything is enforced, and that falls today into one of those two boxes. And the difference between them is the point of this talk. So on the left, you would see the IMO instruments inside Marple Annex 6, which is EEXY, which is Energy Efficiency Existing Ship Index, and it's for a driving test. It will only sit once, and it answers the question of, is this hull an engine efficient enough on paper? Then you have the CII, which is the carbon intensity indicator, which is an annual energy label that classifies the ship from A to E. And it is based on the fuel that is actually burned per ton carried per mile. So the bar is rising also every year. So if you are rated today an A, tomorrow you can be rated a C. So next year, I mean, or it can quickly go into a D in 3 years if you haven't overhauled the engine, the ship, and if you are standing still. So you are sliding backwards. Then you have the SEEMP, which is a Ship Energy Efficiency Management Plan, which is an improvement plan that you need to write if your ship is slipping backwards, and it is also verified. All three are regulating the vessel, the hull and the engine, as well as the operating profile. On the right, however, you have Europe. You have the Europe with having emitted the EU emission trading system, so the ETS, and it is in effect since January 2024. And it affects ships of over 5,000 gross tonnage and also above surrender allowance. It also targets 100% of the emission inside of the European Economic Area, and it also targets 50% on voyages that come in and out. So it puts also the prices on the emissions. It does not tell you which fuel you are burning. It makes the dirty one cost more. So if you have bunkered or tanked like sustainable fuel, you will pay less than if you have tanked dirty fuel, if you can put it that way. So the Fuel EU Maritime, which is another regulation, has been in force since January 2025, and it does something categorically different. It caps greenhouse gases intensity of the energy used on board. So, and it measures also the well to wake. Well to wake is when a product is being incepted, so grown, until it is used and also emitted in the atmosphere. So it's the whole process. So the ETS here asks how much you emitted. The Fuel EU asks where your energy is coming from. So from the ship to the molecule, let me translate the argument plainly. So we have the EEXI, the CII, the SEEMP, and it regulates the ship. For Europe now, you have Fuel EU and the IMO's pending net zero framework, which is a framework that targets of achieving 0% of CO2 emission until 2050. And that is compared to 2008. So the Fuel EU regulates the energy, the molecule in the tank, and everything that happened before it got there. So that is not a technical detail. It changes who is responsible and what has to be proven. So because a hull can be measured, a molecule cannot tell you where it comes from. So let's imagine it that way. Before we are going to the ship, I want you to imagine 2 electric cars. One is charged from a coal station and one is charged from a wind farm. At the tailpipe, they're identical. If you only measures the tailpipe, it cannot tell them apart. So you have 2 same ships here, and it's the same thing. 2 vessels, they are both sailing from Rotterdam to Barcelona. Both are burning biofuel. At the funnel, they emit the same, and because the combustion is combustion, you cannot tell it apart. But one fuel came from waste cooking oil, okay, so or cooking oil that has been already used, and the other one is coming from crop grown on clear forest. And forest, once you cut it down, it takes 500 years until they grow back into a real forest. Okay, so CO2 is being so there's lots of CO2 that is being emitted. So if you see it into perspective, you have, if you count only the funnel, you need to see the blue bar, and those 2 ships are identical. So that's the ETS, okay? But if you count the whole chain, the well to wake, it's the green bar, and one passes and one fails, and that's the Fuel EU. So, and this is the crux of this. green methanol and fossil methanol are chemically the same molecule. You can inspect the ship, test the fuel, examine the engine, and learn nothing about where it comes from. Regulation has moved to a property that is physically undetectable in the fuel itself. However, if you cannot measure it, you have to certify it, and there's no other third option. So that is exactly what the IMO's 2024 life cycle assessment guidelines are doing. They introduce a fuel life cycle label that travels with fuel. They allow a producer to use default emissions factors or their own actual figures, but only when it is subject to third-party verification and certification. So, and this is not a theory. Like on the 29th of July of this year, so not long ago, the IMO's Green Voyage 2050 program published a guide with the Global Industry Alliance for alternative marine fuel producers. One of its 5 sections in there is sustainability certification and regulatory alignment, and it was developed with fuel certification bodies at the table, including the ISCC, which is sitting in Köln in Germany. And the roundtable has also been part of it on sustainable biomaterials. So 10 years ago, you had the IMO that wrote rules for ship, and it's now writing guidance for fuel producers. That is the shift visible in a document published in a couple of weeks ago. So one example from my own work, because it shows the same pattern from another direction, and I will come back at it why Europe is so important. I worked on the Global Farming Partnerships project at the IMO, which is under UNDP and Global Environment Facility funding, and it's on biofouling management and invasive equator species. So biofouling is the organism that you can see here that colonizes the hull. The headline concern is biodiversity. So a hull is a vector moving species across the ocean basins. But there's also a second consequence. When a hull is rough through this kind of biofouling, the roughness means drag, and the drag means fuel, and fuel means emissions. So the IMO published a study in 2022 doing exactly this arithmetic. So, and notice the governance pattern, voluntary guidelines in 2011, then it is revised in 2023. National frameworks are built underneath through all that time. So it's first the guidance, obligation later, verification is the hardest of all, but it's coming then. And the same sequence is for decarbonization. One last point, no fuel standard captures hull cleanliness. So it's really efficiency gains sitting entirely outside of the molecule, which tells you that regulating the fuel alone is not enough. So because you need to coat the hull every 2 to 5 years. So it's not enough to only do that. So you need to have more things. Let me finish where I started with a consensus problem. Because the IMO approved the net zero framework, it's a global fuel standard plus pricing mechanism, and that was in April 2025. Then it was approved. It was not adopted, approved. So those are different words. An extraordinary session was convened in October 2025 to adopt it and adjourned instead. At MEPC 84, so Maritime Environment Protection Committee 84, this spring there was no agreement that has been reached. So the work went to sessional groups, and the resume session gets one day, only one day, the 4th of December at the moment. So it's one day for the instrument that would govern the energy transition of $1 trillion industry. So meanwhile, in Europe, it regulates it now. We have the Fuel EU that is applying today. We have also the ETS that is applying today. So I will leave you with the question I do not think anyone has answered until now. If the framework fails again in December, does that mean that the European framework becomes, for the moment, the global standard by default? Not by agreement, by default, because it's the only binding regime at the moment that exists, and every ship calling at a European port needs to abide by it. And if so, if that is Europe, are the countries carrying the cost of that transition the same countries that had a vote in designing it? That's only a governance question, not an engineering one. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Zata, for this very highly insightful presentation. I could say that the future of energy at sea will depend upon the interaction of 3 forces: innovation, regulation, sustainability. And when these work together, The oceans can become not only pathways for global trade, but also important platforms for the clean energy transition. So the central challenge is to ensure that the pursuit of new energy resources at sea remains compatible with the protection of the marine environment. Thank you very much for sharing
Thank
this
you.
very, very precious information with us and for sharing your expertise, for being here today. It's the first time. You're welcome in this IGEN platform. We wish to have you here more and more times again in the future. Thank you very much for
It would be
gracing
my
this
pleasure. Thank you.
occasion. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Ms. Ada. And now we are moving to Germany with our next speaker, Ms. Jana Volkin. She's the CEO of S2B Connected in Germany, and she's going to discuss about building green business ecosystems through partnerships. I think that is the key word, the partnerships today. So, Ms. Jana, the floor is yours. Thank you very much for joining. Welcome. Ms. Jana, can you unmute?
Yes. Okay. Sorry.
Yes.
Hello. Thank you so much for inviting me here and that I have the chance to speak here and share my ideas about building green business ecosystems through partnerships. Yeah. Good evening from Germany to everybody of you. And I'm grateful to be here. So when we speak about energy without borders, we recognize that sunlight, wind, knowledge and innovation do not stop at international frontiers, and NATO should cooperation. Moment. So, okay. Hello. Sorry. Yeah, okay, it's working. Okay, so that means it's also a solar panel may be developed in one country, financed in another, and installed in a third. Its electricity may cross a regional grid, while the jobs and economic value it creates remain within the local community. That is an energy ecosystem. Our challenge is therefore not simply to construct more renewable energy projects, it's to build green business ecosystems in which governments, companies, startups, financial institutions, universities, and communities create lasting value together. This is directly connected to Sustainable Development Goals number 7, ensuring access to affordable, reliable, sustainable, and modern energy for everybody. Every word matters. Energy must be affordable for households and small businesses. It must be reliable enough to support hospitals, schools, and industry. It must be sustainable for future generations, and it must be accessible to all. The world has made progress. According to the United Nations, global electricity access reaches 92% in 2024. Yet, approximately 655 million people still live without electricity, and more than 2 billion continues to depend on polluting cooking fuels. These figures show that technology alone is not the barrier. The deeper barrier includes fragmented markets, insufficient finance, limited local capacity and partnership that do not always include the people they are intended to serve. This is not all valid for Europe, but what we have in Europe, we have also the kind of segregation of who has the opportunity to invest, yeah, and also to afford the electricity pricing and so on. We need all a new way in working together and also to finding new ideas to make everything reliable to everybody. So how we can accelerate progress? My first message is simple. And who knows me already a little bit, I speak always about the same. It's about adopt, adapt, and accelerate. We do not always need to begin from scratch. And across the world, community solar systems, energy cooperatives, battery storage, digital platforms, and few financial models are already working. We should identify these solutions, understand why they work, and adapt them intelligently to local conditions. Adoption does not mean copying blindly. Every community has different regulations, infrastructure, financial resources, skills, and expectations. But the principles can be shared, mistakes can be avoided. Technology can be adjusted and business models can be redesigned for local needs. A good example is energy spawn. Energy Strong starts in the Netherlands. And this building renovation model began in the Netherlands. It used prefabricated facades and roofs, renewable technologies, and long-term performance guarantees to transform existing houses into net zero energy homes. Rather than inventing a new approach in every country, the model has been adopted in Germany, France, the United Kingdom, and Italy. More than 10,000 homes have already been renovated. Part of the investment can be repaid through future energy bill savings. This is what I mean by adopting and adapting and accelerating. A proven solution is transferred, adjusted to local markets, and supported by an incentive that connects environmental improvements with economic benefits. We must also communicate the success, and this is very important, that we share what is already working, that we share also efficient solutions. So we have to speak about this. Sometimes we just keep it in our rooms. Yeah, too often good projects remains known only to the organization directly involved. Their lessons stay within technical reports instead of reaching businesses, investors, and communities that could benefit from them. When people can see that a solution has reduced costs, created jobs, or improved local services, the transition becomes real. A visible success becomes a quick win. Quick wins create confidence. Confidence creates momentum. And momentum inspires others to act. My second message concerns the connection between innovation and local businesses. Europe has excellent universities, research institutions, and startups. But it also has a strong network of small and medium-sized enterprises. But these different parts of the economy do not always connect efficiently because they don't have the communication. They don't understand how to connect each other. It's a real big effort to find consortium, yeah, and to work together. A startup may have an excellent technology but lack customers or market experience. A university may produce valuable research that remains in the laboratory. At the same time, an SME may understand the local market but lack the resources to develop a completely new technology. Partnership can close these gaps. Startups bring innovation and speed. SMEs bring customer practice, experience, and implementation capacity. Universities contribute research and evidence. Investors and accelerators provide the support required to move from a prototype to a viable business. Skeleton Technologies, for example, provides a practical example. The company began as an Estonian energy storage startup developing supercapacitors. With support from AET, Energy connections to companies and investors, and funding of 50 million from the European Investment Bank, the company moved from research towards industrial production. In 2025, it opened a major supercapacitor factory near Leipzig in Germany, for example. This example demonstrates the ideas need more than inspiration. They need mentors, finance, customers, production partners, and access the market, the whole ecosystem. This is also why ideation platforms such as IGEN ENERGATHON are so valuable. They allow people to present ideas, meet partners, discover complementary capabilities. But an ENERGATHON should not be the end of a journey. It should be the entrance to the next stage. The pathway should be clear. From an idea to an accelerator, from an accelerator to a pilot project, from a pilot to an investable business, and from one successful business to a solution that can be adopted and scaled. An ENERGATHON can generate a spark. A strong ecosystem provides the condition that allow this spark to become lasting impact. However, collaboration does not happen automatically. Every success transition needs a convincing change story. In my business coaching practice, I have experienced how powerful a clear change story can be. It answers 3 essential questions. Why is this change necessary? What is in it for everyone involved? And who owns which responsibility? The why creates meaning. The benefit creates commitment. Clear ownership turns intentional into action. Residents may benefit from lower energy costs, employees may gain new skills. SMEs can enter new markets, startups receive a pathway to commercial applications. Investors gain more scalable opportunities while municipalities strengthen their economy and energy resilience. Responsibilities must also be clear. Who financed the pilot? Who trains local workers? Who involves the community? Who measures and communicates the results? When ownership is visible, people can participate, contribute, and be held accountable. My third message is about technology and visibility. Technology can be improved. Can improve green energy adoption, but only when it helps people make better decisions. There's a simple principle. What we cannot see, we cannot understand. And what we cannot understand, we are unlikely to change. Smart meters, sensors, and digital platforms can make energy consumption, production, costs, and emission visible. But collecting data is not enough. Information must be understandable, accessible, and connected to a decision. People do not need another complicated dashboard. They need to know what the information means, what opportunities it reveals, and what action they can take. Technology should not remove people from decision-making. It should enable them to participate more effectively. My fourth measure is about incentives and new ways of creating income. Information helps people understand change, but incentives help them participate in it. When people receive a direct and visible benefit from their activities, motivation increases. Participation becomes an opportunity rather than an obligation. The cooperation between the city of Eeklo in Belgium and the renewable energy cooperative EcoPower shows how this can work. Citizens can become members and co-workers of local renewable energy production, to include households that should not afford the initial cooperative share. The municipality help pre-finance their participation. These residents could become full members, receive renewable electricity, participate in decision, and potentially benefit from dividends. This example contains an important lesson. Incentives are not simply about paying people to change. They are about allowing people to participate in and benefit from the value they help create. Benefits could also include shared energy savings, community funds, income from electricity generation, rewards for reducing consumptions, or new employment in installation, maintenance, and recycling. The benefits must be fair, transparent, and connected to measurable contributions. If a community reports and supports an energy project but must of its economic value leaves the region, trust will be difficult to maintain. But when people can see that their actions reduce costs, create income, or improve their neighborhoods, they recognize that they are not merely affected by the transition. They are shaping it and sharing it in its success. This leads me to 6 practical commitments. First, before creating something new, identify what already works and determine how it can be adapted locally. Second, include local SMEs in major energy partnerships. Third, give universities and startups opportunities to test research in real businesses and community environments. Fourth, connect ideation initiatives with accelerators, mentors, pilots, opportunities, investors. Fifth, create transparent incentives and new income opportunities so communities share in the value they help create. Sixth, develop a shared change story that explains the purpose, benefits, ownership, and responsibilities. Ladies and gentlemen, borders are not only lines on maps. A border can be a regulatory barrier between markets. It can be a financing gap between an invention and a commercial product. It can be the distance between university research and SME practical experience. It can also be the lack of information that prevents a community from recognizing an opportunity. Partnership enable us to cross these borders. Let us move from isolated projects to connected ecosystems. Let us move from repeatable reinventing solutions to adapting and accelerating proven ideas. Let us move from research in the laboratory to innovation in local businesses. And let us move from community consultation to genuine participation and shared benefits. Visible progress creates confidence, fair benefits creates motivation. Motivation creates participation, and participation creates momentum. And momentum transforms individual actions into collective impact. If we achieve this, energy without borders will become more than a conference theme. It will become a practical model for green prosperity, connecting knowledge with implementation, startups with SMEs, and technology with communities, and Europe with the wider world. That is how we can make SDG 7 real: affordable, reliable, sustainable, and modern energy, not for a few, but for us all. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much for this very thought-provoking presentation, your suggestions. What I loved most was the core message, adopt, adapt, accelerate. It's very strong because it creates a memorable three-stage pathway. First, we identify proven solutions instead of starting from zero. Adopt, then adapt, and modify them to fit local regulations, infrastructure, skills, and culture. And finally, accelerate. This means implement, measure, and scale what works. So this is particularly appropriate for a European clean energy transition discussion because technologies and business models often already exist, but their successful transfer between countries requires contextual adaptation. And definitely, as you mentioned throughout the presentation, that the green economy is not simply a collection of individual green businesses, it's a network of interconnected actors creating shared value. And the future belongs to organizations that understand that sustainability is not only about competition, it's also about collaboration, co-creation, knowledge exchange, and collective impact. In the clean energy transition, partnerships can definitely transform isolated capabilities into powerful ecosystems for sustainable growth. Thank you very much, Ms. Jana, and congratulations. Thank you for being here today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, we move to Portugal, and I will call upon the next speaker, Dr. Luis Miguel Cardoso, who is a very good friend of mine also. Dr. Miguel, he's a professor in Porto Alegre Polytechnic University, Portugal, and he will enlighten us on AI and sustainability. So the floor is yours, Dr. Luis. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So first of all, of course, I would like to thank the organizing committee of this tremendous marathon. I would like to thank my dear colleague and friend, Ms. Rania Lampu, for inviting me. It's a huge pleasure and, of course, a huge honor to be here with you today. So, esteemed colleagues and esteemed friends, allow me to share some thoughts about perhaps one of the most important elements that is redefining education in this 21st century. And why are we discussing education? Because education is the basis of our society. And when we think about education, we think about all the patterns, decisions, and frameworks that will be colliding in the next decade regarding our common future. So this means that we will be discussing the SDGs, of course, and we will be discussing 2030. So let us begin a short journey regarding artificial intelligence and sustainability, some opportunities, some risks, and some organizational strategies. As we all know, sustainable development has become one of the most defining challenges of this 21st century. Climate change, biodiversity loss, resource depletion, pollution, food insecurity, and of course, widening social inequalities are interconnected problems that cannot be addressed through isolated technical interventions. So governments and organizations are therefore under growing pressure to transform energy systems, production processes, supply chains, infrastructure, and business modules. The most widely accepted definition of sustainable development comes from the Brundtland Report, which describes it as development that satisfies present needs without reducing the capacity of future generations to satisfy their own. So this definition combines concern for the environment with social justice, economic viability, and intergenerational responsibility. Sustainability is consequently not limited to reducing pollution. It requires balanced progress across environmental integrity, social equity, and economic resilience. The United Nations translated this broad concept into the 2030 Agenda and its 17 Sustainable Development Goals. So the SDGs address challenges ranging from poverty to education to clean energy, responsible production, responsible and sustainable cities, climate action, biodiversity protection. They also emphasize that environmental, economic, and social goals are interconnected. For example, decarbonization policies can create employment and health benefits, but poorly designed transitions may place disproportionate costs on low-income workers and communities. So at the same time, artificial intelligence has developed from a specialized research field into a general purpose technology. AI systems can analyze large data sets, detect patterns, generate forecasts, classify images, process language, automate tasks, and recommend decisions. These capabilities have encouraged organizations to use AI for energy management, renewable power forecasting, precision agriculture, environmental monitoring, waste sorting, predictive maintenance, employee support, financial planning, and of course, sustainability reporting. So we have here 3 pillars of sustainability. The 3-pillar model organizes sustainability around environmental, social, and economic dimensions. Although analytically distinct, these dimensions interact continuously. The environmental pillar concerns ecosystem integrity, climate stability, biodiversity, pollution prevention, and responsible resource use. It includes reducing greenhouse gas emissions, conserving water, transition to renewable energy, protecting habitats, and replacing linear production systems with circular ones. The social pillar concerns human rights, health, education, safety, inclusion, fairness, and access to opportunities. An environmentally efficient system cannot be considered fully sustainable if it depends on discriminatory decisions, exploitative labor, intrusive surveillance, or the inclusion or exclusion of vulnerable communities. So the economic pillar also concerns one of our major efforts here, because we are talking about long-term value creation, productive capacity, resilience, innovation, efficient resource allocation. Economic sustainability is different from maximizing short-term profit. It asks whether an organization can remain viable without degrading the natural and social systems on which it depends. So artificial intelligence is indeed an interesting and valuable solution for social technological systems. AI includes several related technologies. As we all know, machine learning enables systems to identify patterns and make predictions using data. Deep learning uses multi-layer neural networks, and it's especially useful for images, text, audio, and complex forecasting. Then we connect computer vision, natural language processing, and then we have Gen AI, federated learning, providing additional capabilities. So when we connect AI with sustainable development goals, AI can contribute to several SDGs simultaneously. In agriculture, for instance, precision irrigation may support zero hunger, clean water, responsible production, and climate adaptation. In cities, intelligent transport management may improve mobility, reduce emissions, and lower air pollution. AI-assisted occupational safety may contribute to decent work, health, and sustainable industry. So we have been mapping applications to SDGs that are useful, but it should not become a superficial branding exercise. An organization cannot establish meaningful alignment merely by assigning an AI project to a goal. It needs measurable evidence that the intervention improves relevant sustainability outcomes without transferring serious costs elsewhere. So AI and environmental sustainability is indeed the most established era of AI application, identified in both many research articles that are becoming part of this environmental cause. So on one hand, we are discussing measurable data, we are discussing energy demands, we are discussing temperature, air quality, satellite imagery, soil moisture, and equipment performance. On the other hand, we are discussing energy efficiency and decarbonization, because the energy sector is central to climate mitigation, because fossil fuel use remains a major source of greenhouse gas emissions. So without organizations, AI systems can analyze equipment level energy consumption and adjust production schedules to avoid unnecessary loads, but we need smart buildings that can use occupancy, weather, and sensor data to control heating. So we are also using AI when we are discussing precision agriculture. So agriculture must increase resilience and productivity while reducing water use, soil degradation, chemical pollution, and biodiversity loss. We are also using AI regarding disaster preparedness and climate resilience. AI can contribute to the forecasting and management of floods, wildfires, droughts, landslides, and extreme weather. AI is also connected with circular economy and waste management. Computer vision systems can classify materials on recycling lines, while robots can sort waste at high speed. So predictive analytics can help organizations identify material losses and redesign processes. AI and social sustainability are truly connected. The social dimension is less mature and more fragmented than environmental AI. And we are now identifying applications in employee well-being, occupational safety, recruitment, training, accessibility, and inclusion, but we are also analyzing occupational health. We are also analyzing inclusion and fairness. And of course, we are analyzing the connection between AI, education, training, and accessibility. So when we think about all these employment needs and quality of work redesigned by sustainability using AI, we come to some very important conclusions. Artificial intelligence offers substantial opportunities to support sustainable development. It can improve energy efficiency, facilitate renewable energy integration, strengthen precision agriculture, monitor environmental change, support disaster preparedness, improve waste sorting, optimize industrial processes, and enhance organization resilience. So these benefits are not automatic. AI consumes electricity, water, hardware, and critical materials. So we have to establish a balance here. The central lessons are that AI must be evaluated across all three pillars of sustainability and throughout its life cycle. AI should therefore be understood neither as a universal solution nor as an unavoidable environmental burden. We have these choices. These choices are transparent, evidence-based, and equitable. So AI can become a meaningful component of the transition toward a more resilient economy, a healthier environment, and a fairer society. And these are common goals that unite us all. Thank you so much.
Rania ma'am, please unmute yourself.
Thank you so much, Dr. Louis. And definitely the future lies not simply in AI for energy, but in responsible AI for sustainable energy. And AI can become one of the most powerful tools in the clean energy transition, but only when technological intelligence is combined with environmental responsibility, human oversight, and ethical governance. Smart energy systems must ultimately serve smarter, sustainable societies. So thank you very much for highlighting these amazing possibilities and the unlimited potential of AI and how this can help us with sustainability issues. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much for inviting me. Thank you. Thank you.
So now we can call upon the next speaker. It's a youth speaker, Dr. Reski Larasi from England, the research fellow from University of Southampton, who will enlighten us on youth innovations for climate resilient energy systems. Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. Before we hand over the session to Preeta ma'am, I would like to thank Rania ma'am for being the inaugural speaker and enlightening us that energy preservation is driven by the necessity, and energy security and resilience is the need of the earth. Thank you so much for enlightening us. And innovation creates prosperity. That's the takeaway for me from your keynote address with respect to the inaugural session. I thank you for bringing us the excellent speakers like Ada, who said like how regulation is reshaping energy. And most important takeaway for me was that 90% of the world trade is being carried out by sea, and only it is contributing for less than 3% for the global CO2 emissions. So that's how she also gave an enlightenment about the kinds of rules that regulates the ship and regulates the energy. And the ETS ask how much you emitted, and Fuel EU ask where your energy comes from. So that was very nice and interesting. And she also talked about her work where biofueling can increase the drag and thereby the fuel consumption and thereby the CO2 emissions. So her work is also an excellent contribution towards the climate change and energy preservation and conservation. And the takeaway from her talk was partnerships and relationships not only protects climate, but will be able to contribute towards energy. That's a great takeaway for me. Thank you so much. I would like to personally thank Jana ma'am, who was focusing about building green business ecosystems through partnerships. And she has focused like how the green systems are connected ecosystems between innovation, investment in implementation and local value. And as a takeaway, it was good to see that though there are 92% have the global electricity access, but 2 billion are still relying on polluting energy systems. So the most important point that you have given us from your session was adopt, adapt, and accelerate is the solution that lies to overcome this problem. And this you have also given with respect to the case studies and good examples. Whatever we cannot see, we cannot change. So that's the reason we have smart meters, and energy has to be taken care so that we can bring about the changes of innovation. Thank you so much. Thank you for joining with us. Last but not least, we were thankful to Dr. Louis, who has focused on redefining education, wherein he said that the carbon policy and climate action and energy can be taken care with the AI. AI can be used for energy management, waste management, sustainability. And he said, like, all the AI can contribute towards all the SDGs. And for everything, you have given excellent examples. So it's like a summary. I cannot give it in brief. So it was very wonderful to have you on this platform, sir. Thank you so much for joining us. I thank Rania ma'am for bringing us such an excellent speakers on this platform. Thank you so much. We will miss PK Bose, sir, who could not make it due to our mismanagement of time. Sincere apologies regarding that. Thank you so much. Now I hand over the session to Preeta ma'am for the youth speaker session. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, you're audible. Please go ahead, ma'am.
Dr. Eril, ma'am, are you here?
Yeah, ma'am. I can hear you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Greetings to all of you. And we are happy to welcome Dr. Edilarasi Periyathambi, a research fellow at the University of Southampton, United Kingdom, working on the...
Ma'am, Preeta ma'am, please turn on your video.
Yes.
Yes.
Sir, yes, I was trying that. It was not able to do that. That is
Yeah,
why.
okay. You can proceed.
Yes. So, she was working with electric vehicle energy networks, supporting renewables project. She also contributes as a researcher to the citizen-centric AI systems initiative. Her research focuses on application of artificial intelligence to develop intelligent smart grid solutions that enable sustainable and efficient energy distribution. As part of the FEVER project, she develops advanced smart charging algorithms for electric vehicles and integrates user-centric interface for effective monitoring, control, and energy management. Her research interests are smart energy systems, artificial intelligence applications in power grids. So at this event, Dr. Edilarasi Periyathambi will deliver a youth speaker address on the theme Youth Innovations for Climate Resilient Energy Systems. So in her address, she will highlight the transformative role of young innovators in developing AI-driven sustainable energy solutions. We are so happy to have you here, ma'am. Now the session is yours. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for the introduction, and thank you for the opportunity to share my experience with all the members in this platform. I think I can go ahead straight away for discussing the points, because I'm not prepared any PPT with me, but I can share the experience which I had in different projects where most of my project is related to the energy system. So it's a wonderful opportunity and platform to discuss what I experienced in my project. So when we talk about resilient climate, I think the main part and core of the ongoing trend is to adapt the upcoming technologies and trends in the market. So everyone knows AI is booming in every sector. So AI have great potential to unlock a lot of advantage and applications when it comes to energy system, especially when it has real-time data. It can make a lot of sense to the energy system, which is far more beneficial for us to manage the energy system. The other part, right now I'm working in a project which is mainly focusing on developing renewable-based, isolated, islanded microgrid system which support energy solutions due to climate disasters time or heavy rainfall time. So that time we can rely on a distributed energy system which is completely disconnected from the main grid. So that means we can rely on that energy system without any support of central network. So both the architecture, as everyone knows, it has the most of the energy system in different countries follows two different architecture. Right now, the decentralized architecture is coming on the trend, but when it comes to decentralized architectures, we have more benefit when compared with the centralized architecture in terms of energy management system, because in decentralized architecture, we can manage the local area more precisely when compared with the counterpart, because it's very local. The global variables for the algorithm, any algorithm is very local to that area. So it is easy to manage and effectively operate the system in real time. So I would say in the future, I think if we able to play with the real-time data, we can unlock a lot of potential when it comes to energy system. On the other hand side, especially talking about India, India got locked up with most of the areas in India got locked up with traditional electric grid. So we need more infrastructure which unlocks the real-time collections. That means we need to collect the data from the local point. So we need a lot of IoT architectures to be embedded along with the energy system so that we can get real-time data to unlock some AI or dynamic modeling for load management system, load predictions. We can use data and AI to predict what is the load going to be in a next hour or next day in real time, if we are able to collect the data in real time. Because most of the time, the load prediction algorithms works on historical data set. I'm not saying it's bad, but if you are able to collect the real-time data, the efficiency and the accuracy is going to be more when compared with the historical data. So we need more, we need to focus more on improving the digital architecture of the, or digital integration or digital tech integration in the smart grid to enable these functionalities. Apart from that, since I'm working in that project, I personally feel like the decentralized concept of energy structures is more resilient when comes to the challenges we face with the climate changes, because it can provide energy 24/7 if you are able to if you are having proper infrastructure in that isolated energy system. And also it is independent of the grid, so we can restart that system at any point of time during the disaster time. So I personally feel like the data, real-time data collections and proper algorithms with advanced AI features can unlock a lot of potential for energy system. It can go in a way so that we can get a more resilient energy system for us. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Nice hearing you. As you said, like decentralized architecture is the base for the energy management, and local area is easy to manage if it is decentralized, because every local area is having its own requirements. It's not uniform. Region to region, it varies. So that's and that too, India is a diverse country. So in that case, it plays a vital role. As you said, infrastructure enhancement is the one critical area which needs to be focused for real-time data for energy management. And for this purpose, use of AI and IoT for the load prediction is something which we need to focus upon. And for that one, digital tech integration should be there in energy structures. So that's a great takeaway, that real data plus AI can unlock the energy management, and thereby we can have a resilient energy conservation. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you.
Thank you, Edil ma'am, for sharing your experience in the energy systems. Thank you so much. Thank you, Ishrat ma'am, for briefing up. Thank you, ma'am.
I apologize. I have to leave. I have some commitments.
Yes.
Enjoy your all other colleagues. Please enjoy your time in this platform. Thank you. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now
Over
we
to
have.
you, ma'am. Yeah.
Thank you, Preeta ma'am, for the session. Now we have our next speaker, that is Zhouxinyu. She is a senior vice president from Low Carbon Solutions with more than 18 years of experience in carbon capture and storage, industrial decarbonization, climate policy, and energy transition. She has advised lenders, investors, and project developers on a major CCS projects, including Liverpool-based CCS and Northern Endurance Partnership. Prior to consultancy, she led decarbonization initiatives at Tata Steel Europe, helping shape strategies for some of the Europe's largest industrial emitters. I'm thankful to this Energathon platform that I'm able to connect with Roha after a long period time. And it's great to see her progress and achievement. Welcome, Roha. Over to you. The digital platform is over. Welcome. You have to unmute yourself, Roha. I think you're not audible.
Is that better? Can you hear me?
Yeah, now you're audible.
Sorry, this is the wrong microphone. And can you see the slides?
Yeah, slide.
Okay, brilliant. Thank you. Good evening, everyone, and thank you for joining this session. My key point today is straightforward. Europe will not scale carbon capture and storage through technology and regulation alone. CCS requires two enabling systems. The first one is SDG 4, quality education. The second is SDG 7, affordable and clean energy. Over the next 20 minutes, I'll explain why SDG 4 and SDG 7 must be treated as core components of Europe's CCS strategy rather than as adjacent sustainability objectives. As a reminder, this is SDG 7, affordable and clean energy. I'm sure everyone remembers it as this is the theme. And as a reminder, SDG 4 is about quality education. I will provide a brief overview of carbon capture, utilization, and storage before we get into the nitty-gritty. So this slide, it illustrates the CCUS value chain, which begins with capturing CO2 from industrial or energy facilities. It could be biomass-based sources or directly from the atmosphere. After capture, the CO2 must be conditioned. So this normally includes purification, dehydration, and compression to achieve the required quality and pressure while preventing issues such as corrosion and unsafe or inefficient transport. The conditioned CO2 is then transported by pipeline, ship, road, or rail, depending on the volumes, distance, and available infrastructure. At the end of the chain, the CO2 follows one of the two routes available. It may be utilized as feedstock in products or services, or it may be permanently stored in a suitable underground geological formation. It could be onshore or offshore. The important message is that CCUS must be treated as an integrated value chain. Capture rates, CO2 specifications, transport capacity, injection rates, and storage availability must all be compatible. If one part of the chain is unavailable or undersized, the performance of the entire system is constrained. So here we come to the value proposition. On the left, there's SDG 4, which creates the people and the institutions required to deliver CCS. This includes geoscientists, reservoir engineers, process engineers, pipeline specialists, monitoring experts, the people on the shop floor, the welders, the electricians, but it also includes regulators, financiers, insurers, lawyers, emergency response personnel, policymakers, community engagement professionals. The list goes on. And then on the right is SDG 7 that provides the energy and infrastructure platform. Capture facilities need electricity and, depending on the technology, significant quantities of heat. Compression systems require power. Transport networks depend on reliable energy and infrastructure. Storage operations require energy for injection, monitoring, and supporting offshore and onshore facilities. So when these two systems come together, by systems I mean SDG 4 and SDG 7, CCS can become what we've got on the right-hand side of the slide, which is technically reliable, economically investable, operationally dependable, socially acceptable, and capable of delivering durable climate value. When either SDG 4 or SDG 7 is missing, projects tend to experience delays, there's cost escalation, poor operating performance, or declining stakeholder confidence. So the key message here is SDG 4 builds delivery capability, while SDG 7 provides the operating platform. Neither is sufficient in isolation. We come more to Europe now. So Europe's ambition for carbon management has changed significantly. CCS is moving from individual pilot and demo projects towards an interconnected industrial system involving various parties such as emitters, transport operators, ports, shipping companies, and storage providers. The EU has an established target of 50 million tons per annum of CO2 injection capacity by 2030. And then you look at 2050, that is a 450 million ton per annum requirement. The actual numbers between 2030, 2040, and 2050 may continue to evolve, but the direction is clear. So now moving from 50 million tons per annum injection capacity in 2030 to a potential requirement of around 450 million tons of annual capture by 2050 requires a 9-fold increase. That cannot be delivered simply by building 9 times as much equipment. So what Europe needs is a repeatable project development model. This could be common technical standards, transferable skills, established commercial frameworks, compatible CO2 specifications, coordinated transport and storage infrastructure. It also needs institutions capable of permitting, regulating, and assuring multiple projects simultaneously. Europe has spent many years building knowledge through individual projects. The next phase is different. It requires industrial replication, portfolio management, and cross-border coordination. The constraint is therefore shifting from proving that CCS works to proving that Europe can deliver CCS repeatedly, affordably, and at scale. I'm not going to go through this slide here in the interest of time. The intent here is just to give you an appreciation of the various risks that exist and need to be managed and require different types of skill sets. So I'll just move on to the next slide here. And we go into SDG 7 in a little bit more detail. So it's important to be clear about the relationship between CCS and clean energy. CCS should not be presented as a substitute for energy efficiency, electrification, or renewable energy. Avoiding emissions should remain the first priority wherever it's technically and economically achievable. However, industrial emissions are particularly difficult to eliminate through electrification alone. So there are examples within the cement, lime, waste-to-energy sectors, and other industrial processes. So CCS can play an important role, particularly for process emissions and other genuinely hard-to-abate sectors. Now we leave that argument aside and think more from the particular current context. So capturing CO2 requires energy. If that additional energy comes from a high carbon source, the net emissions reduction achieved by the project falls to an extent, but falls. If the electricity network is constrained, the capture facility may not be able to operate at the intended capacity. If energy prices are volatile, then the project's operating costs and commercial viability can deteriorate. So keeping that in mind, this creates 4 priorities. The first one is prioritizing energy efficiency, electrification, and renewables before applying CCS. And then the next one is directing CCS towards high-value applications, particularly process emissions and residual emissions, for which credible alternates are limited. We come to the third point. It's about co-planning energy and carbon infrastructure. Governments and project developers must consider electricity networks, heat supply, hydrogen infrastructure, CO2 pipelines, ports, shipping, geological storage, etc., as part of the same system. There are considerations within the EU with projects of common interest, CO2 storage license applications, etc., which do consider some of these things. And then we come to the final point, which is measuring net abatement, rather than simply reporting the volume of CO2 captured. So let's say a project captures 1 million tons of CO2, does not necessarily mean it has avoided 1 million tons of CO2. Net abatement needs to consider energy consumption, upstream emissions, transport losses, capture availability, performance of the complete CCS value chain, etc. So looking at it at SDG 7, it protects both the environmental integrity and the economic competitiveness of CCS. Going to SDG 4 now. So SDG 4 is often interpreted primarily in terms of access to schools and universities. For CCS, the more relevant interpretation is lifelong learning and creation of multidisciplinary industrial capability. Europe does not need to create this entire workforce from zero. There is substantial transferable expertise in oil and gas, power, chemicals, and various other industries. The challenge is to convert and supplement that experience through vocational education, through apprenticeships, through university programs, professional development, targeted micro-credentials. Again, on the slide, I've got various disciplines and skills required. I'm not going to go through all of those, but I'll give one example. So a reservoir engineer already understands fluid flow in porous media, but needs additional training in CO2 phase behavior, containment risk, and regulatory requirements. So again, if we pick up each one of those skill sets, they have the skill sets in some other form, they need some retraining to repurpose their skills. So workers need credible conversion pathways. These should recognize existing experience and focus on training on genuine competence gaps. And here on this slide, we try to bring the 2 SDGs together across the CCS life cycle. Again, I'm not going to talk through the whole life cycle, but I'll give you some examples. So at the beginning of the project proponents must identify whether CCS does create the greatest value. So you need people who can compare the different decarbonization pathways. The system has to be designed as an integrated value chain. So for instance, capture availability must match the transport capacity, CO2 quality must meet the network and storage requirements, storage injection rates must be compatible with emitter profiles, power and heat must be available when capture facilities need to operate. When the project moves to permitting and financing, there's institutional capabilities involved. Regulators must be able to review multiple applications efficiently without weakening the environmental or safety requirements. Investors and lenders must be able to understand the risks and liabilities and downside exposure. There's construction and commissioning skills that are required. Again, if I give the example of UK, where UK has moved towards a service-based economy, so if we need to build all this infrastructure, then you need more people to come through the system, the more shop floor people, the welders, the electricians, etc. are needed. And then there's also operation and stewardship, which would require monitoring, performance optimization, and then post-closure, etc. So there's all these various skills that are required. And there's the energy system that's required. So if you think of this whole value chain, you can see SDG 4 sits above the system as the capability layer, and SDG 7 sits below it as an energy platform. Just a reminder again what they do. Right, this brings me to my final slide, and I'd like to leave you with 3 messages. The first one is scaling CCS is a systems challenge. Europe's storage targets may not be achieved by individual engineering projects operating in isolation. Capture, transport, storage, energy regulation, finance, and workforce development must all be coordinated. The second point is SDG 7 protects climate value and competitiveness. CCS needs reliable, affordable, and increasingly low-carbon energy. Without this, capture facilities may become expensive, underutilized, or less effective at reducing emissions. And the third point is SDG 4 is the multiplier. Skills, institutional capability, and public understanding are what turn infrastructure into safe, dependable, and investable operations. The key question for Europe is, can Europe develop its human and clean energy capacity at the same pace as its CO2 storage ambition? Thank you. Happy to take any questions if anyone's got any.
Yeah, any questions in the YouTube or anyone from the panel have any questions to Roha or Rania ma'am? Okay, before I put across my questions, let me summarize the key takeaways from Roha's presentation. So you have talked about the core competence for the Europe energy resilience are SDG 4 and SDG 7, and not just the energy policies. And for the value propositions, we have SDG 4, which defines the competence architecture, which depends upon the people and institutions. And SDG 7, which is an energy architecture, energy infrastructure. And this is possible with respect to scalable CCS, which should be safe, reliable, bankable, operable, and expandable. So that thereby neither enabler is sufficient alone. And with respect to it, you have also said like Europe has to move from demonstration to replication. And in 20 years, you want Europe is planning to increase its capacity by 9-folds, which is a greater expectation. And around the world, we having such a thing to be done, it's a great thing. And I think Europe will stand out and be an example for all the countries and continents across as an example. And key risk across the CCS chain will be there. To overcome that, you have come up with SDG 7. In CCS should be an energy system, and there will be challenges like integration challenge, priorities avoidance. And we have to have CCS selectively done in co-planning infrastructure, and measures should be there. And CCS needs a workforce spanning the full asset life cycle. And with respect to it, you have also focused on the integrated value chain. And for that one, source, capture, condition, and transport and storage were the points that you have put across. For this one, you have given an example that SDG 4 sits above the system as the capability layer, because SDG 4 is the one which develops the students, or I can say the youth, so that they can take up this task. And SDG 7 sits below it as the energy platform, because once they have an understanding, they can have that implementation done. So that was a great thing. And you have said like SDG 7 protects climate value and competitiveness, whereas SDG 4 is the multiplier. So your presentation was focused about CCS scale is a systems challenge. That was very nice to hear you. And it was challenging that the industry has so much demand and work to do. And how you're going about it. How do you handle the workforce?
It is quite a challenge. So yes, and there's various systems in place. There's working passports, as they call it, or skills transfer. But it is happening actively. I think the greater problem is when you don't have an old enough workforce that has done that sort of work, especially in construction. I think from a storage perspective, the oil and gas industry has kept that workforce going with the work in the North Sea. But when you look at the capture side, the emitters, in countries where deindustrialization has been happening over the last few years, they've lost the shop floor skill set, the project management skill set. From my own experience in the construction industry, in industrial construction, those skill sets have been lost. So the youngsters coming through have to be trained very quickly to be able to deliver this program.
So from Earth, let me go to space. I would like to ask Rania ma'am, how does energy conservation will be carried out with respect to European continent and across the globe? What are your suggestions?
Thank you very much for asking me. It's a great question. We have seen that the key point here is that it's a multi-level process. European Union, member states, regional cities, then business, and then citizens. So the European Union sets the common direction, the targets, legislation, and funding, while member states and local authorities implement many of the measures on the ground. So energy policy is a shared competence between the European Union and its member states. So we have the European level, the standards now are the Green Deal, the Common Energy Market Rules, the funding programs, the investment mechanism, the monitoring of member state implementation. For example, the European Union currently has a 2030 target of at least 42% renewables in the energy mix and approximately 12% reduction in energy consumption compared with projected 2030 consumption. And the other level is the national level, how we can translate the European Union policy into action. So each member state actually develops its own policies, regulation, incentives, investment programs, and this has to do with national energy climate plans, renewable energy programs, a lot, also in Greece, in my country, many programs, building innovation schemes, electric vehicle charge infrastructure, grid development, industrial decarbonization. So the European Union actually monitors implementation and can take enforcement action where energy and climate law is not properly applied. And there is another level also, the regional and local level. This is where Ms. Jana mentioned adopt, adapt, accelerate model becomes powerful, particularly here. It's very powerful because cities and regions can establish energy communities, they can renovate the public buildings, they can develop local renewable projects, they can support vulnerable households. And the European Union current Life Clean Energy Transition Program, it's something that specifically supports national, regional, and local policy frameworks, technology deployment, the professional skills, the private finance, the local investment project, and citizen participation. The other level is business. The business is industry level, how to invest and innovate, because company as now will implement in a more energy efficient buildings and green industrial process, things like that. Finally, the last level, you remember, is citizens. Becoming not consumers but participants. Citizens increasingly participate through energy communities now, through home renovation, through demand response programs. And the Commission reports actually that more than 8,000 energy communities are active already in Europe, involving millions of citizens. I want to say that Europe's clean energy transition will succeed not by applying one identical solution everywhere, but by creating a common European direction, adapting proven solutions to local realities, and accelerating the deployment through government, businesses, communities, and citizens. This is how we can see European vision, then national action, then local adaptation, then citizen participation, and finally scaling and measurable impact. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, ma'am. I could understand from Roha and yours contribution that there should be a piecewise approach or local approach. At the same time, integration is a must at the higher level. Thereby, I think Europe will be the first one to achieve the energy conservation and will be an ideal for the other continents. Thank you so much for joining us. Now I hand over the session to Yuvraj sir. Over to you, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for all the speakers who were organized here earlier. And now I take a privilege to welcome our honorable speaker, Professor Sanjay Kumar sir. So greetings to you, sir. So, sir, as a professor of Power Electronics, University of Southern Eastern Norway, to the IGEN European Clean Transition Assembly 2026. So under the theme, sir is going to present a session on power electronics in renewable energy systems. It brings up technology innovation under the Sustainable Development Goal 7, affordable and clean energy. Sir, we are honored to have your expertise and insights with us today. We look forward and inspiring and enriching session, sir. Thank you, sir. Welcome to the session. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, and good evening from Norway. And it's a great honor to be a part of IGEN. Thanks to Professor Ramesh and the team. You are organizing such wonderful event every year. It's as I said, it's my honor, or be a part of the system is always excellent. So about clean energy and technology, I think Norway is a example model where the clean energy is around 99.x% or nearly towards 100% because of its clear policy, but from the government and executions and strategies. Because Norway has also deployed almost 99% plus electric vehicle to move, shifting from conventional fuel. So even the country as the largest producer of oil and gas in the context of Europe, but still the transition is very effective because of the policies and adaptation of benefits to the citizens. And as I said, today's clean energy system mainly depends on artificial intelligences, and their role become very vital. And integrating all these renewables, particularly developing or underdeveloping countries focused on renewable energy technologies, will be vital. Particularly China and India are establishing large photovoltaic systems, wind turbines, and electrolyzers. And recently, the government of India has been deployed to create a large hub for green hydrogen. That is a good initiative, and I believe it will happen in 2030 or 2035. The government strategy is focused towards 2030. About power electronics, how the power electronic systems deployed, because power electronics converters, particularly it can have a DC or AC converters, which are integrating all these renewable energy systems towards the grid. So they are like intermediate or technologies which makes these power flow more vital, clean, and compact. For example, the existing transmission lines has large transformers which occupies huge space. Construction wise, it's very expensive, and failure condition, the protection or challenges. But with power electronics components, they are cheaper in price, compact in size, maybe 1/3 or 1/4 times lesser than the conventional transformers, because thanks to the technology of silicon carbide and gallium nitride. So these technologies makes much more compact power electronics converters, which can deliver the power very efficiently to the load centers, and they can generate the energy towards 100% clean perspective. And integration of artificial intelligence system become vital because, for example, in Norway, I can see my apps with my mobile at any time to ensure what is my electricity price and how much I'm utilizing my electricity from the grid. And in the future, we are going to have swapping technologies where we can able to use, for example, if photovoltaic is producing more energy and cheaper, we can shift our grid to, utility to photovoltaics. Or if wind turbine is producing cheaper price, I can shift to wind turbine. So there are much innovations are going around, and these can help for much more greener utilization. Apart from that, major challenges are towards storage technology, because batteries are dominating the world now by EV and other means. But in 2030, we will have 350 billion batteries will be revolving around the world only with electric vehicles. So there are big challenges after 8 years of its lifespan. So the companies are giving guarantee. So we need to focus towards sustainable energy, where batteries needed to be recycled and needed more companies who have to invest large money for recycling and back these battery back to EV or grid. These are the big challenges. Particularly from Norway, we have a company called Stina, which works for such technologies, bringing batteries from Norway and across Europe, and of course from other countries. So this needed to be largely deployed. Apart from that, we are working on other renewable energy technology for storage, supercapacitors, which play a critical role in storing a large energy or delivering large energy in short times. So these all needed to be integrated into one platform where we need artificial intelligence technologies. So our goal on creating more sustainable energy, particularly on SDG 7, we have to deploy more renewable energy systems, integrating by using power electronics converters and adapting AI solution. And the AI solution should also reach not only the technical peoples, but also for non-technical community, and an easy apps model, so that the system is much integrated. But in the future, every home will become an entrepreneur, because we're going to produce our own electricity by using small wind turbine, photovoltaics, and electrolyzers, and we sell these energy back to the grid and make a profitable margin. So it's like the grid operators and individual houses will become a closer contact in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Yeah. You said like every home will become an entrepreneur. Then in that case, with renewable energy, will it be able to replace the brown power completely? Will the green power replace the completely brown power?
As I said, an example from Norway, currently the green energy is 99.9x. So the size of the country is small when comparing to big countries like Russia, India, or China, or Canada, or United States. But as an example, how a country can adapt clean energy like Norway, Denmark, and Sweden and Finland. So this can be a good example how it can be transferred to a larger countries, but it also needs the support from the population. I mean, the people. We are the responsible. So government will create initiatives, and we have to follow that. So these all an integrated systems. Definitely, it's possible in the future, because as the government of India already declared, 2070 is the goal for 100% renewable energy systems, and we are moving towards that. So there are opportunities not only for the developed countries, also for underdeveloped and developing countries. Definitely, in a point of time, they will reach that goal. But as I said, there are policy. We have to follow that.
Like how AI is replacing the human power, do you think this green power will also affect the job opportunities?
Definitely not. AI is like an intermediate between human and machine. So an AI cannot replace 100% a human being, because we are created that. So, but that gives you a facility to make the work more efficient and flexible. And for example, wherever, for example, nuclear power plants, we can't able to utilize the human capacity for protection. So they are very dangerous. Chemical processing, process control industries, chemical, highly hazardous to human being. So, or of course, steel plants, where the temperatures are going above 5,000 degrees centigrade, etc., where we need AI technologies, robotics, and automation to govern all these systems. So I'm pretty sure AI will make an impact on human resources, a flexible job opportunity.
Thank you, sir. So, as from your talk, the key takeaways, deployment of more renewable energy systems will be the key solution to change towards the green power, and every home we can have an entrepreneur who will be taking care of their energy requirements. Thereby, we'll be able to have a sustainability. So, sustainability should start within oneself and thereby from every home. Thereby, we'll be able to achieve it globally. Thank you so much, sir, for the takeaway.
Welcome.
Over to you, Yuvraj, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Over to
Yes,
you.
thank you, sir. Thank you for your valuable insights on your speech, sir. And now I'd like to call upon our student volunteer to present their idea on AI-driven renewable energy systems. Vishal Krishnan. Vishal Krishnan, are you there?
Yeah, he's there, sir.
Yes, you can start the presentation now, Vishal.
Sanju, sorry to disturb. Sanju, thank you so much, Sanju.
Oh, nice to hear from Professor Ramesh. Thank you. I'm here for you. Thank you very much. It's a great initiative. Nice to see my good friend, Professor Ramesh, after a long time. Thank you. Thank you for inviting me. So I can move or I have to stay? I need to stay or?
Actually, yeah. We thought of having valedictory with you, sir. Any
okay, welcome. Okay, welcome.
Can we have an overall remarks with respect to European continent? Your inputs, any?
Oh, thank you very much.
Specific
You are asking.
points.
Okay, fantastic. Okay, so I've been in Europe, but I have seen some of the colleagues has been joined from Europe. They are better than me, but still I can say my experience, which I observed and seen here. Yeah, it's great. Even in Europe, all the European states are not balanced. If you look at Denmark and Norway, Sweden, Finland, they are at a high level of deployment of renewable energy. For example, Norway has around 1,000 hydropower plants. So the sustainability is very high. With by nature, they have deployed hydropower plants. So it's a clean energy. Denmark has an example for wind turbines. So for the world, so that's a fact. So in this case, they have their resources, deployment policies, and digital technologies that integrated themselves, the country to withstand high renewable energy systems and clean energy, which is around near to 100%. Other examples may be countries like Germany, Italy, France, Spain. They are also deployed, and their transition is towards much near to green energy, UK, etc. And other European states like Greece, Romania, Poland, um, uh, Portugal's, they are deploying, but still the context of renewable energy, I think the country needed to travel for ahead when compared to other countries like, as I said, Denmark and Norway and Finland. One of the reasons is the nature supports and the policies are very focused, and the strategical vision of the government is very high level. That's the one of the reason I believe Norway and Denmark are adapted much more renewable energy systems, focusing towards or obtained 100%.
Thank you so much, sir. Yeah. Rania ma'am, what will be your inputs if you want to suggest European context, how they are developing with respect to Indian perspective? Any
Yes, thank you very
suggestions for
much.
us?
Yeah. So first, we need to learn from what already works. So identify proven clean energy solutions, share best practices across European countries, avoid reinventing the wheel, and use always evidence and successful case studies. The second step would be make solutions fit the local context. So that would be community needs and culture, respect this, because this is not unfortunately happening, at least in my country. For example, the installation of wind turbines didn't take into consideration the needs, the local needs, the climate, the geography. And then we move from pilot to large-scale impact. We implement rapidly, we measure results, we try to mobilize public and private investment, we build local capacity, we try to replicate successful models. And finally would be scaling and turn local success into European transformation, how we can connect the cities and regions, how we can share the data and the lessons learned, how we can engage all citizens or businesses and universities, all stakeholders. This is very important. We need to involve stakeholders. For example, a Dutch innovation model adapted across European markets demonstrated how proven approaches can be transferred, how they can be localized, how they can be scaled for high performance home renovation. So I want to say that Europe does not need to reinvent every solution. It needs to identify what works, adapt it to local realities, and accelerate its deployment at scale. This is my opinion.
That's what Europe is progressing. We need to progress. Thank you, ma'am. Yeah, Roha, you have, when you are taking the students from for employability, you might have come across the youth joining in your company. So what difference do you see from the European students' mindset to the Indian students? Because some of the Indians do join there. So do you see a mindset difference?
I think culturally every place is different and working culture is very different. And we do, in our industry, we do tend to hire people from around the world with the different skill set. At the end of the day, we end up making everyone very British. But I'd say the mindset is more practical from a local context. Even when I did my first degree in India and then came to the UK for masters, the Indian education system was more theoretical, and I had strong foundations, strong first skills. The British education system, the emphasis was more on the practical side of things. I think you do tend to see that all around. Another thing you tend to see is asking questions. People in, students in Britain and Europe do tend to ask questions more openly. From Asia, it's less open. They assume that if they were to ask a question, people would think they're not competent, but it's the other way around. I'd rather if there is a new starter, that they ask lots of questions and learn that way rather than sitting quiet and trying to solve all the problems themselves. Okay, it is good that they try to solve things themselves, but it's absolutely fine to ask questions.
As I said, people from different cultures do turn around in Europe, and that's how the mindsets have to be tuned. It's not just the theory, but even the skills are more important. Thank you so much. Sanjeev said, would you like to put your point with respect to the mindset of the students?
That's great. It's a fantastic question. My colleagues I've seen from UK and I don't know one colleague Raina from which country, but anyway, they're given a very clear perspective and they have been here for many years. And yeah, as I said, the only the culture is the difference. Wherever the students are the students, so there is no difference for me. They are the same. As I said, the thing in Europe, how we look, I mean, the students here, more not a stressful system. It's more open system where professor and the student relationship is much easier. It's not complex, and there is no any sort of like a much professional behavior. So we work like you are my teacher, I am your student. So the relationship is very effective, and there is a standard procedure, and we discuss like an employer or like a very casual way. So it's more closer discussions on professional topics or chapters, so that the student doesn't feel much stressed. That's one of the advantage here. About the technical aspects, I believe all the students are the same, but the skills depends on its personal characteristics. As one of my colleague from UK clearly mentioned, in Asian system, I talk general. Doesn't specifically, I'm from India, but I'm saying in general in Asia, like China, India, and other parts of Asian countries, it's more focused towards systematic theory. That's very important because foundation is very important. Maybe the percentage of practical scenario is, I feel, a gap. But in Europe, it's more students go for practical than theory based. So I think it can be easily integrated when a student come from Asia to Europe, or when a student from Asia to Europe to move towards Asia. I believe there is no issues with technical aspects. Their skills are always good. I think maybe cultural and communication and the way they expect from either side may slightly differ in my thoughts.
Student is student, whichever part of the world they might be.
It's the same.
Yeah. I think Rania ma'am can also enlighten with because being a STEM educator, so how do you feel like?
Yeah, first I want to say that we talk about different contexts or different learning experiences, but shared goals. And these shared goals have to do with global competencies, with the need for innovation, for collaboration, for critical thinking, digital skills. So I want to say that the real question here is what each educational ecosystem can learn from the other. Europe can learn from India's scale, STEM talent, rapid digital adaptation, and while India can draw what? Can draw from European traditions of student autonomy, mobility, interdisciplinary learning, and inclusive education. So what I see here is that in Europe, we place an emphasis more on dependent learning, although in India, there is a more emphasis on structured learning. This is one thing. There is, of course, an increasing interest of India in international study and mobility. This is something that I've noticed. And another difference is that in Europe, there is a strong focus on work-life balance and personal development, while in India, there's a strong focus on career success and employability. The common point is that we have then a strong emphasis on innovation, sustainability, on inclusion, on technology, entrepreneurship. So I think that we can learn from one another, and both we're increasingly moving toward digital, more collaborative, and more competency-based education. But remember that different educational cultures, there are different strengths, but there's a shared generation of global learners. I'm very happy because I'm collaborating a lot with the institutions, with the university students and also primary secondary students, and I can see how we have the common points also, and we can focus on the common points of our educational systems and move forward. Not focus on differences, but what unites us. Thank you. Thank you.
We have to move ahead by taking the common points of education rather than the differences, and we have to focus for the global learners because each one will be contributing in their own way. And why we have focused on about this talk mostly on the students or the youth is because the youth are the torchbearers. They are the ones who have to create the energy and make this planet Earth a green Earth. So we'll have one presentation from a student from India too. Over to you, Bhushan. Yeah, thank you. Over to you, Ratsu.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Now I call upon our student volunteer, Vishal, to share his viewpoints on AI-powered energy grid system. Over to you, Vishal. Now you can start the presentation. Yes, Vishal, you can use the share button to share the screen.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, yes.
Yes, I'm the network. I'm facing some little bit network issue.
Yeah, it's okay. Okay. It's, you can proceed.
You can off your video and you can present your presentation.
Yeah, yes.
Okay.
Your presentation is not yet shared, Visha.
Okay, can I start my presentation?
Yeah, you can share your presentation. It's not visible yet.
Okay, better. So today we are going to discuss about the neutrally grid synthesization AI optimization field power network. So this is no longer linear physical infrastructure. In this PPT you can clearly know that the linear past was not so messy, but the present and future was so messy, but was so interconnected to each other. The modern grid is the most complex cyber physical system, demanding the milestone scales and autonomous decision making in high frequency volatile and rising operation cost. So by that we can use as many more technology and it will be more useful than most of us. Evaluating maturity model of user grid, in this we can use as 4 stages. The stage 1 is a traditional method. In that we centralized reactive and minimal observability. It was manually operated by days and hours. In the stage 2, we used the smart grid introduction. We introduced here advanced metering infrastructure like AMI, PMU, and bidirectional communication and basic automation. By using this, we can overcome the failures faced in the traditional method. The self-state stages, self-healing. In this, the method heals the faults and isolated the faulted area, and it heals itself. It's only known as self-healing, right? The self-isolation, FLIRS, rule-based switching and automated rerouting. And this, it will be going to the 4th stage, AI. In this stage, we have used AI to most combined in the 3 stage. It will use the traditional and the smart grid, both self-healing method, and it will, if you face any problem, it will use AI to self-heal it and it isolate that area. And we using smart grid, we can specify it bidirectional communication, and it is a basic automation. By using an AI optimized grid, increase overall energy management efficiency from 81.5% to 95.4%. Then we are moved to the next slide. Okay, the 3-layer cyber security physical architecture. Here, there are 3 layers. On the top layer, it was intelligence. Middle layer was cyber, and base layer was physical. When we come to the base layer, it's all like a physical properties like generator, solar PVs, wind, BES, and dynamic loads. It was ground a non-linear AC power flow. It's called a dynamic, which we simply it's useful. The things we use the most, like solar panels and the generator in our day-to-day life. In the middle layer, we came to the cyber tracks. When we like a sensor, communication module, PMC, HSS. In this layer, we can move to the cloud computing and DevOps, like that. We can all include all technologies in the middle layer. When we come to the top layer, it will come to the intelligence and like AI-driven energy management system, EMS, multi-objective optimization, P2P coordination, and reinforcement learning. In that, we have used many AI resources to combine this middle layer and base layer and work better than this. And then, failure 1. AI-driven energy management system, as I discussed further before. The predictive analysis and the optimization are hierarchical shown here. From this, we can increase the load forecast accuracy from 88.4% to 97.2% by using the EMS system. And the optimization also, when we compare the both traditional and AI method, the transmission losses dropped from 8.7 to 5.2%. The renewable initialization jumps from 74% to 92.5%. It was very useful for run light. So hierarchical controls, first you can see that the medieval term was renewable energy and coordination, and the long term was daily scheduling, and the short term was millisecond local frequency. By using this, we can use the traditional method was overcome, and we are still in the AI era. We can use AI very useful like this to reduce the transmission losses and the transmission load forecast in this EMS system. Dynamic control via multi-agent rainforest is like a continuous task, whereas the proximal policy optimization for continuous action control, inverter dispatch and smooth battery system. And then the discrete task, DK and network system for discrete discussion, like our battery and EV mode switching right now, right? The leading trigger was suspended into a supervisory layer. As the adaptive dynamic programming with attribute the action to minimize the cumulative quadratic cost over a system, and it make the controls effect. By combining the continuous task and the discrete task, it will be supervised layer. It's like a combined version of PPO and DQM. And the failure tool. The self-healing network, FLISR. We can, if think a situation like that, if many flood and many natural disasters are happening, the most of the, in some area they got power cut or any other destruction and disturbance in the signal and or other electricity transmission or communication system, we lost over in certain kilometer range. But when you using the self-healing network, it will self-healingly it will isolate the system when we got the damages, and it will generate or gives the transmit the energy to others. For example, anticipate the maintenance and failure. By this anticipate, the equipment failure was reduced by 20 to 15 years, and the pattern recognition average pattern detect in today's day, the fault detection was reduced to 34 to 11 minutes in today's day-to-day life. When we switch it to quadratic faults, it prevents the cascading failure, but it will be very useful as to find the faulted areas during the disaster management types and the reconfigure. The DRL agent instantly reroute the power via alternative path. When we give the current flow to the alternating path, apart from the isolated path, the other gateway get benefited, and it will even get the connections of power and other energy transmitter to the plane during the disaster management. Restore. The service is restored to a non-faulted section within 82 to 41 seconds. This is the use of AI in the self-healing technology LFIS. And here the role of the AI models on the speed and key sensors were drastically increased when compared to the traditional method. The supervised ML was fault classification accuracy is more when compared to 95%, and this works in even a millisecond, and the early creep prediction indicates faults for historical labeled area. The unpreserved role is the anomaly detection. It will be detects the faults within the seconds, and it identifies the degradation and outliers without the regarding labeled data. Reinforcement, the dynamic reconfirmation in a millisecond, learning optical switching policies under certain via trial and error. During the GNN, graphs neutral network, the topology, we can face many topologies now, but the topology of a detection within the millisecond. When we handling dynamic memory topology, it should to be understanding the node relationship, and it will makes more effective to make the energy to transmit through the isolated path when compared to other. And this is the graph. It shows the voltage and the time related with cyber frame of molecular injection. In this, the false data injection was reduced by controllers and filter cyber noise and auto correcting corrected data using an relations index. Then we compared it to the pilot decentralization via peer-to-peer. Yeah, there is the need to be a decentralization because we are totally dependent on the centralized power stations. By that, if we can fail any in a main area, in the other substation we doesn't relieve any power resources. When we compare it to that, it will more give many losses when during the natural resources period. By this, the traditional retail and consumers was more useful when they compared to the P2P trading, which means the peer-to-peer trading. In that, they share their solar energy and other energy developed in their house, and they shares there within with their neighbor, even they want or not want. If they even they sell it to the government or the neighbor who want them during the disaster time period. Homogeneous pricing mechanism, the mid-market rate, supplementary market rate, the auction market rate. If the mechanism prices, when we compare it to these three things, we can even the price system playing major role in this. We have to make a point note of the benefit of those things, because if we invest these things in for future, it will be more useful for us, even in a pandemic situations or in a disaster like anonymous situation. It will be more useful to us. The intersection of market and design and physical resist. The load and when we compare it to the load and time within MMR and AST, the fault curve was very smooth. When we compared it to the ABP, the traditional method, it will not smooth right. It will be mashing local injection and increasing the frequency due to the over voltage and the unstable feeder branches. But when we compare it to the MM and the use of SDR, we can use the spread off edge and the injection over multiplus, actively elevating the branch conversion and the voltage violation. Driving investment shield consumer risk. In the speed-to-bit trading, build comparable system cost saving, self-consumption level to real-time pricing, which means RTP. Context but shield consumers from massive wholesale pricing. It achieves by natural capping local traders between the existing retail injection by take off the board. Even we can see this graph by analyze the price difference using the NOP, MMR and STR ABB. The key insight of this is the efficiency of the gain of dynamic pricing using the residential customer market. Synthesis undefined AI optimistic ecosystem. By using this top-down control and bottom-up economic P2B, which will be more provides physical stability and the millisecond healing cyber relations to a town or a city or an area, and drives the consumer investment to balancing in the cost saving. And it is the modern grid requires both centralized AI agents to make a physical stability and decentralization to optimize the local energy economy. Future for fertilizer in grid modernization. And the digital block integration are the major players in these things, because we can totally in these things we are totally dependent upon the AI for the self healing and also the power distribution system and for the isolation system, and choosing the other alternative part to transmit the current or any other energy sources to the one place to another. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Vishal.
Oh, I
Thank you
end
so
up
much.
my session.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vishal. It was very enlightening session, because after saying that AI has a vital role in the energy conservation, you have put it across how AI is applied, the AI models are being applied for the smart grids. Thank you so much for the wonderful presentation. Over to you, Raj sir, for the vote of thanks. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. So thanks to all the speakers who have joined today, and thanks to our student to volunteer. As we came to the conclusion of our IGEN European Clean Transition Assembly, it is my privilege to propose a vote of thanks. So first, I foremost sincerely thank to all our distinguished speakers and experts from across Europe for sharing their valuable knowledge and inspiring insights on, especially in renewable energy, clean energy, which is sustainable to the environment which is sustainable to the climate action and resilient energy systems. My heartfelt thanks to our inaugural chief guest, Dr. Rania Lambu ma'am, and all the speakers who contributed to the expert panel, industry speakers, youth speakers, and academic sessions. And as a special thanks to Professor Sanjeev Kumar sir, of Power Electronics professor from Southern Norway, who was acted as a valedictory speaker. And also I extend sincere appreciation to all the moderator and the student coordinators, organizers of IGEN, and the student volunteers and the technical team who is supporting day and night from the day of midday to the tomorrow evening. And finally, I thank every participant who joined us today and strengthened our spirit of the theme, Energy Without Borders for Sustainable Communities. So let us contribute to the innovate, collaborate, and act for a greener community and more sustainable future. So thank you all, and let us keep power-upping the change with our future community. Thank you one and all.
Thank you, Rania ma'am. It was very happy that so you had given very strong support for IGEN in European continent. Not only the European continent, continuously you are with us for last 5 years. Hope I remember it was introduced by Gohul, and you are part of with IGEN in all the whether Energathon or Envirathon, and through that our team also having very good network with you. So that is the very best example for SDG 17 partnership for the goals. So with the partnership, we can able to do the lot of things. So we are talking about energy without border, but here the people are connecting without border. That is the always a best thing. And thank you all the speakers. Thank you all. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We hand over the session to American continent. On dot, we have handed over. Thank you, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for making us organizing valuable things, sir.
Thank you, sir. Sukashini ma'am, you please carry.
So now let's move on to the American continent session. Energy is more than the power that lights our homes. It is the power that transforms communities, drives innovation, and connects humanity beyond borders. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to our distinguished guests joining us from different parts of the world. On behalf of IGEN ENERGATHON 2026 and the entire organizing committee, it is my great honor and privilege to welcome you all to the America's Continent Assembly of the Global 5-Continent SDG 4 Energy Action Marathon. I am Sulega M., your Master of Ceremony for today's session, and I am delighted to be your host for this inspiring gathering of global leaders, researchers, innovators, educators, students, and sustainability advocates. This year's theme, Energy Without Borders for Sustainable Communities, remind us that the challenges of climate change and energy access are not confined by geography. They demand global cooperation, innovative thinking, and collective action. Today, we come together with one shared goal: to exchange ideas, inspire solutions, and strengthen partnerships that will help build a cleaner, more sustainable, and resilient future for generations to come. IGEN ENERGATHON 2026 is much more than a conference. It is a global movement that brings together participants across 5 continents in a remarkable 26-hour non-stop active marathon promoting the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, particularly those focused on affordable and clean energy, sustainable cities and communities, climate action, quality education, and global partnership. We are truly honored to have with us an outstanding lineup of speakers, distinguished industry experts, environmental leaders, researchers, and passionate changemakers who have dedicated themselves to advancing sustainable energy solutions and climate action. Your presence enriches this platform, and we sincerely appreciate your valuable time and commitment. A special and heartfelt welcome to our keynote speaker, Mr. Ryan Hagen, renowned climate leader, author, speaker, and sustainability advocate. We eagerly look forward to his aspiring session on empowering individuals to take meaningful climate action and create lasting positive impact. I would also like to extend a warm welcome to our panelists, moderators, faculty members, students, industry professionals, and participants joining us live through Zoom and YouTube from across the Americas and all around the world. Your enthusiasm and participation are what make this event truly global and impactful. Every idea shared today has the potential to inspire innovation and contribute toward a more sustainable future. Let us remember that real change begins with collaboration. Together, we have the power to transform challenges into opportunities and aspirations into action. Once again, I extend my sincere gratitude to all our organizers, partners, sponsors, volunteers, speakers, and participants for making this event possible. With a great pleasure and immense enthusiasm, I officially welcome you all to IGEN ENERGATHON 2026, America's Continent Assembly. Let us come together, learn together, innovate together, and together power the future. Thank you, and I wish everyone an inspiring, productive, and memorable session. Now, let us begin the program with our inauguration ceremony. I would like to call upon Dr. V. Sugasini for the inaugural speech. On to you, ma'am.
Could you unmute?
Sugasini, ma'am.
Yeah, sorry. Good evening. I'm Dr. Sugasini from American Continent Section, IGEN ENERGATHON Head. When we look at the world map, we see borders between countries and continents. But when we look at the energy, climate, and sustainability, those borders disappear. The energy choice we make is one part of the world can influence lives across the planet. That's why the message of IGEN ENERGATHON 2026 is so powerful. Energy without borders. It's my great pleasure and privilege to welcome you all to the American Continent section of IGEN ENERGATHON 2026, Energy Without Borders. We are becoming a part of a global movement that brings together people, idea, technology, and solutions for a sustainable energy future. IGEN ENERGATHON 2026 is a 24-hour global 5-continent SDG4 energy action marathon organized in connection with the 56th Earth Day with the powerful vision of bringing in the world together through energy action. The message of this Energathon is very simple yet very powerful. Energy without borders. Energy has no borders, climate change has no borders, and therefore our responsibility to create a sustainable future should also have no borders. This global marathon brings together 5 continents, Asia, Africa, Europe, the America, and Australia, along with the global sections. To create a continuous platform for discussion, collaboration, and action on energy and sustainability, as American Continent Head, I am extremely delightful to inaugurate this important section representing Americas. The America section is a significant part of this global energy because the energy challenges we face today require international cooperation, innovative technologies, responsible policies, and most importantly, collective actions. Our Energathon brings together discussions around clean energy, climate resilience, sustainable communities, energy transformation, renewable energy, and the role of technology in shaping our energy future. We also produce this initiative is aligned with 17 SDG development goals with particular emphasis on SDG 7, affordable and clean energy, while recognizing the energy is closely connected with many other sustainable development goals. This is not just a program where we listen to the speakers. It's an opportunity to learn, connect, exchange ideas, and inspire actions. Energy without borders, solution without limits, together for just and resilient futures. I believe this captures the true spirit of today's gathering. I would like to extend my sincere welcome and gratitude to all the distinguished speakers, experts, moderators, participants, students, volunteers, and organizers who have contributed making this global initiative possible. Your presence makes these sections more meaningful. As we begin the American continent section, let us all remember that future of energy is not the responsibility of one country, one continent, one organization, or one generation. It's our shared responsibility. Let us use this platform to think beyond geographical boundaries, collaborate beyond institution boundaries, and most importantly, act beyond conventional boundaries. With great enthusiasm and hope for a sustainable future, I'm delighted to formally inaugurate the American section of IGEN ENERGATHON 2026. Let this section inspire new ideas, meaningful collaborations, and real-world actions. Energy without borders, one planet, one future. Let us make it sustainability. Thank you, and I wish the American continent section of IGEN ENERGATHON 2026 a great success. Sulekha, over to you. Can call
Thank
the
you, Sudhashini ma'am.
students.
Now, next, I would like to call Mrs. Hemavardhini as to welcome our expert talk speaker. Hemavardhini, are you there?
Yes, I'm Hemani. It's my pleasure to invite Miss Birkan Anwar, a founder, president, project director, and a head representative to the United Nations Department of Global Communication for the Light Millennium Global. Miss Anwar is considered a non-formal educated, independent TV producer and a dedicated global advocate for sustainability, water rights, and peace education. As the founder of the Light Millennium Global, she has spent over 25 years leading public awareness campaigns, community media series like Light Millennium TV, and international e-publication that transform complex global issue into accessible public dialogue. One of her organizations focuses on the Sustainable Development Goal 6, clean drinkable water and sanitation within the concept that water is a human right, which has driven her extensive intersectional advocacy on this alone since 2021. She has consistently campaigned the United Nations Water Action Decade 2018 to 2028, organizing highly impactful annual World Water Day programs, including leading the prominent virtual side event #W175 at the historic 2023 UN Water Conference in New York. Expanding her focus to marine ecosystems, Birkan has actively bridged build across global ocean frameworks, starting with organizing a dedicated World Ocean Day virtual event in 2022. This foundational work directly paved the way of LM Global Organization high-level partnership at the 2025 UN Ocean Conference, where she collaborated closely with the Ocean Recovery Alliance, the Permanent Mission of the Bahamas, and Permanent Mission of the Kiribati to host the highly successful virtual side event #B66, which focuses on the scaling plastic recycling and societal challenge. Recently, Birkan led the LM Global Organization accreditation with the Observe status with the United Nations Environment Program June 2026, along with a newly participated member of the Asia Pacific Ecological Alliance and the Two Mountains Think Tank Alliance. She brings a holistic, action-oriented vision to the 2026 World Ocean Day Conference, dedicated to transforming land-based infrastructure to protect our global high seas. Further, through LM Global Organization, Birkan partnered with Energathon in 2023, 2024, 2025, and led specially designed panels in support of vision and purpose of the Energathon. Birkan Anwar Amme is an author, independent multimedia producer, and a founder president of the Light Millennium Global Organization, established in New York in 2001. Originally from Turkey, she had lived in the United States since the 1990s, gaining a unique dual perspective as a long-time content provider for Queen's Public Television. Since 1991 or 1992, she has produced over 260 original television programs and published 5 books. Since 2005, she has served as a head NGO representative to a national United Nations, Department of Global Communication, a staunch advocate for human advancement. She spread her major public initiative, including the International GUC Awards and the Global Compulsory Peace ICT's Edu campaign. She earned her MA in Media Studies from New School University in 1999. Welcome, Ms. Birkan Anwar, ma'am.
Thank you so
Birjan
much for
ma'am,
the long
sorry to
bio.
disturb you, ma'am. Thank you so much for accepting our invitation with your busy schedule and be part of with IGEN, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Certainly. It is my and my organization honor and privilege, and it is a long bio. I sent two versions. I thought you might choose a shorter one. Thank you. This is a challenging and actually the final version I'm gonna send to you, Professor Ramesh and Dr. Zhouxinyu, is 26 pages with the references and glossary and all credits, etc. This is shortened for this particular live presentation because it's going to be too long. It's not PowerPoint. I work on this over a week, and I will just read through. And if there is a question, I try my best to respond if time is going to permit. So now I am moving to my presentation. First, greetings to you all from New York and the late Millennium Global. You know now, but just for the record, my name pronounced Birjan. I am Birjan Ömer. I am great honor to speak at the inaugural session of the 2026 IGEN ENERGATHON under the North America category. Before diving into my topic, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to Professor R. Ramesh, President of the IGEN, and Dr. V. Zhouxinyu, Head of America Continent for the 2026 ENERGATHON, along with all the dedicated volunteers of the IGEN. As announced in the session's flyer, my speech title is framed as a direct question. Can ocean waves and desalination power the ICT infrastructure nexus to meet escalating AI energy demands and protect LDCs, small islands, nations, and global societies? This directly supports the 2026 IGEN ENERGATHON's overarching theme, Energy Without Borders. At the same time, this speech will present the dual crisis of the 21st century. Every day, the world wakes up more hungry for the data. Millions of invisible interactions from complex artificial intelligence workloads to simple daily smartphone queries run continuously through server racks distributed across the globe. We speak the cloud as though it were a weightless ethereal mist. But in reality, the digital cloud is anchored firmly to earth in heavy concrete structures, consuming gigawatts of land-bound grid power and swallowing millions of gallons of clean, drinkable groundwater every single day just to stay cool. At the exact same time, a parent in a dry climate or a small island community stands in line for a basic ration of fresh water. Here lies the fundamental paradox of our modern era. We are rapidly using our most precious finite terrestrial resources, drinkable water, and fossil fuel-backed land grids to fuel an unstable digital revolution while ignoring the vast ocean right in front of us. Instead of allowing global financial system to trap the least developed countries, LDCs, and small island developing countries, SIDS, In cycle of high interest debt, we must shift the system in their favor. The ocean that surround our continents hold the exact elements needed for global survival: unceasing kinetic wave power and unlimited water. Historical standpoint, when we talk about America, where it has started, and global desalination baseline. Turning ocean water into life-sustaining fresh water is not a speculative dream. It is deeply woven into global history. In August 1790, Secretary of State Thomas Jefferson was presented with a bottle of desalinated seawater in Newport, Rhode Island. Jefferson convened leading scientists from the American Philosophical Society in 1791 to test ocean conversion. Centuries later, in 1961, President John F. Kennedy dedicated America's first industrial seawater conversion plant in Freeport, Texas, stating that turning ocean water into fresh water was vital for human survival. Today, that data from the Texas Water Development Board shows over 200 municipal desalination plants active in the US alone. Internationally, data from the European Commission's Blue Economy Observatory confirms that global desalination capacity has surpassed 135 billion cubic meters per day across 20,000 operational plants. Spain alone doubled its desalinated drinking water supply in Barcelona to 33% during recent droughts. But here is the critical divide. While developed nations spend tens of billions of euros connecting land-based reverse osmosis plants to fossil fuel grids, small island developing states and LDCs lack the financial runway to build land-bound utility plants without incurring predatory foreign debt. Under Energy Without Borders, our proposal detaches desalination from land grids, coupling subsea reverse osmosis directly with ocean wave kinetics. The hidden water footprint physics of ocean energy. Consider the invisible resource depth of our digital age. With 8 billion active smartphones globally, manufacturing a single device carries an embedded water footprint of from 12,000 to 14,000 liters across mining, refining, and assembly. Silicon chip fabrication plants consume up to 38 million liters or 10 million gallons of ultra-pure fresh water every single day to wash silicon wafers. In the United States, data centers consume over 163 billion gallons of water annually for evaporative cooling. Why have we not universally adopted ocean desalination to solve this? Because conventional land-based reverse osmosis relies on expensive grid power, where energy accounts for up to 50% of operating cost. The oceans offers a superior physical regime. Liquid seawater is 800 times denser than air. A single meter of ocean wavefront carrier massive continuous hydrokinetic momentum operating 20 hours a day, 365 days a year. By deploying floating or subsea wave energy converters, ocean wave motion drives high-pressure hydraulic pumps directly. This direct mechanical coupling forces seawater through reverse osmosis membranes at zero grid power cost, maximizing thermodynamic efficiency with zero land footprint. Preventing water wars, breaking tech extraction depth. The nations across the Sahel and Central Africa, such as Niger, Chad, and the Central African Republic, over 80% of population live in total energy darkness. We are talking about here is energy without borders, surviving on fewer than 50 to 20 liters of water a day a family. In the Democratic Republic of the Congo, which supplies the world with the cobalt for our high-tech batteries and holds half of Africa's fresh water. But what happens? Over 80% of citizens lack safe drinking water. Is it fair? Beyond physics lie a geopolitical breakthrough. As climate change drives major watersheds across the Nile, Tigris, Euphrates, Indus, and Mekong nations are edging towards transboundary water wars. Tapping the non-reverse kinetic power of the open sea allows coastal states to produce infinitive fresh water independently, removing the primary catalyst for 21st century resource conflicts. Now, look at the human reality across the Sahel and Central Africa. As I mentioned above, in Niger, Chad, and Central Africa, over 80% of families live in total energy darkness. In the Democratic Republic of the Congo, which holds over half of Africa's fresh water and supplies the world with cobalt for green batteries, over 80% of citizens lack safe drinking water. I want to underline this, how critical situation when the whole world has been forced all digital, all AI. It's fine, but what about other part of the world if there isn't any sustainability for daily survival, electricity, water, and then how those countries could be forced without providing them, collaborating them, investing, and working with them, not forcing them and forcing to get the loan in order to modify themselves with the Western world. So this is so critical, I think. To view this purely as climate change is also always people climate change misses the mark. This is tech and resource extraction depth. For decades, foreign markets have extracted raw minerals and exported tech without building baseline electricity or water grids for the host population. This is the problem. This has to be resolved. Thousands of miles away in Tuvalu and Kiribati, islanders spend up to 25% of their national GDP importing foreign oil to run emergency desalination. Shifting from foreign debt to sovereign co-investment in local wave power utility hubs transforms island nations from passive victims into sovereign ocean partners. Scientific proof points ocean scale resilience, the MENA baseline. Transforming ocean water into regional security is not a theoretical dream. Although I am not expert engineer or scientist, as you heard my background, but this is the fact even goes back to 18th century, as we heard from the US history. It is a proven battle-tested science already deployed at industrial scale and the global level. The MENA region baseline, the Middle East and North Africa, it is called MENA region, account for roughly 48% global desalination water capacity. Do we hear about anything in the daily media or discussion? In water stress, Gulf Cooperation Council, GCC, nations see water desalination suppliers up to 90% of municipal drinking water. This is another interesting example. Most of you might heard of it or know it already. The Israel landmark. So we have to give the credit what it is good, what is not, right? Israel's network of large-scale coastal reverse osmosis plants, including Sorek, Hadera, and Ashkelon, produces over 585 million cubic meters of fresh water annually, supplying roughly 80% of the nation's domestic municipal water. Furthermore, through the Safdan reclamation system, over 90% of the municipal wastewater is recycled for agriculture irrigation. Now, another interesting example, that is CERN, highly density benchmark at the European Organization for Nuclear Research, CERN in Geneva, the world's most advanced particle accelerator, operates at peak power levels of 200 megawatts. To cool its superconducting magnets and supercomputing centers, CERN withdraws between 2.6 and 3.5 million cubic meters of water annually from Lake Geneva in a closed-loop network without depleting regional municipal drinking water aquifers. If land-bound coastal nations can transform desert economies into water exporters, and world-class research hubs like CERN can cool high-density systems using local water bodies, global technology giants running AI service parks no longer have an excuse to evaporate municipal drinking water reserves. That brings us to SpaceX circular economy, the sane infrastructure pyramid section. This paradox is not limited to remote regions. It happens on North American shores, since we are talking also from the North America perspective. At SpaceX Starbase in Boca Chica, Texas, high-pressure deluge systems sprayed up to 422,000 gallons of fresh water in seconds for rocket launch suppression, drawing directly from municipal drinking supplies along the Gulf Coast. We propose a closed-loop coastal circular economy deploying offshore wave energy converters in the Gulf to desalinate launch water on site, capturing deluge runoff, filtering it, and recycling it continuously. This transforms aerospace giants into pioneers of ocean abundance while protecting local community aquifers. To guide global governance, we must enforce the same infrastructure pyramid as the foundation SDG 6, universal clean water, human survival, intermediate SDG 7, sovereign zero carbon power, and at the peak, SDG 9, AI, high density computing cloud networks. So from there, inverting this pyramid by deploying water-hungry AI cluster into water-stressed regions without securing local water and power first is a dangerous policy illusion. Corporate pledges versus the ocean blind spot and Google's 2030 roadmap. Concurrently, major technology leaders have recognized the urgency of clean energy. Most notably, Google has established a corporate roadmap to operate on 24/7 carbon-free energy across the global data centers and office networks by 2030. While ambitious, mainstream media commentaries and corporate sustainability roadmaps exhibit a glaring omission, they completely ignore the ocean. Corporate plans continue to propose evaporating billions of gallons of municipal drinking water to cool inland AI server racks or turning to high-cost nuclear reactors, while missing the infinite energy and cooling reservoirs sitting directly off their coast. Offshore wave kinetic energy and subsea ocean cooling represents the missing pillar needed to help tech leaders like Google achieve through water neutral and 24/7 carbon-free compute before 2030. As the conclusion, call to action, energy without borders. Instead of turning to nuclear reactors or evaporating groundwater to cool AI server racks, big tech and AI conglomerates must look to the sea. Emerging clean tech platforms are co-locating wave energy, subsea reverse osmosis, and submerged compute nodes using deep ocean water for continuous cooling and wave power for 100% water neutral compute. Under the banner of Energy Without Borders, we challenge the international community to channel capital into sovereign wave-powered utility hubs for LDCs and CIS. By deploying ocean waves, kinetic and zero-carbon subsea desalination first, we established the non-negotiable baseline of fresh water and clean power that human societies require to thrive. Only then can we ethically bridge the digital divide and foster global AI literacy. By bringing our highest technologies home to the sea, we honor shared humanity and secure a peaceful, abundant planet for generations to come. Thank you to all. Please welcome to your comments and or questions from the floor. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Bhushan ma'am, for making us realize the concerns regarding freshwater shortage, energy blackout, and ocean pollution, and the solution using AI and ocean waves. It was very, very, very wonderful session. Thank you. Thank you for so much for taking this session.
Thank you. Thank you. Is there any comment from the floor or any question?
If there's any questions
or comments,
yeah.
As I indicated, this is even the shorter version. The full version has all the references and glossary. So I will send it to Dr. Zhouxinyu and Professor Ramesh. So anyone also likes to look for resources, and it's really staggering. You know, the US has started it 18th centuries, and Kennedy started first desalination power plant in Texas. And today we are talking about going to Mars and in Texas, but not using the desalination technology, but using the aquifers for drinking water. And then there are multiple cases ongoing reaction from the local communities, because especially California, Texas is with the hot climate, and the water is the source of life. And then if 1 second, if you are pouring like 100,000 gallons water, so, and then if this is not on one time, but like, you know, on a regular basis, so then that's going to dry up all the water for life. So, but the water is in the ocean right there, and they have to take, they have the maximum capacity. They can build up this technology, invest this technology. And already in the US, as I presented, Florida, Texas, and other parts, like they already have this desalination technology and facilities. But you know, but some of them, especially by the cost, and still runs with the fuel. So the key point in my presentation is not just to have the desalination factories and power plants, but run the desalination factories and power plants from the energy, like circular economy, by the ocean. That is the key. If it's, you know, just that's the message, and that's the proposal. Of course, we don't have the power and capacity, but we see it's clearly. Then we also question why, you know, these giant companies are stubborn not to invest in it. That will save generation to come. Even I listen, and welcome to listen when I shared the link. Kennedy says it's so important for the human survival. 1961. Today, these are my additional kind of comments, and if any question or thank you for the opportunity, Dr. Sugasini and Professor Ramesh, and also our host, Selecta Mansur. Thank you so much for having me. And please tell me what is next. You are the host and organizers.
Thanks, ma'am. If there are no comments, then I would move to the next person. So next, I call Yuvraj B to introduce our next person.
Okay, so am I free or am I?
Yeah, ma'am, you are free. There are no comments or questions being asked.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you so much, ma'am, for your
2 minutes for a photo section.
2 minutes photo section. Okay. Because I wasn't sure. That's why I wanted to understand what is your, agenda.
Thank you so much for joining, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you for your help or coordinating everything. Thank you so much. By the way, as a comment, don't think that I was disrespectful. I tried the flyer, but it's made because I have also white. I was kind of lost in the background.
No issues, ma'am. No
So
issues.
also this is like my organization 25th anniversary flyer. So instead of losing the white background, so I choose this one.
No issues, ma'am. So thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Okay. Okay, next, I would like to call Yuvraj B to introduce our next speaker. Yuvraj, on to you.
Good evening, everyone. I am Yuvraj. I am student coordinator from Sri Manakulaya Nagar Engineering College. It's my privilege and honor to introduce our next distinguished speaker, Mr. Thomas Lawrence, a renowned environmental activist and public interest campaigner who has dedicated his life to protecting India's rich natural life. Thomas Lawrence is an Indian environmental activist and public interest campaigner dedicated to the conservation of wetland, coastal ecosystem, forest, wildlife, and habitats, and geoheritage sites. Since 2017, he has served as the Chief Executive Officer
Let him finish.
of
Let her tell. Since Thomas has not joined, we can go with the next speaker. Okay. Let him continue. Don't want to stop it. Okay.
Can I continue, ma'am?
And no need. The next speaker has arrived. We can call Thomas sir afterwards.
Okay.
You hold. Rayan. Nitish, you can introduce Rayan sir. Nitish? Nitish, are you there? Nitish.
Yes, ma'am. Could you hear me?
You can introduce Rayan sir.
Yeah, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you so much. I welcome Ria Hagen. It is a great honor and pleasure to welcome you to the America's Smart Energy Transformation Assembly. Your outstanding contributions to climate actions, sustainability, and public awareness have inspired people across the globe. We are delighted to have you with us as our keynote speaker. Look forward to gaining valuable insights from your experience and vision. On behalf of our organizing team of IGEN, I extend our warmest welcome and sincere gratitude for joining us today. We wish you a wonderful and inspiring session. Welcome, sir.
Thanks, Nitish. And hello, everybody. Very happy to be here. Yeah, let me get set up here and share my screen. Okay. Let me know if you guys can see this.
Yes, I said it is visible.
Okay. All right. And you can see just the slides, right? Not my notes.
So we can see your notes.
You can see my notes?
Yes, sir.
Ah, darn it.
No, sir. No, sir. Your slide is visible. It's correct.
Just the slide.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. All right, so yes, thank you all for having me. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm going to talk to you today about the takeaways from the book that I published at the end of last year. The book is called Your Guide to Climate Action: How to Move Beyond Your Footprint and Make a Big Impact. And yeah, I'm sharing, there's a lot in this book. I've only got a little bit of time here, so I'm going to share what I think might be most useful for you. And I would encourage folks to write down questions. If we have time at the end, I'll answer some questions. If not, you can email them to me, and I'll be happy to follow up with y'all. So yeah, I've broken this presentation into 3 parts. First part is my climate story. The second is a lot of info on why you are more powerful than you think you are as an individual, and what we can do to change systems is the last part. All right. So I like to start off by sharing my climate story because I think sharing our stories with each other is really powerful. Um, it's honestly the oldest kind of, it's how our brains are wired. We're wired for stories. It's a lot better than sharing statistics or data or information, and it's a way that we connect with each other. So it's how I like to start my talks. It's also how I like to start my conversations with people in the climate space, and would encourage folks to really do the same. Um, so my story starts, the first time climate change crossed my radar was when I was 20 years old. I was back in college. This was like 2012, 2013. And the first time it crossed my radar, I kind of brushed it off. I got an email from a woman I was dating at the time. It was this scientific study she had just heard about climate change. And I read the abstract and I was like, oh, that's scary. But I don't hear anyone talking about this. I'm sure the environmentalists are handling this and our leaders. And, I've got stuff to do. I'm busy. Um, Fast forward 6 months, I was studying abroad in Copenhagen and watched Al Gore's documentary, An Inconvenient Truth. And that freaked me out. I was like, okay, this is real. This is a huge deal. Why isn't everyone talking about this? Why isn't the media talking about this? Why aren't government and corporate leaders doing more or doing anything? And yeah, I was really worried. I added a sustainability minor to my economics major in the business school. And fast forward another, 6 months or so, I was in the middle of an insurance internship. And, I was doing the whole 40 hours a week at this place. It felt kind of empty and not meaningful to me. So I was trying to figure out what I could do career-wise that actually made a difference. And at this time, I came across this poll online. And the poll, it was just like, I don't know if it was CNN or BBC, some news site, and they had this poll and they're asking people, what is the most important political issue for you? And the list read the economy, healthcare, immigration, the environment, a whole list of things. So when I got to the environment, I kind of stopped and went through my head comparing it to each of the other things and slowly realized that if we get climate wrong, nothing else is going to be right. Because the climate and the environment and our ecosystems, this is what determines whether we have enough food. It's about the air that we breathe, um, clean water. It's whether we have safe places to live or not. Everything else on that list, the economy, healthcare, immigration, national security, it all depended on this foundation of having a safe and healthy ecosystems and a stable climate. And so, the realization again for me was if we get climate wrong, nothing else is going to be right. And so at that time, I made a promise to myself that I was going to find a way to make a career out of working on climate change. And so I finished up college. I worked in clean technology for 3 years, and still felt like there was more that I could be doing, more that I could be saying. And so I left that company and started writing a newsletter. The newsletter was initially called What on Earth? And I was trying to help educate, inspire, and empower people to take action on climate change and just understand what mattered most about this topic. And really trying to thread that needle of not just doom and gloom, being honest about how bad things are, but also providing people with actions that we could take that actually made a difference beyond just, recycling or bringing a reusable grocery bag to the store. So I started writing this newsletter every week. And after a couple of years, it really took off. Ended up creating a newsletter. It's now called Act on Climate. And there's a couple other ones. And collectively, it goes out to 200,000 people in 150 countries around the world. There's also a podcast that I used to do. Got to interview dozens of experts, which I loved. It was really, really fun. And ultimately helped connect people around these two things and helped thousands of people take more systemic action on climate change. And it turned into a nonprofit. So all that was from like 2018 to 2023. And then that ended, and I put everything I had just learned, more than 200 newsletters, all these podcast interviews, talking to hundreds and hundreds of people around the world about taking action on climate and what hurdles they were running into and what was working and what wasn't. I put everything I just learned into a book. And that book is called, again, Your Guide to Climate Action. So before diving into some of the key takeaways from that book that I think you're going to find helpful, let me give you the context, just a little context about the book itself. So this book is for everyone who is worried about climate and wants to do more to help. Whether you've never taken any action on climate or you've been working on it for decades, there's going to be something in there for everyone that's going to be useful. So it helps people to navigate eco-emotions, transforming climate anxiety into climate action. Helps folks figure out which actions make the most sense for you to take personally, given your specific experiences, skills, resources. It has the top 10 most effective actions you can take, and we'll go over that list briefly later. And it generally helps people to better understand that we all have the power to change the systems that we're a part of. And those are the 4 parts right there. Book's doing really well so far. People are loving it. Endorsed by Bill McKibben. And yeah, so let's get into it. And again, if you have questions, please write them down. If there's time at the end, I always love chatting with people or can answer them after. All right. So the book's theory of change is really that we have the solutions. We have most of the solutions we need already. And what we're missing is the people power to implement those solutions fast enough. So we're going to get into both of these. All right, this is a pie chart from Project Drawdown, which is a world-leading resource on climate solutions. They study solutions that already exist and are being implemented in the world. So again, we already have most of the solutions we need, probably 80, maybe 90% of them, probably closer to 80. And implementing these solutions at scale would not only stop global heating, but it'd save us tens of trillions of dollars by 2050. And again, I would encourage everyone to go check out their website, Project Drawdown. There's other organizations that are also doing similar work, kind of mapping out this whole menu of solutions that we need to implement and kind of categorizing them by how much impact they would make, how much it costs to implement them, how much money would be saved by implementing them, how much emissions they would reduce, etc. So we have the solutions. What we need is more people power. And the main thing here to know is that small groups of people can change big systems. We really need people everywhere stepping up to change the systems they're a part of. The good news is we don't need that many people to step up. We just need enough. And again, small groups of people have historically been able to change large systems. I love this quote from Margaret Mead. She said, "Never doubt that a small group of thoughtful, committed citizens can change the world. Indeed, it's the only thing that ever has." And so this isn't just an inspiring quote. It's actually the playbook for what we need to do. And it's backed up by research. So research shows, and you can look up Erica Chenoweth and Maria Stefan, they're the ones who have done this study, which got a lot of publicity. But research shows that it only takes the active and sustained participation of 3.5% of a population to achieve transformative change. You know, from the civil rights movement to marriage equality, of course, Gandhi and the Indian independence movement, history makes it clear that a small but dedicated minority of people can change the world. So again, what we're missing right now is really the will. It's the people power to implement climate solutions fast enough. And I think it's also really important for us to keep in mind, just because this is hard stuff. This is really hard and it's scary. But keep in mind that these big systemic changes can feel impossible up until the moment that they actually happen. And these big changes usually do feel that way. People think the system will never change. It's impossible to change this. And then all of a sudden, slowly, things start to change. And then all of a sudden, the paradigm kind of shifts. All right. So we need more people power. An example of this is an example from the US, but only 1% of people in the US are active in campaigns to convince elected officials to take action on climate. But 35% of people say they would definitely or probably join a campaign if they were asked by someone they like and respect. So we have more than enough people willing to act to reach the social tipping point of 3.5%. And this is a huge opportunity gap. Only 1% of people are really active right now. We only need 3.5%, but 35% say they would definitely or probably take these actions if they were asked by someone they like and respect. All right. Okay. I hope this works. This is a really fun TED Talk, which we will hopefully watch. You guys can flag to me if it doesn't work, and I can just explain what happens in it and share the link later. But the main thing here that I'll get into is that you are far more powerful than you think you are. This is true for all of us. We're such social beings that your actions and beliefs, they really reverberate and influence others way more than we typically give credit for. And so here is a fun 3-minute TED Talk to make this point. Let's see if I can do this. Will you let me know if you can hear this and if the audio comes across well and just like streams well enough? You can just shout at me if it doesn't, because I know it's tricky with Zoom, but I'll give it a go here and let me know. Can you hear it?
No, sir, actually the voice is not audible.
All right. You can see it though?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm gonna play it anyway, and I'm gonna tell you the gist of what the speaker is saying, because I do think it's a very powerful
Sure, sir.
video.
So, ladies and gentlemen, at TED, we talk a lot about leadership.
Okay. So this TED
Yes,
Talk
sir, the voice is audible now.
really
The voice
about.
is audible.
Sorry, I'm gonna have to mute it on my end so I can hear myself. You can still hear me, right?
Yes, sir.
Cool. All right, so this TED Talk is about how to make a movement. And it's this concert. You can see people are dancing. Sorry, it's bad quality. But he starts by saying, you can see there's a lone nut. There was one guy dancing. and maybe he's having some fun, but people think he's a little crazy. The second guy starts, he joins him, this guy in the green shirt who just did that headstand, and he transforms this lone nut into a leader. He's the second one to join, and that first person to join the quote unquote lone nut is an underappreciated form of leadership in itself. And so that second guy, he waved over to his friends. He said, come join us. We're having fun. Come dance. You see this third guy's here. There's 3 of them now. Everyone still thinks they're crazy, but they're having fun. Some more people come in. Some more people come in. It's starting to look like a better time. It's safer for more people to join as this dance party gets bigger. And then the funny thing is that once it gets to a certain size, it becomes very desirable and it's more risky socially to stay sitting than it is to get up and start dancing. And that's really the gist of it, but it's just this crazy video that's happened in California where one person was dancing. He looked crazy. Everyone kind of thought he was crazy. And then very slowly, as more people joined, it just turns into this huge spontaneous dance party. And it really illustrates that like we're such a social species and we're so influenced by the people around us. And what can seem socially risky, as more people start to do that thing, becomes less and less socially risky. And again, there's plenty of research to back this up as well. Let me get my slides back up. All right. Okay. So yeah, so some examples of how we're such a social species. When someone gets solar, like solar power on their roof, their neighbors become far more likely to get solar as well, regardless of where they live, regardless of location, and regardless of income. So solar is a very social technology. There's also MIT research on runners. They looked at 1 million different runners who had a certain app, and they found that if someone runs on any given day, their friends become far more likely to run that day, to run farther, to run faster, and to burn more calories. Similar studies have been done on happiness. So if someone in your friend group is happy, you're more likely to be happy. And then there's a really cool experiment called the Ash conformity experiment that I encourage everyone to, there's like a 4-minute video online, which is really cool. But I'm going to read a little bit from my book right now just to give you the gist of this one, because I think it's really powerful and important to understand. But the Ash conformity experiment shows us how powerful social norms are. In each trial of this experiment, there was only one real subject in a group of several actors. And the actors were told to give wrong answers to certain questions to see how the real subject would respond. So these people, when presented with incredibly basic multiple choice questions, the subjects of the study went along with the actors' wrong answers 37% of the time. And 75% of the subjects gave wrong answers at least once. And again, these are very basic questions, like there are 3 lines, which of them's not the same length as the other? And it's extremely obvious. And so these subjects were giving the wrong answers. And so afterward, they explained that they went along with the wrong answer for one of 2 reasons. One, they knew the right answer, but they answered incorrectly to fit in with the group of actors who were lying. Or 2, they convinced themselves that their answer must be wrong somehow, despite not knowing why, because the group was unanimous in a different answer. And so the awesome part of the study is that when the subject had a quote unquote true partner, just one other person who deviated from the group and gave the correct answer, the subject gave the wrong answers just 5% of the time instead of 37% of the time. So having just one partner made it far more okay to act differently from the majority. And so this study tells us two things, that the behavior of groups is incredibly influential on our own behavior, and that there's a significant impact when just one person deviates from the norm. It gives others the confidence to follow suit who would have otherwise just gone along with the crowd due to the social pressures of fitting in. And so this is really fantastic news because it shows us that it really only takes like you stepping up and a small group of people to start speaking up and acting differently and pushing for climate solutions or action, asking the right questions. And this will influence the people around us who might agree with us, but might stay quiet and not do anything if we didn't kind of make it more safe for them to do so. All right, so that was all about how you're more powerful than you think you are. We're very social. We influence everyone around us. The question is, what can we do? And what we need to do really is to use our power to build toward that 3.5% in the places where we already belong. So if you think of where you already belong, really mid-level systems again, like the town or city you live in, the school you go to or went to or teach at, the company you work for, the state you live in, any religious groups. We need all of these places to get to zero emissions as soon as possible because it's the policy and investment decisions that are being made in every one of these places around the world that will collectively determine our future. Like this is where all the emissions are happening. Towns, cities, schools, companies, organizations, religious groups, our homes, and we all belong to these places. So as one of the few people who belong to your town, your company, etc., you're one of the few people who can actually change it. You have relationships there. You know the people there. You know how things work. And it's really about those relationships and being a part of the place that gives you some power to speak up, step up, organize people, and focus on those policy and investment decisions that are being made there. Because those decisions, each one of them is really an opportunity for us to start to change direction and to eliminate pollution and help build a world that's safer, healthier, and more just. I think this is really helpful for folks, especially if you're not sure exactly what you want to be doing to take action on climate. What can I do is one of the most commonly asked questions for people who care about this. And I love sharing this climate Venn diagram. It was created by Dr. Ayanna Elizabeth Johnson. And you can see here, draw 3 circles, and I encourage everyone to do this. Draw these 3 circles and write down the questions in each one separately. What brings you joy? What work needs doing? And what are you good at? And in what brings you joy, this is, whatever brings you satisfaction and delight. Maybe what energizes you is a better way to think about it if joy isn't really resonating. What are you good at? Skills, resources, networks, like what is it that is kind of your superpower? And then what is the work that needs doing? I, again, for this one, would encourage folks to go back to Project Drawdown or some other list of global climate solutions or just climate solutions in general if you need some inspiration and see which one like resonates with you. So again, love this exercise. Just wanted to share it with folks if you want to do it later. And kind of building on that last one, what is the work that needs doing? I think it's really important for us to focus on our spheres of influence. So taking a step back, and this is a chart that I made for the book, but I was looking at what is the size of the opportunity for impact in my personal spheres of influence. And on the y-axis here, we have greenhouse gas emissions. And on the x-axis, we have my different spheres of influence. So you can see that first one, which isn't even showing up on the chart, is my personal footprint. It's around 7 tons of greenhouse gas emissions. Enernoc is the first company I worked for. It's probably like 1,200 people, maybe around 15,000 tons of emissions. Villanova University is the college I went to, 67,000 tons of emissions from Villanova. And then Burlington, Vermont is the city I live in right now, and that's 480,000 tons of emissions. It's about 45,000 people who live there. And this kind of just puts in perspective, like, where it's useful information to think of, okay, like what do I want to put my energy into, and where could I maybe have the most impact? And so this makes the case for, personal footprint stuff is good, but if you really care about making a difference, making an impact, looking at the mid-sized systems you belong to and seeing, which ones are the biggest. Where do I have the best relationships? Kind of thinking at that level strategically. And I'll also say the state I live in, Vermont, that's around 8 million tons of emissions. So that would be off this chart big, but it's a small state. It's not like crazy big. And then the company that eventually bought out the first company I worked at is a utility, like multinational, and their greenhouse gas emissions are around like 70 million tons. So they would put even the state, that would make the state look small. So it's again, like there's levels of this, and you can think about where to put your time and energy to make a big impact. All right, top 10 climate actions in the book. There's a chapter on each one of these. One's just about talking about it. I think that's really important for us to realize that we're not going to solve this issue if we're not talking about it. And that, of course, involves some courage, but there's also strategy to it. The one thing I'll say without going too deep into it is to actually prioritize listening to people and understanding what they care about, their values, and connecting that to climate action solutions, and really prioritizing the relationship over treating it like an argument. So like respecting people is going to help you go a long way in having these conversations. Getting a job in climate, possibly the most impactful thing you can do because we spend so many tens of thousands of hours working at our jobs. Helping to make your town or city climate positive, helping make your company climate positive, helping make your school climate positive, electing climate champions into the various levels of office, minimizing your footprint, making your money climate positive. So like, what is your bank doing with your money? If you have investments, where are those going? Our money is kind of has a much greater impact than we realize. And it's often negative if it's supporting fossil fuel companies, which the status quo, with the status quo it is. Donating to climate nonprofits, doing impactful work, and then of course engaging in peaceful protests and civil resistance. So those are the 10 I think are really good for people to focus on. You don't have to do them all, but think of this as like a menu of actions of ways you can plug in. Last couple slides here. How to build people power. I'll start with just a quote that is in the book and is from a legislator in Washington, who I interviewed years ago. And she said that relationships are the currency of change making. And so this whole list, which I'll say quickly, is really about building your group of people who are going to push for a certain action and building relationships with the decision makers who you're trying to influence and getting them to do the climate positive thing, whether it's a policy or an investment decision. But it's really it all comes down to relationships and working with people. So how to build people power. Step one is finding your people, joining a group around climate action or starting one if there isn't one already, and meeting with people regularly. Step two is getting oriented and getting clear. Where does your city or company or school, where does it stand today on climate? And where do you want to see it go? Really painting the picture of that A to B and focusing on the vision of B, of where you want to go, to make it as real as possible for people so you can really like visualize it and step toward it and make it desirable. Step three, identify and connect with key decision makers, meeting with them, telling them your story and why you care. Again, connecting on that human level, figuring out what they care about to find common ground for your solutions. Step four, advocating for your resolution, policy, or demands. Keep building your relationship with and pressuring those key decision makers. Step five is just being persistent. There's going to be a lot of no's along the way. You're going to get ignored a lot probably. And you just got to keep going, keep building relationships, keep learning, keep improving your message and approach, tweaking it depending on who you're talking to, keep growing your group of people taking action together, and just going one step at a time. And then the last thing is to celebrate. Like progress could be slow, but if we keep going, we're eventually going to succeed. These solutions are often economical, especially over a certain amount of years. They're going to make us healthier. They're ultimately the right thing to do. So stick with it and celebrate when you do get the wins, because even the small ones are worth celebrating. And we do need some joy, some happiness in this movement if we're going to keep going. So yeah, that is the gist. I think I may have gone a little bit over, but if anyone has questions, I'm happy to answer them. And if anyone wants to get the book, I'm donating 10% of profits to climate nonprofits, and you can find it. It's on like Amazon and stuff, but also my website is ryanhagen.earth, and so you can see the different places where you can get it. But yeah, appreciate y'all. Really glad you're here and that you care about this, and grateful for everything that you're doing to help build a better world. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hagen, on sharing your life journey to climate sustainability and on your book, about your book and on the concerns regarding climate and manpower and the power of taking initiative or leadership. And it was a very wonderful and motivating session. And thank you very much for being here with us. Very, very grateful for having you here.
Thank you.
And could you please give us a moment for a photo session if you're not leaving?
For what?
For a photo session.
Sure. I don't know what that means, but I can.
Like for clicking a picture of the meeting.
So Hasni ma'am, could you take a picture?
Sorry, are you waiting on me?
No, sir. So actually, I have a doubt. Like, is your book available in India?
It should be on Amazon. I can follow up with you if there's other places carrying it. And it is available digitally, so you can always get the ebook, and the audiobook's coming out soon. But you should be able to get the print as well from some places.
Okay, sir.
Yeah.
I think so. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for coming here. Sulekha, you can continue with another person.
Okay, sir. Thank you so much. And now we'll move on to the next speaker. Next, I call Yuvraj B to introduce our next speaker.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Yuvraj. I'm student coordinator from Sivathanupillai Engineering College. Now I'm going to introduce about Mr. Thomas Lawrence. It's my privilege and honor to introduce our distinguished speaker, Mr. Thomas Lawrence, a renowned environmental activist and public interest campaigner who has dedicated his life to protecting India's rich natural heritage. Thomas Lawrence is an Indian environmental activist and public interest campaigner dedicated to conservation of wetland, coastal ecosystem, forest, wetland habitat, geoheritage site. Since 2017, he has served as the Chief Executive Officer of Save Wetland International Movement, a leading initiative that promotes biodiversity conservation and sustainable environmental governance. He graduated from the College of Engineering, Tiruvandrum in 1985 and earned a graduate diploma in International Studies from University of Missouri, St. Louis, providing him with a strong foundation in engineering, public policy, and international environmental issues. Over the year, Sir has submitted numerous representations to government authorities, statutory bodies, and constitutional institutions on environmental protection, biodiversity conservation, and sustainable infrastructure development. His work has focused on ensuring compliance with environmental laws while safeguarding ecologically sensitive areas. He has played an active role in campaigns for the conservation of Varkala Cliff, protecting of Kerala's wetland, promoting of additional Ramsar sites in state, and strengthening safeguard for major infrastructure projects. He has also advocated for dedicated wildlife underpass to provide safeguard passage for elephant and reduce risk caused by the train collision. A notable legal invention was NGP Appeal number 54 of 2021, in which the National Green Tribunal set aside the environmental clearance of the Technopark Phase 3 expansion project, imposed 15 crore in environmental compensation on the project, postponed on environmental violation, and directed that the amount be used for wetland restoration. Through research, public advocacy, legal inventions, and collaboration with the scientists, policymakers, and civil society organizations, Sir continues to promote the conservation of Indian natural heritage and principle that sustainable development must go hand in hand with environmental protection. Once again, I extend a warm and heartfelt welcome to our esteemed guest, Mr. Thomas Lawrence. We are truly honored to have you with us today, sir. We welcome you, sir. Thank you.
Sir, I think you might, yeah.
Okay, got it. First of all, I apologize, for a small technical glitch was there. I really apologize for that. Good morning. So I'm apologize for that. But good morning, respected Mahesh, founder of the Institute of Green Engineers, Dr. Zhouxinyu, distinguished speakers from across the Americas, scientists, engineers, policymakers, industry leaders, academicians, researchers, students, ladies and gentlemen. It's both an honor and a privilege to address this distinguished gathering at the 7th IGEN ENERGATHON 2026, a remarkable initiative that has evolved into one of the world's most inspiring platforms for sustainability, innovation, and global collaboration. I congratulate Dr. L. Mahesh for his visionary leadership in creating this unique global movement, and I sincerely appreciate Dr. Zhouxinyu and the entire organizing team for bringing together experts and young minds from different continents in pursuit of one common goal. The theme of this year's conference, Energy Without Borders for Sustainable Communities, is both timely and profound. It reminds us that while nations may be separated by geographical boundaries, the atmosphere we breathe is shared. The rivers flow through countries are connected. The oceans unite continents. Climate change does not recognize passports, visas, or political boundaries. If our environmental challenges are global, our solutions must be also global. That is precisely why this energy marathon is so significant. It is not merely an attempt to create another world record, it's an attempt to create a world movement. In September 2015, leaders of the 193 member states of the United Nations assembled in New York and unanimously adopted the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, establishing 17 Sustainable Development Goals. The goals represent humanity's collective commitment to building a more equitable, peaceful, and sustainable future. Why were these goals necessary? Because the challenges before us are deeply interconnected. Climate change cannot be addressed without sustainable energy. Clean energy cannot reach every community without quality education. Economic development cannot be sustained if biodiversity continues to disappear. Public health cannot be improved if the ecosystem collapses. The SDG reminded us sustainable development is not about solving isolated problems. It is also understanding the systems. Today, I wish to focus on SDG 4, quality education, and SDG 7, affordable and clean energy, because together they represent the foundation upon which sustainable societies are built. Education creates knowledge, knowledge inspires innovation, innovation transforms energy systems, clean energy protects ecosystems, healthy ecosystems sustain human civilization. This is the cycle we must strengthen. When we hear the word energy, most of us immediately think about electricity, solar farms, wind turbines, batteries, hydrogen, and or smart grids. But today I invite you to think differently. Energy is much more than electricity. Energy is the determination of a scientist searching for a new solution. Energy is the curiosity of a student asking difficult questions. Energy is the compassion of a community rebuilding after a flood. Energy is the courage of innovators who challenge the conventional thinking. The greatest renewable resources available to humanity is not sunlight or wind, it's the human creativity. That creativity is what this Energathon celebrates. Some may wonder why someone representing Save Wetlands International Movement or SWIM is speaking at an international energy conference. The answer is remarkably simple. Nature itself is one of the greatest energy systems ever created. For centuries, wetlands have quietly provided services that no human technology has yet been able to replicate economically. Wetlands store carbon. They recharge groundwater. They reduce floods. They purify water. They regulate local climates. They support fisheries. They preserve biodiversity. And they protect millions of livelihoods. Scientists today refer to these as nature-based solutions. Long before climate change became a global concern, nature has already developed its own engineering systems. Our responsibility is not to replace them. Our responsibility is to understand them, protect them, and integrate them into our development strategies. The future of engineering lies not in conquering nature, but in collaborating with it. At Save Wetlands International Movement, we believe environmental conservation begins with communities. Over the years, our organization has worked with educational institutions, scientists, local government, environmental experts, community leaders, fisher folks, volunteers, and young people to protect wetlands and promote sustainable development. We organize environmental awareness programs and inspire students to become climate ambassadors. We encourage scientific engagement with the researchers, with local environment. And our philosophy is very simple. Every citizen can become an environment leader. One restored wetland, one protected lake, one educated student. Since my time is, I think I have few more minutes only. So I think I will go to the final pages. The greatest renewable energy source is not hidden beneath the earth or captured from the sun. It resides with the human spirit, the courage to innovate, the wisdom to celebrate, and the compassion to protect our common home. I once again congratulate Dr. L. Mahesh, Dr. Zhouxinyu, the Institute of Green Engineers, every partner institution, every speaker, and every participant for making this extraordinary global initiative possible. Let this Energathon become more than an event. Let it become a global movement that educates without limits, innovates without fear, and collaborates without borders. Together, let us educate. Together, let us innovate. Together, let us conserve. Together, let us build a sustainable communities. Together, let us realize Vision SDG 4 and SDG 7, ensuring that clean energy, quality education, and healthy ecosystem become the shared inheritance of all humanity. Thank you very much. Jai Hind. If you have any questions, you can ask me. Again, like I said, I apologize due to the technical issues.
No issue, sir. It's okay.
Any questions for me, Nidish, or? Hello?
No, sir. It's understandable, sir.
Okay.
Sulega, you can continue.
Okay, thank you very much, Lawrence sir, for sharing your valuable insight on environmental responsibility and sustainable community development. It was a very awesome session. We really hope to work with you more, and thank you very much for having you here.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And I will be visiting your university pretty soon. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, now I call Vignation K for welcoming the next speaker.
Good evening, everyone. I'm K. Vigneshwaran from Sivathanupillai Engineering College. It's my great pleasure and honor to welcome you all to IGEN ENERGATHON 2022. As a part of this program, we are privileged to have with us dignitary professional, Mr. Siva sir. Siva sir is an application and business analytics at Armstrong International. He has completed his master's in technology. Over 20 years of experience in professional in information technologies. Throughout his career, Mr. Siva sir has developed extreme information technology infrastructures, applications, and data management. Today, as a part of IGEN 2026, Mr. Siva sir is going to deliver a relative topic, ISA 100 wireless technologies and its application in oil and gas industries. This topic is also relating with SDG Goals 7, affordable and clean energy, SDG Goal 9, industry, innovation and infrastructure, and SDG Goal 12, reliable consumption and production. In the vision of IGEN 2026 makes this topic related together technology, energy, and innovation with sustainability. With this extreme professional, Mr. Siva sir, I am sure with valid that he will deliver a great knowledge about it. It is my pleasure to invite and warmly welcome our esteemed speaker, Mr. Siva sir, to share his knowledge and experience with us. Thank you. Over to Siva sir.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning. So, hope you all can hear me very well. First of all, thanks for having me here. I think I don't need an introduction about myself because Mr. Vignesh has given me a brief introduction about myself. So let me get straight to the point. I'm going to quick share my screen right now. So I think you can see my screen right now. Is that okay?
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
Nice. There you go. All right. Okay. So the topic that I'm going to talk today is about the ISA 100 wireless technology. Did anyone knows what is a wireless technology or a ISA 100? Either way, any idea, guys? Because I just want to bring it up like in not a regular session. It's supposed to be like a knowledge sharing program. So it would be more helpful if you guys interact with me. So it would be very nice to have just, I'm not going to take a lot of time here. I just going to take just like a few minutes, probably 15 to 20 minutes. That's all I have. So if you guys have any idea, just you can share what is an ISA 100 technology is for. All right. So, okay. So I think I don't know what time you're sitting at, but probably maybe it's I would say this let's go to the topic right now. No worries. So I'm going to discuss what is a ISA 100 wireless technologies for in automation industry or any kind of an IoT industries. So that's very important because today people are more conservative for getting an environment friendly network, because if you want to bring a new network, so it's going to take a lot of time, and then there's a lot of energy, there's a lot of all kind of things is going to happen behind every infrastructure which you're going to make it as a like a classic or original or a legacy method of taking everything. It's been a decade, I guess, because it took a lot of time for people to migrate from one to other, because technology is not eco-friendly. You all know that, right? Because if you want to bring the technology, then you'll have to compromise the environment. So if you want to balance both, so it's very important for you guys to work on the environment friendly technology. So that's the technology we're going to see today, right now. All right. So what is an ISA 100 wireless technologies for? This technology is basically used for an international standard. This is something like an international standard for automation industry or industrial automation, either way. So this is very robust because it does many things automatically, because you don't have to maintain any network right there when you want to maintain the industrial standards, and then it's going to be maintaining all the things by itself. Once you start to establish a network, then that network is going to take care of every single thing, and then it's going to transfer all the data from A to B, B to C, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So that's very important here. And number three, it's very mission critical, which means, for example, if you are putting this technology in a critical area, like where it should not spoil, or just there should not be any accident, should not be any environmental damages. If you want to put there, right there, this wireless technology is going to give you all the data that's going to happen behind that. So that's the reason that we are going to bring it here for an ISA 100 wireless technology. So this technology works with three different areas. One is time sync. So what do you mean by a time synchronization? So time is everything, because when you get a data from A to B, that is a transaction between A to B. You should know what time exactly that things happen from one to other significantly, right? Potentially, this is very helpful for getting the time synchronized, and also it's dynamic for mesh routing, because this complete technology is all about the mesh technology. It just works like a wireless. You don't have to pull a cable, or you don't have to spend a lot of money. It's not a big time at all. You don't have to spend a lot of money spoiling the environment. Also, just pulling all the cables all the way from one area to the other. So that's all being used here. It's a real economic, and then it's also eco-friendly. And the other thing is like a gateway. We supposed to have wireless doesn't work by itself. You need a gateway to control all the wireless network, right? So for the gateway, so we are using a secure inauguration gateway. This gateway is something like called a receiver in terms of technical terms. Typically, it's called a gateway, but in terms of technology, it's like a gateway or a receiver, something like which controls all the network and in the field. So this is how it's going to work. So right now you can see this network topology diagram in my screen. So this is going to help like how this technology works. So what about it's totally a mesh network. You know, guys, I think you are all technical people. I think you know what is a topology is for. The mesh technology is something like when you have abstraction in one area, the network is going to talk to the other side. It's going to take a different way to go and talk to a neighboring device. So that's how this technology is more reliable, and it has self-healing, like a self-healing technology. And this is something like it can be made as a partial or a full automation, like a partial mesh or a full mesh. So it's either way it can be handled like this. For example, if you have one device which is connected in point A, and then you have another device on the point B, and you have another device on the point C. So if you have an abstraction between point A and B, this is going to take a different route, which is from A to C and C to B. This is how it's going to work technically. So you might be asking, like, what's the difference here? Because, if you're trying to stop one network or one route, it's going to take an alternative here. The alternative is very important. So for that, I think it's a very good technology because it has a mesh topology, which is an upcoming very useful technology for our society, and then for the technology, and then for the industries as well. All right, let's go to the redundancy and how the path is going to work here for the reliable network connectivity. So for this case, we can set up two different networks. It's because it's totally dynamic. So you don't have to design the path, or you don't have to do all the architecture or anything else right here. So all you have to do is just put two different access points. These access points are like a field device access point. When you put this receiver in the field, and then you can have to set up all the transmitters, the wireless technology all across the field. Maybe I'm talking about the field is something like in an industrial area where there's a less human interface. Like, for example, there might be a underground pit. There should not be any human interference. For that areas, you have to just install this wireless device, and then that device is going to take all the information at the field, and then it's going to transfer the data to the centralized control center or a control room. Okay, so this is how most of the industries today is working behind the scene. So underneath that, you might be seeing that couple of I would say it depends on your network size. If you have a vast network or a big industry like an ONG, like an oil and gas industry, so if you want to put n number of like an access point over there, and then you can put multiple access point, and then you can control by all the transmitters using an ISA network. For example, you have a receiver and you have a multiple called transmitters, right? If you put multiple transmitters in the field, and those transmitters going to talk to the receiver, and then if there is a abstraction between the communication channel, it's gonna switch over to a neighboring device, and then it's going to talk to the gateway in a different route. This is how it's going to work for totally. And it's like an automated failover. It has an automated failover, which means if you stop at one network, and then it's going to talk to a different network because it has communication with all their neighbors. That's why it's called more reliable and more, it's like more redundant and more failover and fault tolerance, etc., etc. Right. So this technology can be acted in two different areas. Like, one is a routing communication, the other one is a non-routing communication. The routing and non-routing, what is the two difference here? What the real difference means routing is something like you can just make that particular device act as a routing device, which is it will help the neighbor. For example, There's a multiple device in the field, like hundreds of devices installed in the field, and then one device couldn't find the gateway. The neighbor device will identify the neighboring device, and then it identify the transmitter to talk to the gateway. So this is how it helps each other and then make the network established and it's auto healing by itself. That's a very interesting part here, and it's very useful for the people, I mean, for the industry, just to know when there is one way of communication, stop, and it's going to take the other way of communication and then talk to the gateway. This is how it's happened in the industrial area. So you can also design, because it's all about like a battery consumption. For example, if you're putting a device as a routing device, it's going to consume a lot of battery, right? So here the energy is battery. If you put the battery in the transmitter, so if the transmitter is helping the neighboring device, it's going to consume a lot of battery here. So that may bring down the battery life. So for that, some critical network, they design it as a non-routing device, which means it will never help the neighbor or a neighboring device. It just like act as on its own. It just mind its own, and then it's going to talk only to the gateway, never mind to the neighboring device. So that's all. It don't really care about the neighboring device. That's all I would say. So I guess you can understand both the routing and non-routing communication here. All right, let's move to the next thing. So this is something like called a self-healing and a self-organizing network. What do you mean by that? What is a self-healing technology? Having said, if one connectivity path is down, it's going to take to a different path. It's going to take an alternative of a different path, and then it's going to talk to the gateway. So this is called an auto healing. And sometimes if it doesn't able to reach out to the receiver or the gateway, it's keep trying, because every 30 seconds it's going to talk to the gateway. That's the rule set up for this ISA 100 technology. It's going to talk to the gateway. It's going to search for the gateway. If it doesn't able to reach the gateway, it's going to talk to the neighbor, and then with the help of the neighboring device, it's going to talk to the gateway, because everything has a record which is installed inside the network, because everything communicates with each other. That's the beauty of this cloud network setup at the industrial areas. So this is like a self-optimization and self-healing, and also it's self-configuration. The configuration is different. Sometimes industries, in today's industry, we are not allowing the device to self-configure. We are going to architect all the network connectivity and the structure. So probably maybe in the future, when AI is introduced on this technology, we might be giving us a self-configuration, but right now it's not. All right, so let's move on to the next slide, which is a safe technology. Many people may be asking, like, why we are going to use this ISA 100? Is it safe to use in an industrial, or how safe it is to use as the big network? Because we don't trust wireless, right? Or reliable source of connectivity in recent times, right? But for this, it's very, 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 very encrypted, because it's end-to-end encrypted, because it uses a technology called a provisioning. So if you're enabling the provisioning, it can identify all the neighbors or all the devices, which is neighboring device, and all the transmitters, receiver, everything in the field. But if you stop the provisioning or just disable the provisioning, it's never going to talk to any network, even if it comes in the same frequency. It doesn't bother. So that's the safest point here. That's a security that I'm going to talk about. I'm going to argue with the people. If they come and tell me like, hey, how it's secure for the network, I would say I'm going to advocate for that. So that's one part. The other thing is, like, it's very optimistic, which is, if you're talking about the connectivity and then the transmissions and all the thing, it's very optimistic, because it's self-healing technology that helps the network to be active all the time unless the battery dies. The battery is the main source of connections here, but there are two different ways. for the transmitter sites, for the huge area, we're going to put that battery, means the battery device. On the other side, on the receiver pad, it's going to be like kind of a, what do you mean? It's kind of a wired technology which talks to the control system or the DCS or digital control system, whatever we call it as. So it's functioning safety because, it's hazard proof, and then it has a very good data integrity, and it's also have a safe logic failover, many other things it has. So you can just go and just walk through all this technology because it's a next technology which is mainly used in automation industry and oil and gas industries. So, and moreover, it's a virus environment because the environment is totally very less connectivity because it's purely working on wireless. You don't have to worry about just pulling a cable for miles and miles and miles away. So forget about that. And then it's hazard proof, and then it's safe to use in an environment and the safety environment. And then it's very eco-friendly, I would say. So the technology is consuming a low power energy because we are not going to use any electricity or any emissions or anything like a network cable. Any connectivity through the wire will cause some emission, right? You can eliminate the total things here. This technology, you can put it on all the locations that you want to monitor anything. And then these transmitters will act as the wireless technology, and it's going to talk to each other from A to B and B to A, etc., etc., etc. All right, and you don't have to worry about pulling the cables. Having said, and it's a zero emission because it's just running from the battery, so it's just the battery power. That's it. And then it's also supporting for the energy harvesting and low power requirement. That's all. So the battery life here, the ultimate thing here is the battery life, because it's I would say like it's incredibly fine. It's incredibly good because it can go up to 10 years because of the lithium battery that we are using for this device can go up to a decade, at least for 5 years. Okay. So I'm going to talk about something about an industrial applications. The applications that we are using in the ISA 100 is like a monitoring and control systems. Pardon me. Equipment and asset monitoring system, and predictive maintenance and remote monitoring and work safety and environment. So these are the industries this type of devices are very helpful for the industries on these processing technologies. Okay, so for the industry benefits, what type of benefits is purely energy saving technology? For example, oil and gas. For oil and gas, the human interference is very limited. For example, it's totally an hazard area. So human are not allowed to just monitor all the process area. For example, there are a lot of oil processing is going on inside the network, inside the industry, and then there's no human to go and monitor each and every process. There are a lot of oil, there's a lot of condensate, there's a lot of energy driven behind the process. So that's very important because everything cannot be monitored by the human. So if you put this kind of devices in the field, and then it's going to gather all the data and then just going to communicate to the control system. So that's very useful for the industry. Like it's also helpful for the chemical power generation and water and waster and mining methods, and even for pharma and food and beverages. Every industry can be used because wherever there's a condensate or a recovery process is going to happen, every industry which restore can use this. Every industry which is restoring the process is also can be used with this device, with this technology. Right. So I would say there's a lot of benefits of using an ISA 100, especially in oil and gas application units, like a lower installation cost, and it's also reduced maintenance because you don't have to worry about going and watching what's happening in the field because it's 100% wireless. So it has an improved efficiency, and it is like a scalable and flexible, harsh environments, and real-time field visibility. That's more important. The availability and visibility is very important for this particular technology. And also it's Yep.
Sir, sorry for disturbance. One announcement. Sir.